wash. I'm annoyed. I'm just here to give my opinion and carry Annie. Oh, it's Chris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch. What's going on, everybody? Happy Friday. It's your boy, Chris Avalon, and welcome to a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered, a show we basically talk about all things going on in pop culture and hot topics. So if that's a thing for you, definitely stick around because we have a lot of tea to spill today, including we're going to get into some movie news before we get on to the main topics. But among the things, we got to talk about Eric Dane. We got to talk about 28 years later, how that sequel, the follow-up to the Bone Temple might not happen because of how it underperformed. James Gunn apparently wants to fast track the Batman 3 so he can move on with The Brave and the Bold. We have some news regarding Charlie's Angels. Jacob Elordi is rumored to be in the upcoming X-Men reboot, which is rumored to be shooting later this year. Tom Cruise wants Chloe Zhao to direct Mission Impossible 9. We got some tea on this Kurt Cobain theories regarding his death, saying that he didn't overdose, that he may have actually been unalived. So we'll get into NM what Courtney Love thinks about the whole situation. We also need to get into the America's Next Top Model stuff because yesterday even Marcille spoke out. We didn't do a show yesterday, so I want to give my overall thoughts on it. Plus, the Jays and Nigel Barker stopped by Sherri Shepherd's show yesterday to talk about the documentary. I mean, the docuseries and everything. We'll weigh in on what they had to say. Plus, I want to get into what Sherri said before they came out, which was basically she was up there defending Tyra and the Times and all the other stuff. So we'll get into that. Plus, I have some clips from some people who, I mean, from Hope Giselle, what she said, I thought was like the bee's knees. So I want y'all to hear that because I thought it was very poignant what she had to say. Plus, we'll get into Teddy Riley. See, I just don't understand these people. It's like Americans have gotten just dumber and dumber. Apparently, Teddy Riley said he wants to work with R. Kelly while he in prison serving 30 years for what he did to a lot of young girls and things of that nature. So we'll get into that mess. Plus, we got to talk about The View because the people are hating on Savannah Chrisley being on the show and people are threatening to boycott it. And she recently said something about Trump not being a racist that really set everybody off, including Sonny Hostin. So we'll get into that because we have the clip. We're going to play it. Plus, there's a UFC fighter that decided to go on a sexist and homophobic rant towards Bad Bunny and Ronda Rousey, saying nobody cares about women's sports. He called Bad Bunny the F word and all that other mess. We'll get into that. Plus, we're going to dive into this Jada Pinkett lawsuit that she has against someone who used to work for them, who's basically saying that she was out here doing unconscionable sexual assault things through Scientology and a whole bunch of other things. Plus, he did an interview with Andy Signal over there at Popcorn Planet. I did attach that to my website. So if you go over on the website and you see the article, that full video is there if you want to check that out. But we'll get into all of that stuff. And when she actually threatened and said he can catch a bullet. Plus, there's an ex-Grindr employee that's revealing when everything started to change. Plus, there's this new app that they're talking about, or AI that's going to help you find a date or find love or whatever, or maybe a trick. And you got to pay $500 a month for that. When I saw, I was like, oh hell no. So we'll get into that. Plus, Canada Drag Race All Stars made Drag Race history with their judges panel, something they've never done before. So we'll get into that. And Sminty Drop, who, spoiler alert, was the latest eliminated from Drag Race UK versus the World. She's weighing in on the whole situation that went down and that shady move that Kate Butch pulled on the recent episode. So we'll get into that and a whole lot more. So before we get to all those topics, because it's a lot, if you could please do me a solid, hit that like button. If you are new to the channel, hit that subscribe button and also be sure to smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. Please and thank you. And also, I'm going to ask y'all, can y'all please, if this thing starts to freeze, let me know if it happens, because the last episode I did, none of y'all told me that the thing was freezing. And when I went to go back to watch the episode and fix edit the clips and put on, they literally had my face looking crazy at certain parts when it would freeze frame. So yeah, let me know. I saw not y'all about to make me out here looking like a fool and didn't say a word. But anyway, so let me hit the thingy. Uh You said the episode, yeah. Unfortunately, yes, I was late. I mean, I wasn't. Funny enough, I was eating. Then I had to feed my dogs And I lost track of time. I said, oh, and I actually changed the time because I was supposed to start at like 5:15, but then or 5:10 or something or another, and I just changed it. But whatever. 50 Cent or Jay-Z. What about him? But I'm not a 50 Cent fan. He's annoying. But anyway, let's get directly into the show. Me and my banner, and let's get to our first topic, which unfortunately we got to bring some sad news. So yesterday, I was literally leaving that horrible Knicks game where they played the Detroit Pistons. It was like a rematch game, and I'm like, even with their best being injured, y'all still let them whip your ass. I don't even want to get into it. Um, but when I was leaving work yesterday, on my way home, it was like I was checking messages. I don't know. I'm starting to turn into the rest of these people. I just literally be looking down on my phone while I'm walking. But it was like I was literally leaving the garden. So it was like this little pathway where I ain't got to worry about, cars, whatever the case is. I'm like walking up the thing. Y'all might have seen the little area. It's like the area where during the Kylie concert, people were recording themselves singing a lot of her songs. It was like this pickleball spot that's across the street. So you don't have to really worry about like any kind of traffic with it, except if people with their cars are leaving the garden to try to leave to go wherever they're going. But anyway, so I was walking and I happened to come across a message that it was about Eric Dane died. I'm like, what? How? I mean, we just found out about his whole ALS situation, and now they over here talking about that the man passed away. And I was shocked at it when I heard this. I'm like, not McSteamy. But anyway, so let's get into the story. So Dane, according to people, they said, as y'all know, he became a star. Like he's been around for a long time, but his career blew up when he came on Grey's Anatomy as Dr. Mark Sloan, aka McSteamy, because you had Patrick Dempsey who was McDreamy, and then he brought him on and he was McSteamy, which was yes, he was the sexy new doctor that came in on the show. So his death comes 10 months after he went public with his diagnosis of amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. So it's ALS, also known as Lou Gehrig's disease. Now, Dane died on Thursday, February 19th. The actor's family confirms to People, saying, with heavy hearts, we share that Eric Dane passed on Thursday afternoon following a courageous battle with ALS, reads a statement from Dane's family. He spent his final days surrounded by dear friends, his devoted wife, and his two beautiful daughters, Billy and Georgia, who were at the center of his world. Now, they also said throughout his journey with ALS, Eric became a passionate advocate for awareness and research, determined to make a difference for others facing the same fight. He will be deeply missed and lovingly remembered always. He adored his fans and is forever grateful for the outpouring of love and support he's received. The family has asked for privacy as they navigate this impossible time. Now, Dane was born in San Francisco in 1972. His father died from a pow wound when he was 7 years old, saying he was a Navy man and ended up becoming an architect and interior designer. He was a troubled soul. This is what he told Gulf Times in 2014. He said that until he became a parent himself, he never realized how devastating the loss must have been for him as a child. He found acting accidentally, saying, I was a water polo player in high school and my season was short, and I ended up getting roped into playing Joe Keller in All My Sons. Dead serious. And I fell in love with it. I was like, this is the greatest feeling ever, he told the Gulf Times. And after graduating, he moved to LA with 40 bucks in his pocket. He ended up partying for the next 8 years, and he said, I got into a lot of trouble. Now, he landed guest spots on shows like Saved by the Bell, The Wonder Years, Roseanne, and Married with Children, and joined Gideon's Crossing. I remember that show in a recurring role. He then appeared on 2 seasons of Charmed. His first movie was 2000's The Basket. In 2006, he appeared in the second season of Grey's Anatomy as Mark Sloan because of fan reaction, sorry. The part turned into a main role. Now, they said that he was extremely sexy, and his plot lines often involved him sleeping with his coworkers. Dane was also treated like a sex symbol. He said, it just kind of made sense. This is what he told Glamour in 2019 after leaning into the character's sensual vibes in real life. I felt like I had an artistic obligation to not shy away from that part of the character. And to a degree, there's a lot of me in that guy. But I think at the end of the day, you tend to give people what they're asking for because it's the path of least resistance. And he says, "I love that character. I just didn't want to play that guy for the rest of my life. It's counterintuitive to what any actor wants to do with their career." And it's like, yeah, not everybody wanted to be murdered. I mean, what was it? Ellen Pompeo, where they wanted to play the same role for like 15, 20, 25. I was like, no, I don't want to be playing all of that. I want to actually stretch my wings and do other things. And that's what a lot of actors want to do. They don't want to just be playing the same part. So um, he left the series in 2012 when Mark was unalived. Though he said in a 2024 episode of Dax Shepard's Armchair Expert podcast, he said, "I didn't leave so much as I think I was let go," noting that he was struggling with addiction at the time. He said he didn't think he was let go because of that, but because he had become very expensive to the network. He added, "I wasn't the same guy they had hired, so so I had understood when I was let go, and show creator Shonda Rhimes was really great." Dane's other TV film credits included, of course, Euphoria, which he did film the final season. He is going to be in the final season. All of his parts, of course, is done, so we'll be looking forward to seeing him when he ends up on that. He was also in Burlesque, Valentine's Day, Marley and Me, and The Last Ship, which I remember that show was on TNT. In 2004, he married actress Rebecca Gayheart, one of the most iconic killers in Urban Legend. She was very over the top in that part. They welcomed daughters Billy and Georgia in 2010 and 2011, respectively. And I also heard that they were going to get a divorce, but once he got his ALS diagnosis or whatever, she stopped the whole divorce proceedings because I guess she wanted to show, like, it through resilience that we could make this thing work. So I guess she wanted to spend his final days or months or however long it was from when he found out the diagnosis, that they were going to move on, that she was going to literally spend that time helping him do whatever he's got to do. Now, in 2009, I forgot about this. A leaked nude video of Dane Gayheart and another woman hit the internet. 2 years later, Dane, who was open about his struggles with depression, went to rehab, having begun using painkillers after a sports injury. In 2014, he told people that he regretted the situation, explaining, "We've all made mistakes. My one regret is that I got the person I love most wrapped up in all that, Rebecca." But in 2019, he clarified that he did not mean that he regretted the nude tape. He said, "I often think about the answer I gave, and looking back now, was it a mistake? Absolutely not." Three consenting adults, one of them being my wife, I wasn't doing anything wrong. And so I was like, look, if it was a video, and that's what I hate about the media. The media wants to sensationalize everything and make it seem like, oh, well, you should be ashamed that y'all doing these videos. I'm like, we're consenting adults. If me and my wife agreed to a threesome and we wanted to film it, that's our business. We adults, we grown. Why are you getting mad? Because you wasn't invited? So I'm glad he summed that up, because it always seemed like that Eric Dane, to me, came across as someone who lived his life with absolutely no regrets. If you want to take the line from Madonna. Now, from 2014 to 2018, he starred on The Last Ship as Admiral Tom Chandler, though he told Glamour he felt the character was too similar to Mark Sloan, saying wanting to try something different led him to joining Euphoria as Cal Jacobs, who seemed like a wholesome family man but met people online for anonymous sex. Saying, "It's been freeing for me to play that role." This is what he told Men's Health in 2022, adding, "There's a lot asked of me in this role, and the expectations are high. It's incumbent on me to hit every note because Cal lives such a fragile kind of experience. This guy teeters on what is morally acceptable and what is legally acceptable. So it's important that I hit all the notes, because otherwise he can so easily be misunderstood. There's a humanity to his career that to his character that I hope comes out." So um he also, well, they already said that all the movies that he appeared in. Why do people like to repeat themselves? Because they already wrote Marley and Me, Valentine's Day, Burlesque. They write the same shit over and over. And I forgot he was in Bad Boys Ride or Die, which I think was the last Bad Boys movie. I think he played the villain. But yeah, so then it also mentions that Gayheart filed for divorce in 2018, but then she filed to have the divorce dismissed in March of 2025. And I think it was because, his illness and all that other stuff. So yeah. So 2025 really ain't been playing out here in these streets with just taking everybody out, all the good ones. So it's unfortunate, because I was like, I liked Eric Dane whenever he would pop up and stuff. It was like, yeah, ever since Grey's Anatomy, I did catch a couple of things. I didn't watch everything he was in, but whatever type of show piqued my interest and he would pop up. I was like, "Oh, I remember him. Oh, he's from Grey's Anatomy." And I watched, and he's good. He was a good actor. So yeah, he'll be missed. I was not just expecting like he would be gone this soon. I thought we'd get a couple more years with him actually, or that he would have been in a situation like what's his name? Who's the Daryl Chill Mitchell? I think is the actor who ended up paralyzed, and now he just whenever you see him, he's in the wheelchair and he's acting. So I thought that would probably be Eric, that we'd be seeing him acting, he'd just be portraying his, the ALS would be incorporated into his parts, or similar to Michael J. Fox with his multiple sclerosis, where like now I've been hearing that he's trying to make a little comeback and act here and there, and they can incorporate that into the parts that he plays. So yeah, another good one gone. So yeah, I definitely want to hear from you all. What do you think of this story? Were y'all shocked to hear that Eric Dane had passed away? So whatever your thoughts are, the story came out late last night, actually. So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. I mean, they put something out there. I don't know what you talking about. What they said? What about 50 Cent? You can't say 50 Cent or Jay-Z. I'm like, what about him? Yes, really, the man died. Um, yeah, no, I mentioned Charm. I think what was he dating? Phoebe on the show? They always paired Phoebe with the hottest guys. Oh, I've been avoiding it because I be rolling my eyes and I like Critical Overlord, but he be getting on my goddamn nerves every other day or just about every day. He got a story out, and then I'm like, okay. Then I'm on to him because I be like, you be reheating your nachos every time. Like I'm starting to notice you repeating the same beats whenever you get a little bit of information. You feel like you got to make a video. So yeah, I've been dodging like Neo in the Matrix. So that's what I'm gonna be doing with this whole thing. I will be avoiding social media because I already know this stuff is gonna come out. I know that the I heard the embargo for critics is lifted the day before, which I don't understand why do that when um it's gonna come out eventually because I think in certain areas it's but in certain areas, it's gonna come out. Well, of course, we all knew it was gonna be more than one, but I don't want to know. So that's why I'm gonna be doing my best of avoiding spoilers from anybody. Because I did see somebody on YouTube did post a video about something regarding that, and I was like, I don't care. Everybody be wanting to have a little 15 minutes. Oh, but that's good that Paramount claimed copyrights because it's like, no, what are y'all doing over here? I mean, Paramount, y'all already got me pissed as it is with the whole thing with um the Warner Brothers deal, which are not getting. So but I like the fact that y'all, it's the A for effort, I guess. All right, so now we have a couple of movie topics to get into before we get to the main story. That's why I always do these stories to kind of build up time so that when everybody's ready to come up on in here, then we get to the meat and potatoes of the show. So we can go through these real quick. So let's talk about 28 years later. So I don't know if y'all saw it. Maybe a lot of y'all didn't. Clearly, by the box office numbers, you didn't. Well, just so you know, it's already available to watch at home if you have Prime Video. You can watch The Bone Temple. I know a lot of people the Bone Temple's numbers probably were affected because a lot of people didn't like the first 28 years later. And rightfully so. There was a lot of tone things that was going on up in there that I think just went over a lot of people's heads. That third act kind of irritated me with the whole Teletubby thing and the tone shift. Like I just didn't like the later half of the film. But when I saw the Bone Temple, I definitely liked everything that was going up in there. I think maybe what that movie could have used was a couple more zombie kills or zombie eating people think situations. It was teetering too much into humans are worse than humans. So it was kind of playing into that whole, well, we've already seen this on The Walking Dead. So it was like really nothing new. But I did like some of the ideas of um the Alpha and Ray Fiennes doctor character and these different things that he was doing, trying to understand like the rage virus and the psychosis of the Alpha and how to suppress the anger and using these drug mixtures that he came up with to heal him in some sort of way. So he's immune to the virus, but it's just his mind is not just full of rage like all the other people that were walking around with the rage virus. So I did like that angle, but I guess because a lot of people were annoyed by the 28 years later, they didn't particularly want to go run to the movies to see the second one. Now, which that being said, this might actually affect the third in the trilogy from coming out because they did leave us on a cliffhanger in this last movie. So, according to the Daily Mail, this is what they said. So now it's that one of the most popular horror franchises around could get the axe before the release of its final sequel. According to World of Real, the third installment of the 28 years later trilogy is at risk of being canned following the poor box office performance of 28 years later, The Bone Temple. Despite receiving rave reviews from critics, the zombie drama bombed at the box office following its release last month. And that's why I said, y'all don't give movies enough time, but it came out last month. We're already in February. March is literally next week. And the movie, y'all don't give things, you know. But anyways, it's only grossed $57 million. The budget was $63 million. So it hasn't even made its budget back. Not only the budget, but it's got to make the marketing back and all that stuff. It's not going to it's not going to break even. Now, despite Sony confirming in December that, excuse me, a third film, most likely headlined by Cillian Murphy, was in the works, the studio reportedly has cold feet now following the commercial reception of The Bone Temple. Netflix is said to be interested in taking the film, but director Danny Boyle wants a theatrical release for its final chapter. Fans are already furious at the prospect of the trilogy not being concluded as intended, with one commenting, "So we get 3 horrible chapters of The Strangers, but we might not get a conclusion to this masterpiece of a franchise." That's another thing. I totally agree with that. None of us asked for some damn 3 chapters or of The Strangers. Those Strangers movies was terrible. I don't even know who thought it would be a good idea to even make 3 of those damn movies. But the studio decided, let's make 3 movies at once, and then we'll split them up and all those other stuff. I'm like, well, look, if y'all gonna sit up here and waste money on a franchise none of us asked y'all to dive deep into, and let Rennie Harlan, of all people, who's not the greatest director. I mean, he's had a couple of hits here and there. I love the long kiss goodnight. It's the only one I can think of off the top of my head. Didn't he also direct Die Hard 2, Die Harder? I know he directed one of the Die Hard movies, but he's done a couple of little things here and there. Oh, I forgot. Also, I think Rennie Harlan directed one of the Nightmare on Elm Streets. I don't remember if it's might be part 4. But anyway, so he's done a little things here and there. I mean, he's had a pretty interesting career, but none of us asked for a thing about The Strangers. The first Strangers movie was good. Prayer Night, it had its moments, but after that, I could so care less about this franchise. But they gave us 3 movies none of us asked for, and everybody has said it was that each film was worse than the last one. But they committed. But this one has the actual potential where it was like the 28 Years Later movies are actually pretty good. It's not like it's just bad acting, bad storytelling. I just think that maybe the direction it went into, it's just not what it resonates with a lot of people. 28 Years Later kind of like, I feel, has a cult following. Maybe they was expecting what they got from the first movie. But that movie came out so long ago. It came out like what, 20 some odd years ago? So since then, we've had so many different types of zombie movies and TV shows, especially with The Walking Dead. So you can't really follow that tone. You have to come up with a different angle to get people interested. Because if you give people the same old storyline or the same old type of tone or topic or whatever the case is in these movies, it just becomes redundant. So I applaud them for taking risks and doing different things. Some of it hit, some of it didn't. But I totally agree with the person. Like, you gave us 3 shitty ass Strangers movies, but we can't get a third sequel to this. And I do think this, Danny Boyle. Here's the thing. I understand that, and they've been posting all the 28 Years Later movies or whatever on Netflix. I don't know how long before the Bone Temple pops up because it just came out on digital. I think this week or maybe last week. I think it came out around. Actually, I think it came out. It might have come. No, it is this week when it came out. But anyway, um, I understand like how how he like, it needs a theatrical release. But if your movie's not hitting and people not going to the movies to see it, let Netflix burn their money up on the situation and throw it up on the streaming service. And I'm sure more eyes will get on it because I have a feeling that more people will tend to watch 28 Years Later, The Bone Temple at home before they take the risk of going to the movies. So I think that's what they need to do with that. But another person said, failed by the marketing. I've met a lot of people who thought it was the same film as the first. A third commented, I don't believe it, to be honest. If it has Cillian Murphy in it, it will be greenlit because of his star power alone. But here, yeah, but spoiler alert, Cillian Murphy doesn't appear literally until the last couple of minutes of the movie. So the whole film basically focuses on St. Jimmy and that little band of bandits going around wrecking havoc, and Spike getting caught up in the mix of all of that. And plus the doctor played by um Ray Fiennes and his relationship with the alpha zombie, the one that was just walking around butt ass naked, and getting a little bit into the alpha's backstory. So that's what the movie heavily focuses on. We don't get to Cillian Murphy until literally the last 5 minutes of the movie. So while everybody's sitting there talking about, oh yeah, based over his star power, we should get it greenlit. They waited too long, late in the film to get them. So, but the way they set it up is like, oh yeah, we definitely need this movie to see where they're going with this. So hopefully they work it out. But they said, directed by Boiling Star Murphy in his breakout role, the gory zombie epic stunned critics and grossed over 82 million on a budget of just 8 million. And that was like the original movie that came out. Okay, it was 2002. That's when it came out. Um, but then, of course, they had the franchise went dormant for two decades until they came up with 28 years later. The first one made over 150 million at the box office and was considered a hit, but divided audiences for being more on the post-apocalyptic coming-of-age drama than a traditional zombie horror film. So maybe what it is that maybe people do want redundance in their films. Maybe people just want, okay, I just want to see people killing zombies. I just heard somebody say regarding Resident Evil, I was like, you know what, that might actually be a good idea. They were like, because Zach Kreger is making a new one currently. I've forgotten what country though, but that's neither here nor there. And they were saying that I would just like to see a Resident Evil movie where it's just the stars police force and um them killing zombies, like them getting overwhelmed and caught up in Raccoon City and just killing zombies or whatever. And that's basically the premise that they want. Law enforcement up against, zombies. I'm like, I don't think we've ever tackled strictly law enforcement against zombies or whatever. That might be an interesting idea, but you gotta come up with a good story. But I guess maybe that is what people want. People don't want different. People just want to see. I'm like, well, if that's the case, then play a video game because you'll get plenty of that from there. So they said Alex Garland is penning the third film, and Boyle is trying to direct the last one. So I don't know what's gonna happen, but all I know is there's been a lot of movies that have not been doing really well. All the Strangers movies were considered disasters, critically and commercially. Then they just released the sequel to the Silent Hill called Return to Silent Hill, which got obliterated at the box office. People talk about how bad that movie was. So I don't know. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we get it. But based on this, I mean, I guess we could peg this as rumor, but I'm hoping that we get it, but who knows? Uh, yeah. So, I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Whatever you, have you seen the film? Did you like the movie? Did you not like the movie? Would you like to see them finally wrap it up? Look, if y'all can, like they said before, if you can give us three shitty Strangers trilogy films, then why not just waste the damn money? I know I'm calling it wasting, but it kind of is if it's not going to make the money back. Make the third film, wrap it up, and keep it moving. Maybe you have to let 28 years later go dormant for a couple of years and then take it back to basics with some new people in it. Because I have to say, I like the first 28 years, 28 days later. But I like the second one, the straightforward zombie. It was like a little more commercial, the one with what's his name? Robert Carlyle was in it, and Jeremy Renner. I like that one. I thought that was a pretty good one. And Idris Elba was in that one too. So maybe they need to go back to basics with that and give us like a straightforward zombie movie because clearly that's what the people want. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Well, thank you for telling me. You said I'm frozen. Okay, so what I'm going to have to do is I'm probably gonna have to lose some of these pictures and stuff in here, but I'm gonna have to go out and come back in because I don't know why it's been doing this. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Is it freezing still, or we good? Because some of y'all don't be wanting to tell me sometimes, but I'm glad. Um, who was it? Because I be forgetting names. Just be saying it. Um, wait, where'd it go? There was one that I saw a poster here that somebody said I was frozen. He said that Netflix sponsor. I waited to watch this one at home. Ooh, I could not care less about the Jimmys and their horrible motives. I wanted them not alive and off my screen purely because of those nasty wigs. He was like, I was not feeling it, but yeah, I was like, what happened? Because I had one in here. Somebody was like, I was frozen. Their post disappeared. YouTube, y'all playing in my face. But look, let me try it again and let me know. Am I frozen? Because I'm not looking at the screen anymore. And usually when I click over to articles or whatever the case is, that's when the freezation starts. But when I click back, it don't look like it did. So just let me know in the comments if I froze. If I didn't, we can move on because this shit is annoying when it freezes. And then I'll be like, and then you be hearing my talking. Like, why am I stuck on that? I'll be looking crazy. Then I was tired. I don't know that coffee that vegan coffee that I was drinking usually would give me a lot that rise. It's called Rise, RYZE. Normally give me energy. Today I was just like still tired. Why? I don't know. But anyway, so I guess we can get back into the show. Where we going? What's our next topic? I hit the wrong button. Oh, we got some Batman news. All right, let's get into our next topic. And so there's rumors floating around that because I had just found out based off of Variety, I think did an article because they were doing a story on Warner Brothers Discovery and all the things that's going on with their merger with Netflix and these little stunts that Paramount is still trying to pull because they want to get it. We already know why they're trying to get it. They don't want it because, and they're gonna. A lot of people are gonna lose jobs when if Warner Brothers gets, merges with Paramount, and they're not even trying to hide the fact that they're gonna do that. Also, I know y'all trying to own CNN. You want to own all the media and have control over it and ruin it like y'all doing CBS and all that mess over there. So it's inevitable. And James Cameron, mind your fucking business. I think you need to focus more on why this last Avatar movie flopped at the box office because you didn't make your $2 billion. You actually made 1.5 billion. I know some people be like, but that's still good. Not for an Avatar movie. I mean, the first one made over $1 billion. Second one did over $2 billion, and now the third one, I think just made 1.5 billion. Yes, in layman terms, it's a good thing, but compared to this franchise, it's like they want more, and you got to. It should have surpassed the last one, but it seems like people are kind of like not that excited for Avatar, but they'll go see it because it's Avatar. But I don't think people relatively care. And I also think that, yeah, mind your business, because they're up in there writing letters and shit talking about that he don't want Netflix to get Warner Bros. I'm like, I'm sorry, but are you a CEO? Are you a shareholder? Why are you minding the business that doesn't pay you? You need to focus with Disney and whether or not they're gonna give you the money to make your next Avatar movies, because you're supposed to be making three more, I believe. But anyway, so with all that being said, that because that has to do with all of this. James Gunn apparently they said it wants to fast track a third Batman movie. Mind you, we didn't even get the second one yet, but I did find out because from Variety, that's what it was connecting it to, that they're going to start filming it in May. So it's going to be filming sometime this summer-ish, on the verge, on the cusp of summer, which should be interesting. And then around that time, I guess they'll give Robert Pattinson the time off to go do press for the Odyssey, which I know some people, how they gonna finish the movie? There's other actors in the film besides him, so you just shoot other scenes around his press junket time while he's doing the Odyssey, and then when he's got to do his stuff, let him shoot all the stuff that he needs to shoot when you need him to shoot it. It's that simple. That's how filmmaking works. You think they shoot things in chronological order? They don't. So, it's all about scheduling and all this stuff. But anyway, so there is this rumor that's going around that they're going to be doing all of this mess. So let me find the picture because now I got to do everything by hand since I had to restart everything. And now let's get into the article. So, according to a new rumor, this is from Comic Book Movie, James Gunn is eager to get Matt Reeves' The Batman 3 over and done with so he can move on to the DCU set The Brave and the Bold as quickly as possible. James Gunn is an experienced filmmaker, but a first time studio head. There have been a few occasions when his experience has shown, and for many fans, the DC studio co-CEO's handling of Batman is a major problem. Over 3 years since the DCU slate announcement, at least half of which hasn't come to fruition. That's why I said y'all got to stop announcing stuff if you don't have anything ready, because they did that over at Marvel too, and you see what happened with Blade and what's up. People still waiting for that. There's still no indication that Gunn is anywhere close to casting the Crate Crusader. Christina Hodson is said to be working on the Brave and the Bold script, and the Flash director Andy Muschietti remains loosely attached. When Clayface arrives in theaters this Halloween, chances are a Batman cameo is off the table because the DCU still won't have its Bruce Wayne. All the while, Matt Reeves is forging ahead with the Batman Part 2, his Elseworlds sequel to the 2022 hit. Despite fan demand, it's been made clear on several occasions that Robert Pattinson's Batman will not be joining the DCU. Now, according to insider Daniel Rickman via The Direct, the Brave and the Bold is not coming for years. Instead, Gunn is pushing to get Batman 3 out faster. He wants the trilogy over. He wants to move on. He doesn't want two Batmans. Now, while it would admittedly be odd to have Pattinson's Batman in theaters at the same time as the Brave and the Bold's version, provided they're different enough, you think the two franchises could coexist. Gunn wanting to avoid confusion makes sense, but trying to rush Reeves to get his threequel done seems ill-advised. Plus, with the Batman Part 2 scheduled for a 2027 release, this could mean we won't see the DCU's Batman until the end of the decade. For that reason, we'd recommend taking this rumor with a pinch of salt. Well, you should, because according to Jeb Snyder, because he did say that he looked into it. I was watching what was it? The hot mic yesterday, and he said he didn't hear nothing about this being true. And I don't even think this is true because this doesn't make sense. I'm like, number one, Matt Reeves takes 100 years to write a goddamn script, which is like, why did it take y'all so long to come up with something for this second movie? I would think that while you're putting all this together, you have to have some type of light at the end of the tunnel on what you want to do with the third film. And you see how long it took them to make this second one. So I don't know why they would agree to do two individual Batman's films. Like, if that's an Elseworlds and you're doing the Brave and the Bold, I think some people would know the difference of separating two different films. Or on press junkets, or whatever the case is, or people, if you have parents that really don't understand the whole Elseworlds or very speak comic book or whatever, like you can explain it to them like, oh no, it's a different Batman movie with a different character in a different universe. So it's an Elseworlds thing. Something on this side is different from this one. It's not the same Batman. They don't play in the same universe. Whereas Matt Reeves's Batman is more grounded. You have the DCU, which is more, powers and hyper speed, and they've got superpowers and all this other stuff. So a Superman exists in the DCU world, and you get a Wonder Woman, and you get Batman with his gadgets, and he's probably a little more flashier. Who knows how they're going to play this up whenever we get around to it. And then I also heard today that now they're calling Man of Tomorrow, the Superman movie, is now called Superman Man of Tomorrow. I'm like, okay, stupid. Still, I hate the title. But because it's funny how y'all went Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow, y'all changed it to just Supergirl, and now you're doing Superman, what Man of Tomorrow? I'm like, what? With these, whatever. Um, I'm also gonna be honest. I like James Gunn, but I'm not really feeling what he's doing with the DCU right now. I mean, funny enough, I watched Man of Steel the other day. I forgot how good that movie was. So while I didn't like a lot of what Zack Snyder or the Snyderverse was giving us, there was some things in there that I liked. I like Batman v Superman. I like the first Wonder Woman. Aquaman was a fun watch. I didn't particularly care for the movie, the overall, but I liked the first Aquaman. The second one I hated. It's funny how I hate a lot of the sequels. Didn't like the Flash. Didn't like Wonder Woman 1984. But I definitely enjoyed a couple of the things. I mean, I like Man of Steel. I liked Batman v Superman and Aquaman. That's it. Can't think of anything else that may have come from that world. But some of the things in there was good. I don't know. It's just maybe it's the tone of it. I didn't even particularly care for the last season of Peacemaker. It just annoyed me. But but yeah, so from what I'm hearing, that this story is not necessarily true with the whole thing about, so yeah, like they said, take it with a pinch of salt. They're trying to fast track this Batman 3. I don't know how you're going to fast track a Batman 3 when they're going to be spending majority of 2026, half or yeah, like half of it. I think it's probably going to be a 6-month shoot of filming the Batman Part 2. Then they've got to edit it for it to come out in November, or was it October? October of 2027. So they got to do all of that. And once that movie comes out, so when's the third one going to come out? Probably like 2030. And by that time, it's like, okay, so that's wrapped up. Then we go into the Brave and the Bold. Why announce it if you're gonna have people wait like 6, 7, 8 years for the movie to come out? So you can make your two different films, in my opinion, but you're just gonna have to. If people are that dumb to not realize that, okay, it's two separate Batman movies and two separate universes. If you can't comprehend that, then you need to get your brain checked, basically. So I'll say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Yes, it's a rumor that's floating around. Like they said, take it with a grain of salt. Oh yeah, so the Batman Part 2 comes out October 1st, 2027. So just in time for Halloween. So yeah, I definitely want to hear from y'all. Let me know what your thoughts on this story in the comments down below. Hola, mi gente latino. You know, I had to make fun of Jennifer. Well, I was watching a thing earlier where there was someone a blind item that Jennifer was actually upset that Bad Bunny didn't include her in the Super Bowl situation because, according to him, she sucks all the air out of the room. That was the blind item that was floating around. But happy Friday. Excuse me. All right, y'all. So now let's get into some more movie news. And let's talk about Charlie's Angels. So I already told y'all the other day they're making another Charlie's Angels movie, and Drew Barrymore is coming on board to produce. Now there's a story that's coming out that's saying that not only is she producing, but that she, Lucy Liu, Cameron D, and Destiny, Charlie's Angels. Come on. Question, tell me what you think about me. I've got my own diamonds and my own rings. I don't know why I decided to go into independent woman, but Um, so yeah, the rumor is, and who knows, maybe we can get Beyonce to do the song since Destiny's Child not together no more. Maybe they can get Beyonce to come and do a song for the movie. But yeah, so the rumor is going around that apparently all the girls will be coming back for a third Charlie's Angels movie. But I think it's probably because, Cameron Diaz, once upon a time, she retired and then she left retirement. She came back, she made movies. She was in that movie. I can't remember the name of it, but she did this action movie. She played a spy alongside Jamie Foxx on Netflix. It was like your standard throwaway spy movie. But I was entertained. It was something I watched on a train because I waited. I never saw it when it first came out. I actually just finally got around to watching it maybe like a month or two ago. And so I was like, I needed something to watch on my way home on the train. So I was like on the train watching it with my headphones on. And it was entertaining for what it was, but it's a throwaway action spy movie. And Cameron Diaz still got it doing the fight sequences or whatever the case is. So I could definitely see like, okay, now that she's back, they could bring all these other girls to come in and do the movie, which I think would be a good idea. But I don't think they're necessarily going to be focusing solely on them. It might be a pass the torch type of thing. So according to, they said on Friday, THR reported that Sony hired writer Peter Sherri, who wrote The Proposal and Crazy Rich Asians, to reboot Charlie's Angels for the 2020s. The script is currently being written. Although no cast was revealed, the Insider is now reporting that Drew Barrymore, Cameron D, and Destiny and Lucy Liu are expected to return for this new movie. It's unclear whether they are the leads or if they're just there to pass the torch to a new trio of angels, but they will be in the reboot. Not just that, Shirley is also trying to find a way to bring back Demi Moore, who played an ex-angel in the 2003 sequel, Charlie's Angels Full Throttle. The problem is that her character was killed off and when she accidentally blew herself up. But they said he's trying to piece her back together. I'm like, what, the substance style or whatever? Like, how are we gonna bring her back? So, I mean, even though the second one, Full Throttle, wasn't that good of a movie, thoroughly enjoyed the scenes of Demi Moore up in there with, the other ladies. Now, Diaz recently unretired from acting, has hopped on board several projects in recent months. Barrymore has been, doing her daytime talk show. And Lou still acts in, she's also going to be in The Devil Wears Prada sequel, which I know a lot of people are excited for that movie. I'm actually looking forward to seeing that, actually. Before, I wasn't really all that hyped, but now I'm like, oh, I can't wait. Like, after I saw that new trailer, I'm like, oh, I definitely want to see this movie. So I'll probably be in the theaters watching it. But they also made comments about that Elizabeth Banks directed Reboot that came out in 2019 that flopped. But so yeah, we shouldn't expect Kristen Stewart, Naomi Scott, and Ella Balinska to come back. And to be honest, I like Elizabeth Banks. I wanted to see another Charlie's Angels movie with new girls, whatever the case was, but that movie was not good. And Kristen Stewart is the last person y'all should be putting as an action movie star. I mean, yeah, just because you're a bulldog in real life don't necessarily mean you can pull off action and all the stuff. Unless I guess you look like Gina Carano or Ronda Rousey. Cool. I'm sure y'all heard they're gonna be fighting over there on the Netflix. When is that? In April? I think. I don't know if I'll be watching that, but we'll get into that story later when we get to that UFC fighter that decided to go in on her and Bad Bunny. So the first two movies that came out with the Charlie's Angels films with Drew Barrymore, Lucy Liu, and Cameron Diaz, that was directed by McG, who I believe I heard is producing the new Baywatch series with David Chokachi coming back and Stephen Amell playing Hobie. We talked about that the other day. So I like the Charlie's Angels, the McG Barrymore one, because it was like popcorn entertainment, like a popcorn film, bubblegum entertainment. It was just cheesy, it was disposable, it was stupid, but not in a bad way. It was stupid in a campy fun way. And it was just like a good time at the box office. And if it kind of goes back to that vibe where it's just like, it's a straight up action movie, but it doesn't take itself seriously, I think people will come in and actually enjoy it. Now, y'all got to find some girls if y'all trying to pass the torch to a new set of angels and then kind of do like a little legacy thing. Don't be corny like them Ghostbusters movies, please. But if y'all can find a way to balance like maybe like Cobra Kai, where you find a way to balance the legacy characters with a new generation of angels and have them come up in there, that maybe there's a reason these angels retired and something happens where they got to come in and have a moment or transition in between or whatever about while you're introducing these new girls. And I already said, like, when I was thinking about who would be a good angel, and I know there's a lot of people starting to pick this up after I said it first. The first thought about it, I was like, Sydney Sweeney, I think, is such an obvious choice where she should play an angel. I also heard people floating around Charlie XCX's name, which that might be good because then you can get her to write the theme song. So maybe Charlie XCX will be good in that because she's trying to get her acting on, and she could be like the self-deprecating angel. And then you got her up in there doing stunts or whatever the case is. So she might be a good choice. We just got to find a third girl. Oh, I said Kiki Palmer. We should have. So now it's like Sydney Sweeney, you got Charlie XCX, and Kiki Palmer. And there's your three. Because Kiki Palmer just recently said she want to do horror. She wants to do more horror films in the vein of like Jamie Lee Curtis, where she could be doing like 6, 7, 8, 9 of them movies. She just said that in a recent interview with Variety. So I'm like, why is she trying to be a new Scream Queen? I mean, no pun intended, because she was on the show Scream Queens. It would be good to see her possibly be an angel, but they got to figure all that out. But I would definitely love to see the original theatrical angels in the next film, but you bring in a new set of girls that's going to come in and they pass the torch to, because I would think that would be what it is they want to do. Bring in the nostalgia fans like myself who remember seeing the movie 20 some odd years ago, and then you bring in a new generation of girls that this new Gen Z and whatever would be interested in wanting to see them on the big screen. So there you have it. That is the rumor right now. It hasn't been set in stone yet because, first of all, a script hasn't been written. But this is what Jeff Snyder is apparently saying, that the original cast of the films is going to be coming back to be in this new film. I mean, in the third film, or is it a reboot? I can't even. I don't even know what to call it at this point. But I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Would you like to see Drew Barrymore, Cameron Diaz, and Lucy Liu come back for another Charlie's Angels film, but in a way, I guess, just pass the torch. They'll have a prominent role, but just pass the torch down to the new set of angels. And who would they get to play Bosley? So throwing a name for Bosley, and also throwing a name of who y'all would like to see be angels in the new generation of angels in this upcoming sequel, rebootquel, whatever you want to call it. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments on below. Well, I heard some rumor that they were talking about the possibility that they might end up trying to turn it into a series. I would think that it'll work better as a series, but it might be hella expensive to get somebody like a Midnight or an Apollo. Because I thought that would be a great idea for them to have um that up in there. Oh, I hope you have a wonderful day. Well, thank you, Jack. Yeah, I hope they don't F up Batman. Not happy tariffs illegal day. I mean, please, everything that man does is illegal. But I was like, we could have told you that. You can't be out here putting tariffs on shit. I was actually shocked it came from the Supreme Court. I'm like, oh, they finally found their balls. Hmm. Yeah, I saw that earlier. I was shocked it did. Oh, Trump probably already wrote like a 4-page letter on live social. Guilty pleasure. I love popcorn bubblegum. And me too. I love a fun popcorn movie. If you present it to me as what that is, I'm like, okay, this is what it's giving me. And you know what I think is going to be a good popcorn movie when it comes out? Damn, I forgot the name of it. That new movie that's coming out with Zazie Beetz, where she ends up at this hotel, I guess, as a maid, and they think like, okay, she's going to be like some sacrifice for the devil or whatever the case is, and they got all these Satan worshipers up in the building, and she literally is going to be fighting her way. Um, through the whole situation. I'm like, this is like a good one. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. That and oh my god, I'm starting to forget titles, but the other one was Samara Weaving and her sister and Sarah Michelle Gellar. All of them was up in there. I'm looking forward to seeing that too. I do love a good popcorn bubblegum film. The Spice Girls reunion came to a halt, and they go, "Oh Lord, here we go." I don't think that thing is ever gonna happen. So everyone agrees Mel B definitely destroyed the group. Mel B is annoying. Let her stay over there at America's Got Talent. Smart man. You said, what about the one of the? Oh yeah, I did say Melissa Barrera, but look, she about to do Broadway. So I don't know if y'all saw that story that I did yesterday. Yeah, she about to do Titanic on Broadway, which is like a parody of Titanic. So yeah, I was like, she could sing. I didn't know that, but apparently that's where she going. It's funny. Her and Simu Liu are both going to be on Broadway. Simu is doing Oh Mary, playing Mary's teacher, which was so inaccurate because when did they ever have Asian teachers back in those days of Mary Todd Lincoln? Like you said, but it's Broadway, so we going along with it. And Rachel Ziegler is about to come to Broadway to do Evita. Speaking of which, I saw her yesterday. She was at the Garden. There was a lot of people there. They had two of the girls from I Know What You Did Last Summer was there last night. Rachel Ziegler was there. Mary J. Blige was there. Busta Rhymes was in my section. Yeah, that's what I was like. That Buster? I almost had a Khalees moment. Buster, what it is right now. Buster, what it is right now. He said, no, the owners of Supreme Court justice were losing money. Oh, well, of course they are. So it's affecting their wallet, right? Yeah, Zazie Beetz has a new movie coming out. Hold on, now I gotta Google it because it's gonna bother me. Oh, yeah, it's called They Will Kill You, where she basically takes a job as a housekeeper at a high rise in New York City, unaware of the building's history of disappearances, and basically realizes that the community is basically a demonic cult. So it was a bunch of devil worshippers that live up in the building, and she don't realize that she's a what do you call it? They don't. I guess they don't realize that she. Oh, well, you know what? This might actually be good. Put her up in there. She could fight. We saw her as Domino, right? Wasn't that her name? In Deadpool, the second one. She was in that. She was good. And um in this upcoming movie, they will kill you. Like the action sequences up in there is crazy. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. So she realized she's in this place of like demon worshippers. She got to basically fight her way through there. And it was like, when did you learn how to fight? She was like, prison. I was like, exactly. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. And Ready or Not, Here I Come. I don't know why I couldn't think of that damn name. You know, I was told you I like watching women kicking butt. So it's good when we see that. But anyway, so let's move on. And let's talk about Jacob Elordi. So, Jacob Elordi's career is heating up now. Since Euphoria, he's been in a couple of things. Wuthering Heights is doing, I guess, relatively well at the box office. A lot of people was there during Valentine's Day weekend, just loving up on this movie. I heard he was really good in it. I heard Margot Robbie wasn't. From some people saying she was the weakest part of the movie, but nevertheless, the movie's doing well. Plus, he was also in Frankenstein, which I actually liked him, and I thought he was really good as Frankenstein's monster. So Jacob Elordi is definitely heating up to be like this really awesome actor, and I like some of the choices that he's been picking in regards to the films that he does. Well, word on the curb is that they're looking at him as to be getting a part in the upcoming X-Men film, which is rumored to be shooting later this year. Which, sidebar, I really think Sadie Sink is Jean Grey. They're not saying it, even though she's going to be in Spider-Man, the new Spider-Man movie. I think she's Jean Grey, but they want to act like, you know. So, and then I heard that it's a 4-year time jump with that film. So I'm actually looking forward to seeing that when it comes out. But so yeah, his name has been floating around. Also, I have also heard a rumor that that he took meetings to possibly be James Bond. That's great that you can take meetings, but do I think he's going to get the part? Honestly, I like Jacob Elordi, but not for James Bond. I think he's too tall. And yeah, you could probably do all the action sequences, but I really feel like him doing action would kind of be like watching Bill Skarsgård do action, where it's like when he was in that movie Boy Kills World. I actually liked that movie. I thought it was good. The problem is watching him do fight sequences, it just felt like um his legs are too long and he's too lanky. So it felt like he was kind of like trying to hold back because when your extensions of your leg, like when certain sequences where he's fighting like actual martial artists in there and they're shorter than him, and it's like you got these long legs, it's like it kind of limits you. So if you're like a little shorter, it looks much better on camera when that you're fighting versus somebody being overly tall. And to me, it's just like Jacob Elordi is way too tall. He's like 6'4". So I don't know if y'all would want to see if it would work to because he stands out. He's too damn tall. So that's kind of like my resistance of him being in the thing. But the rumors is with him, it hasn't been decided on who he could be possibly playing if this story turns out to be true. But the rumors are either Wolverine, which I'm like, no, he doesn't give Wolverine. I've always said that Daniel Radcliffe gives a better Wolverine, or but he won't do it. Taron Egerton, he has said that he doesn't want to do like big roles or whatever. But I'm like, sir, you have subjected yourself to just doing straight to Netflix movies. I think that it will behoove you if you actually played Wolverine. I'm not throwing shade at Netflix because I'm sure they make a ton of money doing those films. And that's what it seemed like a lot of A-list movie stars are moving towards, straight to streaming films, because it's harder to get butts in seats if you're a big name. Just look at the movie that just came out with Chris Hemsworth. It had Chris Hemsworth in it. The Crime 101 movie flopped at the box office, which I told you it would. But I just felt that. I'm like, people are not going to go to the movies to see this. A movie that kind of gives like that crime heat-esque vibe, people aren't going to pay to see that in the movies. Y'all want to see that at home and on Netflix. Hence why that movie, The Rip, with Tiana Taylor and Ben Affleck and Matt Damon did well on Netflix because that whole type of vibe, y'all rather watch that at home than in the theater. Although I'm sure it would have looked really good on a big screen. But most people are just like, they rather watch on home. And look, TVs have gotten so much better. The surround sound has gotten so much like you can create your own little IMAX Dolby studio in the confines of your living room. So people ain't really valuing the movie theaters like they used to. I mean, I like going to the movies depending on the film, but yeah, so is that. So let me get back to the thing because I feel like I'm going on a tangent. So apparently, they said the latest X-Men reboot casting rumors claims that Frankenstein star Jacob Elordi is being eyed for a role in the upcoming Marvel Studios movie helmed by Jake Schreier. In the post-Avengers Secret Wars MCU, which I need to also debunk this, a story came out that they're going to be splitting Secret Wars into two movies. It's not happening. They're not splitting it into two movies, which I don't think that I never believed that for a second that they were. I'm like, it might be cool if they were because you could split it off and you could be able to tell as much of a story as you want. But yeah, they're not splitting the movie. If you make that movie like close to 3 hours, we'll sit in the theater and watch it if it's good. I mean, I've sat in the movie and watched 3 hour movies before. Now, in the post event of Secret Wars MCU, the X-Men will almost certainly be Marvel Studios' biggest priority. Yeah, because Kevin Feige is a huge fan of X-Men. Including the team in the current franchise is easier than said than done, given that the rights of the characters only returned home in 2019. We've seen the odd mutant like Namor and Miss Marvel show up, but a softly rebooted MCU will make it much easier to put the X-Men front and center. That's going to give us an MCU with the Avengers, X-Men, Fantastic Four, and Spider-Man all existing within the same space. It's an exciting prospect, and one we anticipate being a game changer for Marvel's Merry Mutants. While the 20th Century Fox era X-Men will return in Avengers Doomsday, work on the reboot is already underway. Now, Thunderbolt's Jake Schreier is set to helm the movie, while Michael Leslie, known for The Hunger Games, The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, which I haven't seen yet, probably because I don't have stars and that's where it's only available. So the minute they start putting that movie out on other streaming services, maybe I'll get around to it, but I'm not spending money on no damn channel where it's only got one thing I want to see on it. Was tapped to write the screenplay in 2024. There have been a few casting rumors, none of which seem to have much merit. The latest comes our way from At My Time to Shine H, who reports that Jacob Elordi is also very high on Marvel's list for an X-Men role. The actor's star is on the rise. He first rose to prominence after appearing in Netflix's The Kissing Booth and HBO series Euphoria. He also made the leap onto the big screen with acclaimed roles in Priscilla and Saltburn. More recently, Elordi starred in Wuthering Heights and Frankenstein, the latter earning him an Academy Award nomination for Best Supporting Actor. So even though I don't feel like he's going to get the award, and I might be shocked if he does, but if he does, I'm like, great, he was good in the role. But at least he's still Academy Award nominee, and he could always vote on the Academy Award film. So even if he doesn't win, he's still in the Academy. So oh yeah, it was another thing. So the other rumor was that he might either be playing Wolverine, which I already gave you my choices for that, but also they were saying Cyclops. I don't see Cyclops. He's too tall for that. Yeah, his height does play a part in a lot of the things. I think maybe he'd be good as a villain or something. You know who my idea would be for Cyclops, and I feel like I mean, what was the other actor's name? Was it Ty Sheridan or something another who played him in the other X-Men films, when they had the younger versions? I would actually like to see. Damn, what is his name? Dylan O'Brien. That's who I want to play side. I'm like, Dylan O'Brien definitely needs a. I mean, I was gonna say definitely needs a hit. He just had one with Sin Help. But I would like to see him in something that major because I feel like Dylan O'Brien has been doing the work to get his career where he is. He deserves a big breakout. And yeah, Sin Help was a great movie. It did well at the box office. I would love to see him in something as major as the X-Men. And hopefully, he considers trying to be a part of that, unless he wants to be one of those I'm a serious thespian type. So I was like, where am I? Okay, so now they said that seeing that Elordi is Australian. So oh wait, they're talking about the James Bond thing. So yeah, he's Australian, so they might not hire him for that because they want actual Brits to play the part. But then I've heard that they've gone different ways. I mean, Sean Connery wasn't British, he was Scottish. I mean, do y'all consider that the same thing? Like, oh, he's from Scotland, so we'll technically hire him. Or was it a big deal that it has to be somebody that's British? But they said they've been more X-Men movies and there were Spidey movies or Fantastic Four movies, so a lot has been done. But again, because But what? But again, because it's okay, they fucked up in here. Now you're driving me crazy. Because it's almost a comic legacy onto itself. There's so much more to tap into it. And there's so many sagas within sagas for X-Men that's part of what we're talking about now. Of what okay, I'm tired of reading this because that don't make no goddamn sense. Y'all done fucked up the thing, and now it's hard for me to understand what the hell y'all talking about. But anyway, so I say all this to say overall, I like Jacob Elordi, not for Wolverine, if that's the rumor, or Cyclops, if that's the rumor. Wolverine, I already said, either Daniel Radcliffe or Taron Egerton. Cyclops, I would want to see Dylan O'Brien. If Jacob Elordi comes aboard, I think I would like to see him as a villain or something or another. I did see somebody say Mr. Sinister. Mr. Sinister might actually be a good pick for him. I could definitely see him doing that. So maybe that's kind of the direction they should go into if this turns out to be true. But I like Jacob Elordi. I would like to see him in something as big as an X-Men film or whatever. But if it is, I definitely would like to see him play. Um, yeah, Mrs. Sinister does definitely sound like a much interesting part for him to play because I don't think he wants to play like your conventional, regular, schmegular character. I think he always wants to play something where he could stretch. Because everybody talks about, oh, he's so good looking, so hot. But I feel like he's going to go more into the Brad Pitt direction. Where you remember when Brad Pitt was always getting, oh, he's so good looking, and people were so fixated on his looks, they always kind of treat him like he wasn't a good actor. And then there were parts where Brad Pitt would literally make himself look ugly, so y'all would take him seriously. He's like, I'm gonna crack up my teeth and I'm gonna do all this other craziness. So I could definitely see him like trying to be more of that type of performer. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? I mean, would you like to see Jacob Elordi in a X-Men film? And if so, who would you like to see him play? So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Mhm. Jacob Elordi was a big fan cast for Patrick Bateman, and you can actually see him play that. If they do the Luca Guadagnino uh American Psycho reboot, I would definitely love to see him play that part. You know who else I was thinking might be good for that role too? What do y'all think about Glenn Powell? Only because Glenn, you need a hit. If you can't figure out where you're going with your career, you're gonna end up like with a dead career because you keep picking movies that nobody cares about. Um, The Running Man flopped. This new movie you got coming out this weekend is gonna flop because I've heard bad things about it, and I don't think people even care. I remember I saw the trailer. I'm like, I don't care, but it's gonna flop. So all these choices are. I mean, I get you're producing Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Some people were saying, do you think that he might actually play Leatherface? I'm like, a hot Leatherface? That makes no sense. I wouldn't want to see him play that. Now, if they want to kind of do more of like make him the Matthew, remember when Matthew McConaughey did a Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie? If y'all want to find a way to make him play something similar to that, like some old, you know, kooky, crazy Texan that's a part of the family, maybe y'all could do that. But for the most part, it's like you really need to figure out like a real gritty, meaty role or whatever the case is, because these choices that you've been picking, your career is in danger. So you got to do better with your choices. Hassan, not poker. Hassan Piker called for the death of Camila Cabello for loving her Cuban heritage. Hassan, I love you, but you're in the wrong here. Camila is allowed to be proud. What's wrong with being Cuban? I mean, don't get me wrong. Don't even answer that. We know about the I will vote with Donald Trump type of Cubans. We don't pay them hoes no mind. Y'all getting exactly what y'all deserve with the way y'all voted. But people should be allowed to be proud of their heritage. Look, continue having a little beef. Wait, damn, I forgot. Who is it that he got a beef with? Well, he got a beef with everybody. But I forgot. I sent you that thing. It was funny. You sent me a video, and I sent you a video of the same thing. The Hassan Pike out here beefing with people in these streets. Tara Edgerton as Wolverine would drive. Not drive you feral. He said, I'm short, 5'7", but my limbs are long. The tip of my fingers nearly reach my Jesus. He probably would. I mean, but then again, 5'7", that would be considered short. He said Hillary Duff broke her silence. Oh no, I saw the video. Um Haley Duff's an idiot. That's all I'm gonna say about that. They said not want to sound like Elordi is getting attacked for being super protective of his craft. Like I'm an actor between him. So, like, I don't understand. Oh, weird. Why are y'all so mad over him being protective of his craft? So, like, I'm an actor between him and Timothy. It's which actor is no. I don't get. Here's the difference with Jacob Elordi. I really feel like he's very much shy, awkward, very much to himself. And it's just, I just think it's like a deep insecure type of thing. Timothy Chalamet gives me imposter syndrome. I don't get that from Jacob. Jacob to me feels like he's just a guy that just wants to do I just want to act. I don't care about all the extra bells and whistles. Yeah, I get the perks and everything, but I don't care about all that extra shit. Timothy Chalamet wants to have his cake and eat it. And I also get imposter syndrome and pretentious because the difference with them two is Timothy Chalamet is a nepo baby. He has a very famous uncle, I believe, that helped open up a lot of doors for him. Yeah, he went to the High School of Performing Arts in New York with Madonna's daughter and all these other celebrity kids, but he also had a lot of doors open for him to be able to have the career that he has. Jacob Elordi just seems like just a legitimate young actor who's still trying to find his way in a situation. So I don't know why people would even try to compare the two. You want to see him as Gambit? It's gonna be a good one. The problem is they're gonna have to find a way to separate that because Alan Cumming is in Avengers Doomsday as Gambit. So they gotta figure out how they can make that work. The problem with Camilla's statement is that it stems from a place of privilege. She pointed her fingers at everyone besides the regime. She can defend her country and she wants well, yeah, I agree with that. Then and another thing, people are side on Camilla because of some of the racist shit she said in the past. So that's why people be side eyeing these damn Cubans, especially her type, blaming it on the regime only and completely ignoring the dumbest embargo ever. Plus, the current actions of this administration is a choice. He on that Ozempic? I thought Shannon was already in shape, but no, I haven't seen a dramatic weight loss. Yeah, because he was chunky but funky earlier. And I always thought that he was kind of relatively in shape. Wasn't he in shape when he played Gambit in Deadpool and Wolverine? And the word on the street is he is going to be in Avengers Doomsday. So maybe that's why he did a lot of that slimming down. I don't know. I have to look. But I heard that he's in this movie. That's kind of like people are saying is trying to be like that show Adolescence that was on Netflix that everybody was freaking out about. So he did like a similar type of film of that. I just realized this whole time I've been sitting here and I didn't even have my phone charging. I was like, wait a minute, why my charger, which is in front of me, look empty? Because it is. But no, I had to definitely check that out about his whole little weight loss situation. Oh, all right, y'all. So we have one more movie topic before we get to all the gossip. So let's hurry up and get through that. And let's talk about Tom Cruise. I don't know if y'all saw the last Tom Cruise Dead Reckoning, whatever the hell it's called, but those movies were not good. The last two movies with Christopher McQuarrie were just trash. I was bored, especially with the last one. Now, don't get me wrong, the two major action sequences that was in it, the submarine sequence and what was it, the parachute and that whole situation, the plane sequence and everything, iconic. Tom Cruise did his big one with that. But I feel like and I've said this over the years before we got to this point of these movies not being all that great. The stunts pretty much have overshadowed the overall story regarding these films. So I feel like in so many ways that it pretty much hurt these movies. And I don't even know if this generation even cares about these Mission Impossible. I think it might be time to wait a couple of years. I've even said that what y'all need to do is maybe give it time rebooted as like a show on Amazon MGM or whatever. I don't know who. Oh wait, Paramount I think owns it. So I'm like, why don't y'all put money into it as a TV series, maybe 8 to 10 episodes, ground it, have some cool action sequences, do all the face mask and cloak and dagger stuff that y'all do, and do that. And then maybe down the road revisit a movie. But I think at this point we need to Tom Cruise, you getting a little too old to be doing them crazy stunts because you in your 60s. But then again, I think it's different because y'all like a lot of these old men and stuff doing shit in these films. Because there is a new movie that's coming out with Bob Odenkirk. That's an action film, not those nobody films, but it's a new action film that he's doing. I forgot the name of it, but I'm hearing great things about it. But anyway, and then also there's another action movie coming out with Chloe Grace Moretz and Walton Goggins that is kind of like in that John Wick type of universe that I was remember hearing a story about the plot. I was like, oh, this is gonna be a good one. But then I found they were being cast. I'm like, okay, it's definitely gonna be good. So nobody has an issue with older people doing action. It looks pretty cool when you see people who are aged up that are people of a certain age doing action. So, nevertheless, now they're thinking about doing a ninth film with Tom Cruise coming back and Chloe Zhao, who did The Eternals, which was not a good movie, and also recently Hamnet, which has been nominated for multiple Oscars. They want to bring her on to direct. So let's get into the story. So, according to Comic Book Movie, they said at its title clearly suggests Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning was billed as the last movie in a long-running action franchise. But spoilers ahead, with Ethan Hunt still alive and kicking. Who said that he was going to die? You know that man got plot armor. And kicking when the credits rolled, the story was left open to continue. While The Final Reckoning was far from a box office flop, it was considered something of a financial disappointment following the massive success of the previous MI movies. And it was generally assumed that Cruise, Christopher McQuarrie, and everyone else involved had decided to leave well enough alone and call it a day. However, a report from Demois, and take that with a grain of salt, but they the same ones that outed Hudson Williams as being a heterosexual gay gasp, claims that Cruz is eager to light the fuse again and has reached out to a new writer slash director to work on the project. According to the insider, Cruz has enlisted Chloe Zhao to write and direct the ninth movie in the Mission Impossible franchise, and the pair have already workshopped a treatment. DeuxMoi primarily reports on celebrity gossip, but also has broken some pretty big movie related stories in the past. Still, this sounds more than a little far fetched, so we wouldn't put too much stock into it just yet. If Zhao is really in line to direct a new Mission Impossible movie, we're sure the trades will pick up on it fairly soon. Well, here's the thing with the difference with the trades and little sites like DeuxMoi or World of Real or any of the other smaller conglomerates. The trades are at the mercy of the studios. So in the only way they release stuff is if the studio gives them permission to write the story, they give them the heads up, and then they release it. So that's what usually happens with it because they want to remain in good graces with these studios. And so you'll hear a story that'll come from a Jeff Snyder, or Daniel RPK, or Demois, or whatever, and then weeks later, the story will come out. I'm like, wait, didn't they already announce this? Didn't they already release this? I guess because they had to wait until the studios gave them the permission to come out and say that this is what's going on. So y'all talking about wait for the trades. We already know what the trades give. And that trades, in case people don't know, would be Variety, Deadline, Hollywood Reporter, Entertainment Weekly. Those are the trades. And so let's see. Do you think this is true? I don't. And only because it's a little too early to say this. The movie came out last year. I saw it in the movie. Wait, did I see it in the movies? I'm trying to remember. I don't remember where oh yeah, I did see it. I did see Mission Impossible. I saw it in IMAX. At Lincoln. Same IMAX I'm gonna go to when Scream 7 comes out. So, and that's the big one. So, because I want to see that, I want to see Ghostface on that big ass screen. So, um, yeah, I saw it in the theater. Looked great, especially the big scene with the plane. I loved watching that scene on a big screen. And so, but it was 3 hours. I'm like, Jesus, this movie is long. And it was just a lot of talking. And don't get me wrong, I like the talking and the acting and all that other stuff to go with my action, but y'all need to kind of like balance it out. It took way too long for them to get to the action sequences in the last movie. And so, and then the thing with the entity, which is supposed to be AI, and I just don't really feel like if you're going to go and talk about technology and the dangers of technology, really go there with these stories. I hate when y'all use things as a plot point, but y'all really don't dive into the dangers of okay, this supercomputer and how it has all your information and things like really get in the muck of those stories. But they didn't want to do that because Tom Cruise wants to spend a year training to do some stupid stunt so he can pat himself on the back and say, yeah, I did that. I did 8 takes of myself, going down paragliding with a parachute as it's on fire on the top of a plane. Like that's what he wanted to sit up there and do and just pat himself on the back because he did that crazy stunt and didn't die because Zeno kept his ass alive. So I would like to see Chloe Zhao. No, to wrap all this up, I would love to see Chloe Zhao direct a Mission Impossible movie. I definitely think we should see more women directing action movies. Just kind of like the thing with Elizabeth Banks when she directed Charlie's Angels, except that Charlie's Angels movie was terrible. Um, and we want to see more women action stars in like a Mission Impossible. Like for instance, I would love to see a new Mission Impossible, but if you're going to put a female in it, because I love Rebecca Ferguson, I was pissed when y'all killed her off. She was like the best part in those films, and I always hated the way y'all treated the women stars in the Mission Impossible movies. Felt like y'all wasted Maggie Q in the third one. Y'all wasted Robin Thicke's ex-wife, was it Paula Patton? The best, though, I felt like the strongest female character y'all had in the film in the Mission Impossible movies was Rebecca Ferguson, and I felt like yeah, she had her moments, but in that last one, the Dead Reckoning Part One, I was mad the way y'all treated her character up in that, and I'm like, whoever came with that decision, probably Christopher McQuarrie, y'all irritated me. But um, if when they decided to bring us another one, who I would like to see in there, I would love to see Priyanka Chopra Jonas. First of all, I've been seeing her in a lot of stuff where she's been popping up in action parts. She's really good in it. She has a new movie coming out, I think, next week on Prime Video with Carl Urban. I think it's called Bloody Mary or something or another. I think is the name of the movie. But I just saw the trailer again yesterday, and I was like, when does this movie come out? Because I was watching Prime Video. Because I don't know, for some reason, I want to watch Maniac Cop again. And I think it's because they have a book coming out about the movies, which I'm gonna remind me I have to order it. So I was like, I'm in the mood to watch this. So I put it on late last night. I was up 2 a.m. watching Maniac Cop for the 500th time. And that trailer came on because they like to play little ads before you can, and then you could skip it. But I was watching it and it came on. I was like, oh yeah, when does this movie come out? So I sat and watched it all the way through. It comes out next week, I think Monday or Tuesday, or whatever. But I would like to see someone like a Priyanka Chopra Jonas in um, a Mission Impossible movie because she's beautiful, she's international, and we've seen that she could do action. So ever since Quantico, we knew like she was capable. She could be like a really good action movie star. So I guess we could follow the rumor in the meantime. But yeah, I just think we need a couple of years for Paramount to recover before they could even consider wanting to bring back another Mission Impossible movie, especially one starring Tom Cruise. Especially after that last two movies did not do well financially for the studio. So, oh, that's the wrong one I wanted to take out. It was this one. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Whatever your thoughts are, would you like to see another Mission Impossible movie, especially one starring Tom Cruise coming back, or do you think it's time to just rejudge and start over and reboot this entire franchise with a new cast? And maybe I guess if Tom Cruise has dibs on it, he could just be a producer in name only. Same kind of like Amanda Seyfried in The Housemaid, because she said she didn't know she was a producer on the film until she watched it. She said, I ain't do shit. That was her words. I kid you not. She said, I ain't do shit. I just did the movie. And they gave me a producer credit. I told her there would be people out here in name only a producer. But I like Amanda. Amanda's in her I don't give a fuck era. She just be saying whatever and just be cracking me up. She don't give a damn. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Oh, you said it was for a movie role. Well, no, I haven't seen those pictures. If you have them, definitely send them to me so I can see what he looked like. I'm like, damn, how much weight did he lose? Hopefully he's not doing that stuff where it's like, who was the actor that was doing that? There was, you know how some actors like, Christian Bale with all that shit. Oh, I'm gonna lose 100, 200 pounds, and I'm gonna just be real. Oh, Jared Leto would do that stuff too. Oh, I'm gonna lose all this weight so I can look like, so I can play an AIDS patient, and then literally they look emaciated. Or I'm gonna eat and be 300 pounds because I'm gonna play an overweight person instead of just you sitting in for hours in a makeup chair and being in a fat suit. I'm like, I don't give a fuck. Y'all gonna put me in this fat suit? I'll sit here for 8 hours, do what you gotta do. Anyway, in hell, I'm fucking up my health just so that way I can win an Oscar. Because imagine I do all of that and I don't win no Oscar. Now I got high blood pressure and diabetes and all kinds of ailments in my ankles and my knees, and all of a sudden I got cankles. Then I'm unhealthy and I got all kinds of issues going. I'm like, I'm not doing all that now for no damn role. Back in the day, you had to do all of that. You ain't gotta do that now. So I wonder if that's what that. If he, I hope he's not pulling one of those. Oh, it's for the Roof Man. Wasn't he in good shape for that? That's out already. I think Roof Man is on Prime Video and Paramount Plus because I saw it was up there. I saw it was on Paramount Plus, but I think it also might be on Prime Video. Also, that other movie that I mentioned with Glenn Powell's on Prime Video and Paramount Plus, um, The Running Man, where you get to see his cheeks up in there. I haven't seen Roof Man either. I need to take the time to actually watch those movies. Maybe I'll see it this weekend because I want to see The Roof Man. Um, there's a bunch of movies. I think Wicked for Good actually came out on Peacock today. I gotta see that too. There's so many movies I gotta watch. All right, y'all. So now let's get into this story. And this is going to be a kind of a messy one. And this is like a 30-year-old case. Look like they're trying to reopen it. Let's get into this Kurt Cobain story. So apparently there was a story that was going around, and I totally forgot to bring this up, but Onyx brought it to my attention. So I was like, let me check. As I told you, I was going to look into it. And so now we here with the story. So there's a Seattle cop that has a book coming out. I think it's like a fictional book about a rock star or whatever the case was. But he was on that case in regards of, the whole Kurt Cobain unaliving of himself and that sort of thing. But now he coming out saying that that's not what happened, that apparently rumors is floating around that Kurt actually may have been red rummed. We got to choose words wisely when we on this show because you know how the algorithm, you know, police like to come for me. I'm trying to find a word to kind of, fixate what I'm trying to say. So it's a little trigger warning, but we all grown here. We ain't got to do trigger warnings and close and what is it? This story is rated R for violence, subject matter, and sexual situation. Well, we ain't got to do all that shit. We all adults. We can. I can be as unfiltered as I want. Hence the title of the show being called Chris Avalon Unfiltered. So according to this story, this is from the Daily Mail. They said Kurt Cobain was found lifeless in a greenhouse attached to his Seattle home, and within a few hours, investigators declared his death a suicide. Now, a retired Seattle police captain has claimed that the physical evidence from the Nirvana frontman's death scene does not add up, alleging the case was mishandled and staged to look like he took his own life. But I wonder who actually had something to do with that. Like, why would they stage it? Neil Lowe, who spent 50 years with the Seattle Police Department, which would be SPD for short, and was asked by his chief to audit the Cobain case in 2005, told the Daily Mail he believes investigators failed to treat the rock star's death as a potential homicide properly. Saying, quote, I'm just not buying that Kurt did that to himself, he said, describing the SPD investigation as botched. However, Lowe did not work on the initial investigation and it was not conducted at the assigned precinct. Okay, so I take it back that he didn't work on the case. Now, he cited that he described and as anomalies in blood evidence, the violence of the shotgun wound, and alleged inconsistencies at the scene. Lowe, who retired in 2018, discussed inconsistencies within the autopsy and SPD reports, including missing notes, omitted witness observations, and conflicting details about events leading up to Cobain's death. One thing about report writing is the human error factor: misheard, misunderstood, transposed thoughts, and forgotten details, says Lowe. They were led astray. I might have fallen for it too, but now I think it's a homicide, and I do think the case should be reopened. Now, when asked what process were conducted to determine whether Cobain's death was a suicide before the toxicology and autopsy were completed, the SPD told the Daily Mail Kurt Cobain died by the S word, that's what we'll have to call it in here, in 1994. This continues to be the position held by the Seattle Police Department. Cobain passed away on April 5th at age 27 from a pow-pow wound to the head, and it was from a shotgun. His body was found 3 days later by an electrician installing security lighting at the house. At the time, the King County Medical Examiner ruled his death a S word by a Remington model 11-20 gauge shotgun, as the weapon was found in his arms by a suicide note in a nearby potted plant. That conclusion has been upheld for more than 3 decades, despite recurring alternative theories surrounding the rock star's death, including a recent paper from a group of independent researchers that claim the evidence points to homicide. While Lowe's comments echo some of the theories, they are unusual coming from a senior law enforcement figure and one who says he initially accepted the suicide ruling. The ex-cop was a commander for the South Precinct at the time of Cobain's death before being promoted to captain about a decade later. Uh, I've read the case and I can tell you what the evidence says because that's what I did for a living. And it does not say the S word, said Lowe, who wrote the book Crazy Love, sharing his take on Cobain's case. The retired police captain was given full access to Cobain's file and the evidence collected at his death scene during the 2005 audit. During the case, a police officer or internal investigator conducts a thorough and objective review of investigation, checking that procedures, evidence handling the records meet legal and department standards. And they're showing this inside this little drawer. I think it was a heroin kit. So the medical records indicated that the amount of because they said that the amount of the opioid that he was injected with would have made it impossible for him to take his own life because it was roughly 3 times the lethal dose. So if you had roughly 3 times the lethal dose of heroin in your system, how would you be able to blow your brains out with a shotgun? How? Sway is what they're saying. So if you actually go to my website, chrisavalon.com, where it uses the same headline, I have all the pictures there of the heroin kit and what was it? It said confidential, do not copy, which basically said ticket from Seattle to Los Angeles dated the 30th of March. Examination of the miscellaneous papers in the left front pocket reveals some writing in black ink reading Remington 20 gauge 2.34 shells or shorter setup for light shot. And then it says a bunch of numbers. And it says an ambient temperature of 61 degrees is recorded at 11:30 hours, and a core temperature of 61 degrees is recorded at 11:40 hours. Other observations of the scene include an expanded 20 gauge yellow shotgun shell to the left of the body, and lying adjacent to the right of the body is a cigar box with a hypodermic insulin type needle contained within. Well, that's what they use to shoot up. In addition to a small glycine piece of plastic paper is located to the left of the body containing a small residual um, black farm body tar-like material. There are numerous shards of glass present across the floor of the atrium, and those appear to have come from the pane of the glass at the door where paramedics obtain entrance to this secured room. I depart the scene with Dr. Ray, and it's spelled REAY, at 1200 hours. So that's what all it is. Then it goes into more graphic detail. I think it's the autopsy report. It says a large drying puddle of blood to the left of the victim and obvious trauma to the head. There is a Remington M11 20 gauge shotgun between the victim's legs with the barrel pointed towards his head and his left hand wrapped around the barrel. The shotgun is inverted with the trigger and magazine trap door pointing up. The barrel end is just above his bolt line. There is a spent 20 gauge shell casing on top of the brown corduroy jacket, which is on top of a beige nylon shotgun case. These adjust to the left of the victim and under one of the stainless steel garden trays. There are several cigarette butts on the floor and a 3/4 full can of Barca root beer. Or is it Barks? I don't know, because the way they type it is like it's hard to read. Wait, isn't that BARQS? That is, oh yeah, that is a root beer. I've had that before. Um on the floor of the area of the victim. Cobain's wallet was open and his driver's license showing. Off Lewandowski exposed the driver's license to verify identification of the victim. There was also $120 in cash on the floor to the right of the victim with a cigar box. This cigar box contained narcotics, paraphernalia, syringes, burnt spoons, cotton, and small pieces of what looked like black tar. There is a brown paper bag containing 22 live 20 gauge shotgun shells. The box is marked that it contains 23 shells. The bag containing the shells is on the floor of the victim's left foot. On the floor to the victim's right is the same area as the cigar box in is a hat, two towels, the $120 cash, the wallet, the pack of cigarettes, a lighter, and a pair of sunglasses. Inside the jacket pocket is a receipt for the purchase of the Remington 20 gauge shotgun serial number 1088925. The purchase price is $308.37, and the receipt is dated 3/30/94. The purchaser was Dylan R. Carlson. Well, I don't know who that is. They got his address in here and everything. Um, from Stan Baker Sports, which I'm not going to say the address and all that other stuff. So, these items, the other items on the floor and the more were and the note, sorry, because it's like I told you it's typed and this is like it's a little worn, so it's hard to like try to read some of this. And the note were photographed using the 35 millimeter and Polaroid cameras. Then it said 11:05 hours. Investigator Dave Delgado, Dr. Nick Hartshorn. I think it says Hartshorn. I think is what it says. And Dr. Donald Ray, REAY, of the King County Medical Examiner Office arrives at the scene. Dr. Hartshorn will be conducting the initial examination of the victim. Dr. Hartshorn takes his photographs and then begins the on-scene examination of the victim. And it goes on and on and on and so on and so forth. Um, so basically what they were saying is like, yeah, the process is designed to ensure accountability, highlight training needs, and confirm that the case can support a successful prosecution. And then they said the audit is not conducted to change the original ruling of the case. So if they go and start looking into all of this, I mean, what do you expect for them to happen? Because I have like the case investigation report. Also, there was some more that said, made a return phone call to Wendy, superintendent of Gray Top Taxi. She said that she received a phone call from a woman who identified herself as Courtney Cobain. She said that Courtney inquired about any Gray Top cabs that went to their address. She advised that a driver by the name of Wodajo Abaye, I think is how it says, went to 171 Lake Washington Boulevard on 4/2/94 at 0730 hours. He picked up a person who he thought did not match with the residents. He drove around looking for a place to buy bullets, but was unable to find one. This male told the driver that he recently had a burglary and needed the bullets. At 8:30 hours, 0830 hours, the driver dropped the man off at in the area of 145th and Aurora because he said he was hungry and wanted to get something to eat. The man's fare was $27. Wendy said that she was not sure about the female caller as she spoke in a very slurred manner, probably because she was hiding cooted around, as if she was on something or drunk. The female caller gave the phone number of, and it's redacted, it said new unlisted number of Courtney Cobain for the superintendent to call with the information. Wendy was advised that this information could be passed on to Courtney if it was found that the request actually came from her. She also stated that she had received many requests for information from the press, and at present time, she does not plan on giving out any information. So they were showing a lot. Don't tell me that they actually had pictures, because I'm looking at it too on my website. Um, it has pictures of Kurt's lifeless body, but it's like you see his arm, you see a little bit of his stomach. It looked like he got like one of those. hospital gowns on with some denim jeans. So, and it is like blood on the thing. And then it shows like a suicide note that was in a plant because you see the green leaf in the background and it's like the one of the sticks is holding it up or whatever the case was. So you see the suicide note. They got all this information up in here. So someone asked, they said, why do the shotgun to the face thing? He asked. He was not a violent person. I think he would have been satisfied with a less violent way. But medical records indicated that the amount of heroin found in cocaine system was roughly 3 times the lethal dose. He said that for someone to inject that much, assistance would likely have been required given the sheer volume involved. Lowe criticized the original police response, arguing that the scene was not treated as a potential homicide. He raised concerns about whether proper forensic procedures were followed, such as collecting DNA, scraping Cobain's nails, or preserving the scene adequately. This situation, he said, resembles crime scene tourism, with too many personnel allowed inside. And so they were like, yeah, there was too many people walking around. Evidence might have been tampered with, and they don't necessarily know, like, stuff could have been messed up. But yeah, all these years, because I remember I think I was in high school when Kurt Cobain died. When I had found out, I just started high school. And so, in like 94. So, um, yeah, hearing about that and all this other stuff, it was a sad moment because I remember there was a girl in my class that loved Nirvana. She was a huge Nirvana. She loved Kurt Cobain and she loved Trent Reznor from Nine Inch Nails. Those were the two. So, hearing about this is like crazy because we've all come to the conclusion that yeah, he took his own life, and we thought it was just like because he hated the fame, he was doing the drugs, all this other stuff, and just didn't want to deal with a lot of the what came with the fame and stuff, and unfortunately he took his own life. So that's what we were led to believe. But I'm saying, like, if there's a way that you feel that they need to reopen the case, then I guess do what you got to do to make it happen. But now coming with all these conspiracy theories, I just think that opens up old wounds that some people don't want to deal with, including, like, I'm just thinking about Frances Bean because that's her father. Like, she probably barely remembers him except for like little clips and things and pictures and things she may have seen online. But she was an infant when he went out. He decided to no longer be in the union. Now, speaking of Courtney, um, let's get into that because we could add that to the docket. I was gonna make it two separate things, but I was like, no, we'll talk about it because um, when I went over and I saw this story from what was on Hola, that's where it was. They was basically saying that, like, yeah, how she's feeling about the homicide report because I heard she recently got into a car accident or something or another this week. Now, Kurt Cobain's death in '94 left millions of fans devastated and mourning. There have always been conspiracies surrounding his death, one of the most popular surrounding his wife, because a lot of people did believe. I remember over the years, like, I knew people that hated Courtney Love and thought like she had something to do with his unaliving because they thought literally she was the Kurt Cobain where Yoko Ono was the John Lennon, basically, if you want to kind of wrap it up in a nutshell. She was like kryptonite. Damn, and a lot of people didn't like her. Like I mean, I liked Hole. I liked a lot of their songs. I liked Doll Parts. I liked the song that she came out with. She has a lot of great songs. Celebrity Skin, when that album came out, I wore it out. I remember when I was in high school when that album came out, I wore it out. So, um, so I like Courtney. I've always been a fan, but I know a lot of the girls hated her. But anyway, so Cobain died on April 5th, 1994, at 27. We already went through that. And they said that his death was ruled a suicide by the King County Medical Examiner, but a newly published unofficial forensic review is challenging that conclusion, claiming that evidence may instead point to homicide, reviving decades-old theories. Love has long been blamed by members of Nirvana's fan base, accused with no evidence of orchestrating Cobain's death for control of his estate, claims she has reportedly denied. An insider tells the Daily Mail that for Love, the renewed scrutiny feels painfully familiar, saying over the years and decades since Kurt's death, she has heard every story about his death, how it was her fault, just one misery after another. She loved him more than anyone else she has ever been with, but now that there is another conspiracy of how he died, it is her version of Groundhog Day. While many are eager to see what the investigation can bring, the source said that she would love for Cobain to be able to rest in peace, but it looks like that will never happen. And as the years continue, it will be something else. Amid the headlines, the insider explained that Love is going to choose to honor him instead of reliving the horrible moment in her life and not give it any life it doesn't need. Now, back in 2011, she expressed her anger over his taking his own life, telling Vanity Fair, if Cobain came back right now, I'd have to kill him for what he did to us. He said, I'd effing K word him. I'd fucking, wait, she said, oh no, she said, I'd fuck him and then I'd kill him. He tried to unalive himself 3 times. He OD'd at least 5 times. So he was trying to find ways, I guess, to take his own life. Now, they said the investigation conducted by an independent private sector team of forensic scientists re-examined Cobain's autopsy and crime scene records and concluded that several elements were inconsistent with the S word. Now, among them, blood patterns, damage to Cobain's mouth, the condition of his organs, and the positioning of the weapon. One of the researchers, crime scene reconstruction expert Brian Burnett, reportedly said that after reviewing the materials, this is a homicide. We've got to do something about this. The team's peer reviewed paper alleges that Cobain may have been incapacitated by a forced heroin overdose before being pow-powed, with the scene later staged to resemble suicide. Independent researcher Michelle Wilkins argued that organ damage and signs of oxygen deprivation were more consistent with OD than an instantaneous pow pow death. The necrosis of the brain and liver happens in an OD, it doesn't happen in a pow pow death, she said. Official authorities, however, are not persuaded. Both the King County Medical Examiner's Office and the Seattle Police Department reiterated that they are not reopening the case, standing by the original determination that cocaine died by the S word. Now, among the investigation, Love was spotted out in LA on a casual walk with a friend and her dog, her first public sighting since the news broke. She wore a striped jumper with and a blue satin miniskirt, looking relaxed. They also noticed a diamond ring on her left hand, which had people speculate, is she engaged? So, but she's not engaged. So maybe she just likes walking around with a little ring on her finger. Courtney out here living her best life with her little Pomeranians, her wrinkly knees, because I'm looking at the picture as we talk. I just didn't put it in here. But I hate the fact that now we've all got this in our head, and now we're sitting there thinking, is it a possibility that Kurt Cobain didn't take his own life, that it was some type of setup? And if it was, who do you think it could have been? I mean, there should have been more than one kind of fingerprint, because as high as Courtney is, if y'all trying to assume that it was her, she wasn't clever enough to wipe down a shotgun and to make sure her fingerprints wasn't on it, to set it up that she would take his life and then make it look like he did it to himself. People do all kinds of crazy shit when they high. So trying to reopen this and create old wounds and all this other mess, I don't know if it's worth it. I mean, if the medical examiner's office and the Seattle Police Department said they're not opening it, it's not going to happen. So people can just come up with their conspiracy theories and say all kinds of stuff that, yeah, what they said in that stuff is not necessarily the truth. Starting mess, because people have been still around here making up stuff and causing conspiracy theories regarding the deaths of Biggie and Tupac. And now it's like, now we got to think about Kurt Cobain or Elvis or whatever. Like, and even Michael Jackson. Like, y'all always will find an icon where y'all will go and come up with some crazy conspiracy theory with. So, do I believe this? I don't know. I'm just crazier things have happened at this point, especially with this regime, this political regime we're in. Like, they've kind of show you how deep the rabbit hole goes when it comes to money, power, and influence. Although this was the '90s, I don't see that Kurt Cobain and them would have even been in the same position to be doing some crazy stunts and shows, whatever the case is. So I don't know if I believe that. But my thing is, if you have any kind of inclination, evidence, whatever the case is, present it. Because if the Seattle Police Department is not going to do it, then maybe the people that are privy to this stuff can find a way to present this evidence. But my thing is, if the guy who wrote the book didn't work on the case, how you out here just spreading rumors and stuff just to sell a book? So I don't know. I guess just like the alleged evidence that this man is presenting, I guess we're just going to have to put it in a inconclusive file. So in the meantime, we'll just have to, yeah, as I said, inconclusive. So I say all this to say, what do you think of this story? Do y'all believe that it's a possibility that Kurt Cobain could have taken his own life, or do you just believe like, you know what? He was just, a drug addict that struggled with his demons. Let the man rest in peace. I'm kind of teetering on the latter. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Hold on. I was like, why is it not closing? I was like, Jesus, why are you not closing? Okay, it's closed. Let's see what the people are saying. Mm, 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 mm. Did you ever watch Soaked in Bleach? They try to make it look like, no, I've never even heard of Soaked in Bleach. I'm like, what is that? Yeah, Bart's is a root beer. And they also, oh yeah, I've had that because I've had it before. Um, when I worked, funny enough, you could drink that if you go to like AMC. Because I remember I used to when I worked there, I used to have to clean them damn um soda machines that y'all be getting all your little drinks out of when we were closed. And we would lock them shits because I know it's like the one thing I would hate is that you cleaning the machines and people want to come over and get a drink. I'm like, you can't say I just clean that shit. So we used to lock them suckers up so y'all couldn't get no more. But anyway, so Barks, you could definitely go in, and I remember I used to drink that when we went to AMC. But it was like if we had screenings or whatever, which they did, we would always leave like one dirty so that way we could all get our drinks or whatever, and then I guess whoever was there, they would just clean that at the last minute. But it was like, oh, you said Chris, the forensic investigative journalist. Okay. I wear many hats on this show. Oh, now that's crazy. The fact that I did this story on Kurt's birthday and didn't even realize it. First of all, that just goes to show that I was reading and wasn't paying attention. Oh wait, no, I told about when he died. I didn't know it was his birthday. But there are two sides of the coin. He openly told about sewers, not you writing his sewers in interviews, and he was clearly unhappy in his marriage with the compact thrower, not the compact thrower. Yeah, I would question Courtney, but they probably just gonna let it go. We'll never know. There are people who still believe, of course, there will always be people that will truly believe that she has something to do with it. Now that I think about it, Courtney would make an excellent choice. Yeah, I'm surprised nobody's played her. You know what would have made a great Courtney Love on Snatch Game? If Adora Delano ever came back to do the show, she could definitely do that. I mean, she did a great Anna Nicole. I would love to see her come on and do. She was going to do Jane Crouch, and I would have loved to have seen her do that. But then she quit in that episode, so we'll never. I don't know if we'll ever get to see it. But doing Courtney now that would be perfect because that's kind of like in her wheelhouse. As a big fan of his music and art, I wish people would let that man rest in peace. Did you see people question if he wasn't trans? I mean, he like wearing dresses on stage. Kurt was just out there where the buses don't run, and I'm not saying that in a bad way. He just did his own thing, and he loved RuPaul. He was a huge RuPaul fan. Well, isn't all soda got caffeine? First of all, that's some good root beer too. Kurt will be 59. Katya would be a great Courtney too. Yeah, I could definitely see that if she decided to come back and do the show, but I don't know if she would though. All right, y'all. So now let's get to our next topic. And let's talk about top models. So you already knew, like, even after this show came out, that there was going to be more people coming out and talking about it and stuff. Particularly, I wasn't expecting. I don't know why, but I really wasn't expecting Eva Marcille to say something. And then she said something. I'm like, oh, okay. Of course, she said something when I'm at work and I can't do this thing. But it don't matter who tells it first. It's who's got the opinion whenever you want it to come out. So I don't think you always have to be the first to report something in order for there to have some type of validation. So as y'all know, Eva Marcel was one of the former ANTM contestants who won her season. And she came out recently and is one of the girls that's come out and is grappling with what she had watched in the show that it kind of is a show. It's 3 parts. That's over there on Netflix. So America's Next Top Model winner Eva Marcille says that she was amazingly horrified by the bombshell Netflix docuseries about the show because she had absolutely no idea such horrible acts occurred on it. The Cycle 3 winner, who appeared on the show in 2004 under her maiden name Eva Pigford, oh yeah, I remember Jeff, admitted she was gobsmacked after watching the 3-part series, Reality Check, hate the title, Inside America's Next Top Model. She said, I was in awe. My mouth was wide open. To be part of a club and not know what's going on in the club is crazy, Marcille said on CBS Mornings Thursday. I've lived my experience. I walked in my shoes. And though there is a level of relatability, one would assume someone having walked in the same shoes, I had no idea. Well, you probably had no idea because your experience on Top Model wasn't the experience of the other girls. Um, I can't even remember Eva's season. I mean, one of the things I loved about Eva, she had that Naomi Campbell walk. When she came out, I was like, okay, Miss Thing. Even though she's like what, 5'8", 5'9", like she was relatively short for model standards. And she went on to have a pretty prominent career. When she was acting and she was doing all these other things, and then she appeared in the Housewives of Atlanta and all that other stuff. So Eva's had a relatively great career. And now I think she back with the what is he, the pastor that she was dating, or no, the mayor. She was with somebody in politics. I forgot his name, but um, well, is the name last name Marcel? Oh yeah, and then she had a baby with that one that basically was out there using food stamps. Kevin McCall. She wound up having a baby with that clown. So they said the reality star who later joined the Housewives of Atlanta absolutely believes A&T producers knew about all the alleged wrongdoings that happened throughout the show's run, including alleged bullying, body shaming, and racial profiling, and even believes they fed into them at times. Absolutely. But everybody likes to make this excuse, but it was the times. That's how it was back then. I'm like, yeah, two things can be true at the same time. It was the times in the 2000s. I know I was there. I was watching these shows. I was even at a couple of points trying to get on these reality shows. And I already told y'all my stories regarding the whole reality show thing. And I think it was a blessing in disguise that it never happened to me, because I'd probably be a hot ass mess right now doing that same shit Kurt Cobain was doing back in the 90s, dealing with all the traumas of being on reality TV and how ruthless this industry can be and very cutthroat. So I totally I think it was a blessing in disguise that I didn't, that the many reality shows that I started on, that I tried out for, that it didn't happen. That when I tried out twice to be a VJ on MTV with that I want to be a VJ contest, that it didn't work out. It was a mess. And I remember them auditions was not cute. And if them shits leaked, I'd be upset because it was bad. And this is back in the day when I couldn't even fit, like trying to read a teleprompter. I was like, mm-mm. So they said the environment could not exist without producers aiding and abetting what it was going on. I've done reality show on every level. Housewives, I mean, I don't know what is going on in someone's life unless the producers tell me. It's a part of how things work. Now, in spite of all the allegations specifically made against the show's creator and host, Marcel thanked and defended her. She said, what Tyra set out to do in this business, I will always say, and especially for Top Model, initially she set out to change the world, to change what the modeling industry looked like, sounded like, felt like, and expected, and she did that for me. She also recognized that the supermodel apologized a million times for her actions on the show, but that the contestants she hurt don't need to forgive her, saying for the young girls that were sexually assaulted, and there was two of them. There was Shandy and Kenya. For the young girls that now have eating disorders or look at themselves and never feel beautiful, that little girl that will always live in the woman that is them, there is no sorry. I think that's big enough to truly feel and heal and kind of hurt. That kind of hurt. Now, one of ANTM contestants who have been extremely outspoken about Banks' mistreatment is Lisa D'Amato, who exclusively told Page Six that the TV host only participated in the docuseries to save face rather than take accountability. Well, yeah, and they were, and we'll get into that in a second when we talk about Jay Manuel and his overall thoughts and when they appeared on the Sherri Shepherd show. But yeah, the fact of the matter was, this was a opportunity for her. She was using this as an opportunity to do damage control, rehabilitate her image because people during COVID were watching the show and just like, ugh, some of the stuff in here is just not right and everything. And it's like, you're right. A lot of the stuff on those shows were hella problematic, but you have to realize like how reality TV was in those times. Reality TV was a no man's land. It was something that was relatively new. Nobody really knew what they were doing in regards to that stuff. The producers, because it was a lot of shows where I told y'all with Fear Factor. Fear Factor was, they're eating and what is it, bull testicles or whatever the case is, or all kinds of crazy, or they're trying to get shit and you got spiders falling all over you. And they even incorporated that in the challenge. Like I noticed they try to bring a little of that Fear Factor stuff up in there. And then they would want to zoom in on everybody throwing up. And I'm like, y'all really think this is cute? Like, I don't want to watch people throwing up. It's not attractive. So I would fast forward through all that. Or you would see them do all kinds of crazy stuff on these reality shows. You had to go in and with American Idol, where they wanted to see who could be the meanest. At one point, Angie Martinez was supposed to be on there as a judge, but she said, "I'm not doing it because I didn't want to be mean to the people that's on it. I don't want to crush their dreams." And Paula Abdul went through the whole show without having to be a bitch. So, but Simon Cowell, everybody wanted to be the Simon. Hence why they put Janice Dickinson up in there. And so you're sitting there calling girls who are not fat, where they're starting eating disorders. And now people who are watching the show are sitting there thinking like, well, damn, they're looking at me like, well, I see myself in this girl, but now you're telling her she don't look good or she's fat or this, that, and the other. And you're not realizing that you're causing what a lot of y'all critiques, while it's cute and stuff for the ratings and the people over there and the higher ups are eating this up. You don't realize that little girl at home that's watching the show that thinks that she wants to go and try to become a model and get out of poverty or whatever the case is, that you're damaging that person. So they think this is the standard because this is what the industry represents or presents. And yes, it is true. Tyra did set out to want to change. Maybe that in her mind, maybe she was, but then the real Tyra, it seemed like started to come out. Meaning that maybe she did want to change things for the industry and using this reality show to bring in all different types of women, all different shapes, sizes, races, colors, creeds, whatever you want to call it. But then reality hit because you're dealing with that asshole Les Moonves and all them people that's up in the cipher who are still trying to put those industry standards into your stuff. And you not fighting enough because you're a young Black entrepreneur who's now coming up in the trenches. Now it's like, oh, now you're going along to get along because you feel like if you fight a little too hard, they're going to keep pushing back and be like, okay, you keep it up. We're going to get rid of you and bring somebody in. But you can't do that when it's like she's the star. And people at home, we don't understand the politics and everything of the industry. So they'll probably protest like, if you get rid of Tyra, then we're not watching the show. So I don't think she realized her worth at the time, and hurt people because I do feel like that a lot of the stuff from Tyra, where she was enduring a lot of racism and sexism as a model in the industry, she was maybe on a subconscious level putting a lot of that energy on these young girls who are unaware of how this industry is. So now you're sitting there taking a lot of the stuff that you got hurt by these overlords in the industry, and now you're throwing it on these other girls. And it's not only that, but you got these other people that you're sitting up on that panel with that's doing it, if not like the same thing, if not worse, like Janice Dickinson and some of the other people that y'all had up there, where y'all all trying to compete to be who could be the messiest judge up here and say the most shadiest thing for a moment. I can't say for a click and a like because here's the thing: social media did not exist when America's Next Top Model came on. So kudos to you, Eva, for speaking out and saying what you said, because I feel like what you said was pretty much valid. Like, I like the idea that it's like, yeah, I'm acknowledging that these people have what happened to these girls happened on the show, and they have a right to not forgive her over her apology. Maybe she did apologize in other things, but it would have been nice if she could have owned up to her stuff in this in the docu-series, which the person that directed this said that this docu-series is going to happen whether or not Tyra agreed to do it or not. So for people thinking like, oh well, Tyra has something to do with this, no, she didn't, because I already told y'all that the Jays and Nigel already had signed on the dotted line before they even agreed to do the thing. They already had their I's dotted and their T's crossed and signed the contracts. When it came to Tyra, Tyra could either decide to do it or not, but she decided to use this as a way to possibly launch this show. But you trying to launch the show, I don't know if people care, especially when you didn't take any kind of accountability. But she wasn't the only one that should get blamed. So I don't know if we should solely blame her. It's a whole machine behind this situation. And when I play all that Hope Giselle clip, then you'd be like, I'm like, yeah, you spot on with everybody should take a little blame, even the Jays. And also not y'all all participated. So we're not all just gonna put it off on her. So, but Tyra, the root starts at the head. And you were an executive producer. I even came across this clip, and I tell you, everything resurfaces. And I'm gonna get into then we're gonna get into the Sherri thing. There was an old clip that came out from 2011 when she went on the Howard Stern show, and Howard, like, all of a sudden now the clip is floating around because I saw it on YouTube earlier today. And he asked her about the whole, like, she's like, I created the show. Um, she even admitted to the percentage. He threw it out there and she took the bait. She was like, "No, nah, I'm not going to admit." Then she admitted it. She owns 25%. So it's like pieces because all these other people that have a stake in the thing. So I'm like, Ken Mock, I'm sure owns a piece. She owns a piece. So she owns 25. I own 25% of this company. The RuPaul joke. But it was like, she owns only 25%, and she also said that she gets a percentage whenever she was spinning it off to other places. So when you had Germany's Top Model that Heidi Klum hosted, she gets a percentage. When she had Canada's Top Model, she was getting a percentage. So she gets pieces of the pie when she spins it off. So she has very much a stake in the business. So when she comes along and tries to blame all these other people, it's like, no, sis, you knew what was going on. So take some kind of responsibility. And I think that's what the overall frustration that a lot of people who was watching the show had to say. But what was irritating me was that there were these same people who I guess can't, lacks reading comprehension skills or even brain cells. Were like, but y'all be up in here glorifying baddies. Fuck does baddies or the Zeus Network got to do with this situation? Because I don't watch that shit. No, once upon a time. No, I'm not even going to say once upon a time because I never got into the whole baddies thing. I never got into the point of, oh, y'all literally trying to start fights because y'all want to go viral. I was never into those type of shows. I mean, yeah, back in the day, I used to watch Jerry Springer, but that was different. And then when they started getting ridiculous with the stuff, I was like, okay, I'm just not into that. But talking about Top Model and comparing it to like baddies or whatever, I'm just like, did you pull a muscle with that reach you just did? Like, come on now. So I was thinking about trying to make them two separate ones, but let's just transition into the next topic, which is, let's talk about Jay Manuel. So Jay Manuel basically was talking about how Tyra wasn't necessarily being real in her, in the docuseries that they just did over there on the Netflix. And he brought this up on Sherri Shepherd Show because they had the Jays on there. They had Mr. J, Miss J, and Nigel Barker, Miss J Alexander, and Jay Manuel. So they were all on there, but we'll get into that in a minute. But what I want to show y'all is Ms. No Neck up in here basically crying and making excuses for the Times and Tyra and all this other stuff. And I'm like, okay, you made some valid points, but I had to look at her, girl, this is probably why you're losing your damn show. Cause it was kind of telling with when you said, oh, the things they make you do in the hoops you have to jump through. I was like, okay, so was that what they had you doing over there at that show? Jumping through hoops so you can stay on the air and you still can keep the show on. So yeah, let's play this clip. And I'm gonna make it smaller, and we will come back and talk. We might get an ad or something in here, so y'all gonna have to bear with me. But please hold.
I've been up all night watching Netflix's documentary about Tyra Banks and America's Next Top Model. When I tell you I was hooked, I kept saying I'm going to go to bed when this episode is over. But then there would be a cliffhanger, and I said, okay, I'm just going to watch one more. A lot of people are angry at Tyra after watching this. The show did awful things to the contestants, and everybody, I think, expected Tyra to take more accountability. They had season 6 winner Danny Evans, if y'all remember Danny Evans. And Danny Evans talked about how she was pressured by Tyra into closing the gap in her teeth. So when Tyra tried to explain her point of view, Danny wasn't accepting it. Take a look.
That was between a rock and a hard place for me because there were agents that would tell me she will not work with those teeth. It's just not going to happen. That's what they told me. And again, I could have just been quiet and let them handle it. But that's hindsight is 2020 for all of us. It just so happens that a lot of the things that are 2020 for me happened in front of the world.
Bull. Anything like that closed is not opening any doors for me. You knew what you were doing for the show. If you were making good for TV at my expense.
What I hope to help you come to grips with.
Why is the ad
outcome
playing?
is
I knew that was
inescapable.
going to happen.
This is such a hard one. I understand why people are mad. I do understand. But I also say you have to understand the time that this all happened was in 2003. Reality TV was a wild, wild west back then. Every show was trying to outdo each other to stay on the air. We had people that were eating rats on Survivor. We had people getting in Nevada spiders on Fear Factor. Simon Cowell was telling people they sucked to their faces. I cannot forget that Tyra that was a young Black woman trying to make it in the reality TV game. Like it just, now we have a plethora of TV shows. We're not naive to what goes on behind the scenes in reality shows today. So we're trying to compare a time today that we know a lot to a time when there was nothing like this show on the air. We're not taking into account the battles that this Black woman had to fight just to stay on the air for other people to come on the air. In the documentary, they said no network wanted to pick up the show except UPN. Everybody said no. As a woman who was pitched a bunch of shows and tried to get her own talk show, I understand that. Let me tell you something. I bet you if Heidi Klum had shopped the show around and every model looked like Gigi Hadid, it'd have been picked up immediately. Immediately.
Well, you know what? I will give you that. She is absolutely right about that. If it was a white woman that came up with that idea, trust and believe they would have allowed that to happen. And Tyra was at the height of her career when all that was going on. So I will give her that. If Heidi Klum came out with that idea, did she create Project Runway? I'm trying to remember. I know she had a big hand in it, but I don't know if that was necessarily like she created it, but not like Tyra did Top Model. But I could definitely see like, yeah, if it was that and Gigi, all the girls look like Gigi, that definitely would happen. Because remember, Les Moonves didn't want a Latin girl on the show, and Tyra said that she fought. So I guess maybe she had to choose her battles, or kind of like, it's that thing when you go in on Black women and they kind of revert a little bit, like they don't want to go too on the thing, because y'all consider if Black women come out and do any little thing that rubs white people the wrong way, especially those at the top, then they're like, oh, you're being too aggressive, or she's a problem, or we need to blacklist. So she probably had to choose her words carefully. But what we're saying is that that's all good and granted. You could say like it was the times. Yeah, it was the wild, wild west. We're all aware of that. But just been like, I acknowledge we went a little too far on a lot of situations, but I apologize for slut shaming Shandy. I apologize for sitting there saying that Danielle won't get any bookings if she don't close that gap. But then seasons later, you find a white girl where you want to widen her gap, because all of a sudden you remember Lauren Hutton, who came out before both of these girls had a gap in her tooth and was successful. So you made the Black girl close her gap, but then you want to widen the white girls because she, I guess, is more palatable and accessible for these people in the fashion world to market. So all people were just saying is that just acknowledge the fact that y'all did some crazy shit on the show. A lot of people were traumatized by it. And it's like, and then I hate when people go and say, but y'all signed up for it. Yeah, I signed up on a show because I thought I was gonna be a model, and that it was gonna take me from poverty and I was gonna be successful. I didn't sign up for y'all to sit up in here and play mind tricks, to traumatize me, to make me walk through the fires of hell. Like, if we're doing it for a challenge, okay, fine. But you up in here trying to do psychological warfare on me and exploit things about me that's personal because y'all want a moment and you want ratings. They didn't sign up for that. Y'all knew the manipulative shit that y'all was doing behind the scenes. So two things can be true at the same time. Stop, like when y'all go and say, but you signed up for it, but you did it. It's like you're victim blaming. You can also call everybody out on the thing. A lot of times when you was that young, you're naive, your frontal lobe ain't fully developed. They don't know what they're getting into. And even years later, it was admitted that Tyra knew these girls wasn't going to be like a Naomi Campbell or even like a Tyra Banks. Because she was said it in the interview with Howard Stern. She was like, yeah, it's very rare when you get to be in a supermodel position or something, like having the career that she had or Naomi had, But for the most part, these girls can go on Chinese Vogue or whatever the case is, hit the covers of that. So you can go around the world and be incorporated in things and be successful. It's not necessarily, through um, being on American Vogue or being a muse for Anna Wintour or whatever the case. Like, you're not going to get that thing, or maybe you would. But so I just wanted to say that before we get into the rest of this, because we got to get. Then Sherri started with the waterworks, which had me cackling. I'm looking at her like, ma'am. But anyway, let's continue.
There's a lot of stuff that we did not know back then that would not have happened if the show aired now. People are blaming Tyra for allowing them to cut a black woman's hair wrong. I remember that when they cut the girls from New York and she was bald and they cut it, she had bald patches. We didn't have the sensitivities behind the scenes back then that we do now. Nowadays, if you have a black talent, they make sure to get black stylists. That's what we had to fight for to get. And I'm gonna tell you, I say this because I remember a time. See, now you see a lot of black women in shows. They used to call me the black girl who did all the white TV shows. That's the title I used to have because you didn't see many black women running around on sitcoms. And I booked a lot of those jobs. But there was a time I did a show and the white stylist, they thought my hair was too oily. It wasn't a wig. We didn't wear wigs back then. So it was my hair. And he thought it was too oily. He didn't know what to do. He poured a whole tub of baby powder on my hair to absorb the oil and then took the curling iron to curl it. Now here I was, a young black girl. I wanted the job. So I didn't have the power to go, stop. I do now. I got the power to fire people if they mess up my hair. I didn't back then. So I had to take it as my hair was frying. They didn't know what to do because my hair started frying. So they grabbed one of the stylists from the show Living Single because they were close to me. Her name was Julie. And she came over and she fixed my hair. And she said, my God, what did they do? I was in tears. That happened back in the day. That would never happen now. So back in the day, what people don't understand is the battles that this woman probably had to fight just to keep it inclusive. She came to them saying, I want a diverse cast. I want black women. I want Latin women. I want plus size women. And everybody said no because the industry standard looked like one thing. So she couldn't protect everybody, nor did she own the show. And I'm not saying that the show didn't do terrible things because it did. But I just want to think about it in the context of which it happened. And also there was another thing. There was no social media back then to hold people accountable. Social media is good and it's bad. But what social media does is it advocates for people. If there had been, because like Shandy said, nobody gave me a cell phone. Shandy was off because she had slept with somebody other than her boyfriend, was in a jacuzzi with other men. They would have, now if that show was on, they would have had an intimacy coach. They would have had psychologists and therapists on the show to help these girls. Back then they didn't know about any of that. So that's what I'm saying. It was a different time. And there were battles that she was fighting because you always think about the long game. I want the show to stay on the air. I want more black women to come on. I want more plus size women. You remember Isis? When Isis came on the show, Isis was trans, I believe. She would not have made it on season 1. They would not have let her be on that show. You remember Miss Harley Winnow? Yes, say it. Winnie Harlow. Mama, you know I know you. I'm passionate about what I'm saying. Winnie Harlow is an amazing woman with vitiligo. Back then, in the first season, she probably would not have made it. But what we know now, we love the trans community. We accept our skin now. But back then, when I tell you the battles, people don't understand. When we are in power, the battles we got to fight, and you will never know about. Never. To keep a show on the air, there are things that we have to do that people will tell us, if you want to stay on the air, this is what you got to do. And we got to weigh the options. And sometimes we make bad decisions and we look up and we go, in hindsight, maybe I should not have done it, but I just want to open the door and give a platform to people who look like me. And so I ask, I don't agree with some things that Tyra did. There were things that maybe could have been stopped, but I do ask that people look at it in the context. We are woke now. We know so much more now than we did back then. And I just hate that she's getting so much flack. She does need to take accountability,
I have to actually give it up to Sherri. Finally, somebody she is black, so that's probably why. But she used woke in the right context. Said, yeah, we're woke now. So it's like, which means you're aware of the things that you should be aware of, which I think more people need to do. I'm just tired of people using woke as like a negative, and it's not. You should be aware of things, and we evolve, and we don't go back to the old ways. So definitely think, because a lot of people say, and this is why your show got canceled, and I did cackle. But for the most part, I'm just like, you know what? I feel like she hit all the beats. It's like, yeah, we need to look at the times of like which this show was done and how it was the Wild Wild West and all these other things. But we wouldn't do the things that we do now, and she needs to be accountable. But the problem is she didn't take accountability for a lot of the stuff that was going on. If Tyra was busy trying not to focus on this rebrand so much and just came in with an open heart and mind and vulnerability and just been like, you know what? Yeah, that was the times or whatever the case was. And did we get it all right all the time? No, but I did what I had to do to keep this show on the air. And yeah, we fucked up a lot. And if we, but I acknowledge it and I apologize. If she would have came out and said that, I feel like people would not be windmilling on her as hard. But some people said this, you getting the real Tyra. So she's probably like one of those girls that's stubborn and is not going to take accountability. But let's hurry up and finish this because we got about maybe a minute and a half left before this segment. So yeah, let's continue.
I know that. But I also know the battles, some people will never understand the battles that are fought. You see a person sitting there and think, oh, it's so fun. And you'll never know the battles that are being fought behind the scenes so that it can stay on the air. And so you can give people an opportunity. That's all I'm saying. But I'm so excited because we got some news. I'm very excited because on Tuesday, I'm going to talk about all of this with the judges themselves.
Okay, so yeah. So and we have some of that information and stuff here because I did see the clips and we'll get into that in a second. But yeah, I agree with her on all of this. And I'm just like, I didn't actually see the clips and stuff yet, so we're gonna go through this as the first, my first time going through this whole situation. But it's like, yeah, I just feel that I think I pretty much feel like I said all I need to say regarding the whole Tyra thing. It's just that all they wanted was you to just take responsibility for your part in the situation. So, in regards to all of this, because now we could switch from that to that, the full picture. The real Tyra Banks was missing apparently from Netflix's new documentary Reality Check, according to former pal and judge Jay Manuel. He said, "We see prepared television Tyra. I know the real woman. I know her struggles. I know what she has fought in this industry." This is what he told Sherri on the upcoming episode of Sherri airing Tuesday, February. Oh, it didn't even come out yet. But I saw like some of the clips and stuff was up though. Now, Manuel and fellow judges Nigel Barker and Miss J appear in the doc, along with a few of the model contestants, where they look back on the reality show's complicated legacy. The three judges appear together on Sherri, their first sit-down interview as a trio since the doc premiered on Monday. The doc reveals Banks's estrangement from the three, who were all once close pals with the supermodel turned smize and dream ice cream entrepreneur. In Manuel's case, their relationship changed after he tried to leave the show in 2007, and she responded with the email that read, "I am disappointed." Their communication off camera halted, and Manuel told Shepard that Banks completely shut him out. Manuel was on the show, starring in his inaugural season 2003, and wound up staying on until Cycle 18 in 2012. Because remember, he was only going to stay on for one season, but the way she acted on that show towards him, it was like they stayed on until they were fired in 2012, when also was him, Miss J, and Nigel Barker were also fired, saying that was very strained relationship because she wouldn't talk to me when the cameras weren't rolling. And still to this day, that really hurts. Banks refused to talk about their fallout when asked about their relationship in the doc, only saying that she would give him a ring, which we know she isn't. It's a call Manuel says he has yet to receive, nor is he waiting by the phone. He also teased she also teased a cycle 25 of ANTM at the end of the doc, but when Shepard asked the trio if they'd return, he responded, "If we're going to be real, I don't think I'm getting a phone call." Alexander responded by giving one of his iconic meme-worthy stares, and y'all know that look. You know that look he be giving. So it was like, don't expect it either. My thing is this, and I've said this already, and I feel like I'm going to say it till I'm blue in the face. If Tyra decides to bring back the show, and you don't bring back the Jays, and you don't bring back Nigel Barker, I'm not watching. First of all, they were kind of like the glue. Y'all were like the core. Well, I guess we used the core four. They were the core four of ANTM, and the show worked because you had these personalities on the show that made it work. We lived for Miss J and her one-liners and her facial expressions and the shade that she was bringing. Mr. J with what he brought, and Nigel with being the eye candy and taking the great photo shoots and all that other stuff. So we liked it with that. And Tyra doing her hosting duties and all the other stuff. The show worked because of the dynamic y'all had. And if you're not going to give us that, I mean, I can't see anybody who y'all could bring on the show. The only one I can think of, and some people might be feeling it might be a little polarizing, but he's everywhere at this point. It might be Laura Roach. Remember, he once upon a time he was on the show. He did it with Rita Ora. That's when I first heard of him. But he's doing Project Runway. He's on RuPaul's Drag Race. Like he's everywhere doing all this judging stuff. And I'm sure it might be cute or whatever if y'all brought him on there. But if Tyra's not going to be willing to open up and take accountability, I don't see any of my generation and as well as this new generation even wanting to watch the show. And my question would be, how would a show like America's Next Top Model work in today's climate? It was the times was different then. And I know it's like people are trying to revive old shows. We still got American Boring Ass Idol on. They just brought back Fear Factor, and I haven't watched it because I don't care. I mean, it's with Johnny Knoxville though, and I just feel like a lot of the shows that were worked back in the day, I don't feel like they fit in. It just it doesn't fit in today's climate. I don't know if y'all seen um the other show. Definitely let me know if y'all seen the new Fear Factor. What y'all think of it? I don't know. It just didn't grab my. I mean, I've seen little things of it online. It didn't grab my attention. But anyway, last but certainly not least, I want to play all this clip. So I'm just thinking, like, before we get out of here, because I'm just like, yeah, Tyra could pay it with this revival. I sure don't care. I don't think a lot of people do either, especially the way they're eating her ass up on screen. But before we get up out of here, I want to play out this Hope Giselle video where she was going and talking about Top Model, and I was like, ma'am, you said nothing but a word, and it wasn't even. I didn't know I needed this sermon on a Sunday. I mean, on a Friday, and it's not even Sunday. So let's play this clip, and we'll come back and talk. Please hold.
If they ever actually do away with Pennywise, Tyra got a job because that bitch is evil. But y'all don't actually want accountability from her. Y'all want a villain that you can turn into a meme. So let's start there. Because watching America's Next Top Model back as adults feels like realizing that your favorite childhood babysitter was actually the problem. We didn't misremember it. It was just worse than we actually remembered. A woman said that she was sexually assaulted and it aired. It was edited. It was packaged and monetized. And then years later, we watching Tyra sit here and look at this footage and basically say, yep, that's how it was though. No, bitch. That's not how it should have been. That's how harm survives. Sexual assault is not a storyline. Body shaming is not mentorship. Psychological warfare is not a character development clause. Calling things a size 6 fat wasn't edgy. It was an eating disorder propaganda that y'all were pushing. Telling girls to push through humiliation wasn't resilience training. It was grooming them for an industry that profits off of their broken spirits. And here's the part that y'all don't want to hear. Tyra is guilty, but she wasn't alone. Miss J was there. Mr. J was there. Nigel was there. The network, the producers, the audience, bitch, we were there. Clapping at the breakdowns like they were plot twists. If Tyra is the head, the industry was the Hydra. And cutting off the one head while the rest of them keep cashing checks is not justice, it's branding. So let me say something uncomfortable. Tyra was traumatized by the white supremacy in the industry, and she built a TV empire that replicated the same violence with better lighting. Hurt people, but powerful people weaponize that. You don't get to profit off of humiliation and then plead nostalgia. You don't get to say, that was the 2000s, like misogyny had a limited time offer. Wrong is wrong, even if it's dressed in low-rise jeans. And I'm tired of people acting like calling this out as bullying. Dragging one woman while protecting the machine is bullying. If you really care about those girls, name everybody who signed those checks. Name everybody who stayed quiet. Name everybody who watched the show and said nothing. Because I blocked her, I blocked the judges, and I blocked the nostalgia. Because growth means that you don't romanticize your own conditioning. If the conversation makes you uncomfortable, cool. But those girls were uncomfortable for 45 minutes every Wednesday night, and we called it entertainment. If we're lighting a match, let's stop pretending that the only fire is Tyra. The whole house was built with gasoline, and everybody got to come down. And until y'all have that conversation, I'll wait.
Well, she said what she said. And I want to hear what y'all got to say on that. So I say, well, this is the same. What do you guys think of this story? What did you think what Eva had to say? What did you think Sherri had to say? And what did you think Hope had to say? Even what the hell I had to say. Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Well, of course, on this topic, we always get a lot of y'all in the comments. So let's read what the people had to say. Eva was one of the Eva was the top model. What Christian Siriano was the Project Runway. Like one of the most successful girls to come out of the show. The Black community isn't here for the cancellation of Tyra. They want the Jays and Nigel held accountable. I mean, it's mixed. There's some people that's like two things can be true at the same time, that everybody was guilty of the situation. So we're not gonna all put it on Tyra. But Tyra was the boss at the end of the day. It's like, yeah, we all participated in the mess, but it's the network, it's Tyra, It's the whole thing. Is UPN? They want the Jays and I don't hold accountable. They might have been integral, but unlike Tyra, they had their hands tied. Exactly, because you saw like what power did they really have? You saw Mr. J was trying to lead a show, and you see Nicole's shoulder that Tyra gave him because he wanted to move on. I've heard Shandy can still sue Tyra and can mock my friend Brittany from Cycle 8, who now goes by Corinne, to me. She's been trying to get in touch with her. She's trying to get in touch with Shandy. But since the docuseries dropped, it's been hard to get a hold of her because of all the social media accounts have been crazy. Then I remember who was it that was telling me that the girls all sign NDAs and they feel like if they bring back Cycle 25 that they'll be exempt from talking. I don't know if that's true, because if that was the case, then why did some of them do this damn thing? Did you already saw Adrian Curry be all over social media? Lisa D'Amato has been all over social media. Also, she's gonna be doing that documentary special on E next month. So some of the girls have been out here talking. Wait, what's breaking? What happened? Also, I mentioned to Ferranda on Cycle 6, she should get in touch with Brittany and Jenna because Ferranda is a lawyer. Mm-hmm. That sounds almost like the reality reckoning that you're mentioning that Bethany said she was gonna work on and kind of chickened out. Takara was the first Black plus size model to be on the cover. Shout out to her. Sherri was on Suddenly Susan and yeah, she was on a lot of them shows. Sherri was as how do I put it? It's like, yeah, she was like what she said. She was the Black girl that did all the white shows because it's absolutely true. Veronica says, "Hello, this is a deep, true comment." Yep, look, that's what I be trying to. That's what I be trying to do on this show. Is that when we have conversations, I don't want it to be all surface level. Let's get to the meat and potatoes. Let's get to the bottom of the situation. It's like I like nuance. I like taking the time to really break down the multi layers of the situation. Because we all remember that time when we were watching Top Model. Wait, hold on, because I'm gonna check. Because Cleveland like to send me stuff on social media. Snooki got cancer. What the fuck is going on? They said Snooki reveals cervical cancer diagnosis. Child, what the hell is it? Like, we got Eric Dane, we lost him. Now Snooki from Jersey Shore. Hold on now. She said, get your pap smear. Snooki is sharing a scary health update. Hold on now. So now I'm telling y'all what the breaking news is. She got stage one. Okay, so stage one is actually pretty good. It's the same thing like with Funky Donnie was talking about. He got stage 1 cancer, which is like it's not bad. When it gets to like stage 3, a little stage 4, then you got to worry. The Jersey Shore star broke the news in a candid TikTok on Friday after returning from a doctor's appointment, admitting the biopsy results weren't what she hoped for, but emphasizing doctors caught it early. Snooki said she'd been dealing with abnormal pap smears for years, but stayed on top of her screenings and urged fans to do the same, stressing pap tests can detect abnormal cells before they turn cancerous. She revealed her next step is a PET scan? PET was PET. PET scan, and said she'll likely undergo a hysterectomy instead of chemotherapy. Well, that's good. She got like 3 kids. Girl, you had your kids. You don't need no more. I mean, I'm not saying it to be, I know it came out a little harsh, but it's like hysterectomy, that take it all out. You and Johnny got y'all kids, you good. You don't need to worry about, the whole cervical. I mean, you don't have to deal with the chemo and worrying about your hair falling out and all this stuff. Because I remember when I think it was prostate cancer that Funky said he has, like stage 1, and it was somehow that one of the options is he could take out something, whatever. But then it said it might mess up his ejaculation, or you could do the chemo, whatever the case is. But anyway, they said she received her next step is okay. So it said despite the frightening diagnosis, Snooki ended on a hopeful note, encouraging others going through similar battles to speak up and lean on support. So shout out to her. I was like, God damn, what the hell's going on? It's possible this shit they be feeding us. I mean, they be putting in our food where it doesn't even get checked by the FDA and all this other mess. So everybody weren't getting all these little cancerous things, and it's like younger and younger. So yeah, get those pat smears and all that other stuff. Get checked. Yes, she is a guest judge on Drag Race, which is currently on, but I got Philo. It's recording, so I'll watch it after I'm done with the show. I don't like live programming. After I saw the doc, I'm wondering what was the reason for the documentary. There have been 5 other documentaries on ANTM, so I don't understand why this one was. Well, probably because they got everybody. They got the Jays to show up. They got Nigel. They got some of the girls, and they got Tyra. So that's probably why. Because it's new and fresh, but I don't feel it didn't do Tyra any favors. But I feel like if she would have came across as real and authentic, it might have went a different way. But she didn't give that. The reason was Tyra was trying to promote Cycle 25. That's the only reason she did it. But Jana said after the E documentary, Cycle 25 probably won't have it. No, because I'm like, who wants to do it? I don't mind people holding Tyra accountable as long as they hold Ken Mock and all. Absolutely. And that's what I think, like, we should all do that. Let's not just blame the woman, the black one. I don't want to make it but let's call it what it is. Let's not just go in on the black woman and blame her, because it's easy for people to do that, especially when we all know the black woman is most disrespected out of all the layers of people. Black women are the most disrespected. So, I don't think we should only place the blame on her. Everybody should be blamed. Like Hope Giselle said, it shouldn't just be her. It's like, or as even just my baby daddy said, it need to be Ken Ma, it need to be UPN, it need to be, well, Les Moonves is up in obscurity because all that shit that came out about him. That's probably that karma for when you tried to ruin Janet Jackson's career. So just blame, it's everybody is at fault. UPN, because that was like when they finally started to get some ratings over there, because all the other shows was pretty much a flop. I mean, they weren't as big, but they were moderate hits. But Top Model was the breakout on that channel. Well, remember Nigel said if the Jays and Nigel aren't there, he said, "Good luck." That's what I said. Good luck, because people aren't going to watch it. We don't bring them back. You know, we got the nostalgia, but you also want to bring it into a new generation. And whatever, and this current generation being all hot on Tyra after watching the old episodes and coming in with that Gen Z lens, it might be hard to kind of look at it in a certain way. Because I wasn't liking the idea. People, oh, these snowflakes. Like, I want to call, oh, these weak snowflake sensitive. I was like, no, we shouldn't look at it that way, because now you're saying that to acknowledge some of the wrongdoings of what was on the show. If you bring that up, that makes you a snowflake, that makes you weak. Like, we can bring up and talk about the things that happen and make sure that we don't bring that into now. That, as they were saying, they didn't have sensitivity coaches and all these other things back in the day. They didn't have things in place to protect people on these reality shows. Because here's the thing, I keep telling y'all, reality stars are not unionized. When you're part of a union, you have way more protection than just some regular contestant who goes on a show, and you could be exploited. You know what's funny? I found out that Kenya Barris from Blackish and Grownish was a producer of. Oh yeah, he was. Now that I think about it, I always thought Kenya was a woman when I read that name back in the day, but he wasn't in the doc. Yeah, I wonder why they didn't bring Kenya Barris up in there. Also, what's funny is Tyra always complains about Naomi abused her, yet she abused the girls emotionally. And that's why I brought up earlier in the show that I said that hurt people hurt people. So a lot of what she had endured in the industry, the racism and all the other stuff that was coming up from the white folks in the business, she was bringing a lot of that pain, whether it was conscious or subconscious, and spilling that on those other girls. And that's why I said hurt people hurt people. So now you got the power. Now you're in a position where you can make a change. You could do things. And I always say that famous line from Uncle Ben, with great power comes great responsibility. And when you get that power, you either use it the right way or you could abuse it and use it the wrong way. And she may have had her intentions, but in so many ways, during certain situations, she used it the wrong way. Oh yeah, by Rita Ora in the last season, and then it flopped. I cannot believe she's not true. I can't believe she's a Sagittarius. Child, oh, Nicki Minaj, we're gonna be bringing her up when we talk about the View segment. I was like, hold on, let me close all of that. My grandfather was a Sagittarius. He's dead though, but yeah, he was a Sagittarius, born in December. I think December 9th. But anyway, let's move on, y'all. And let's talk about Teddy Riley problematic ass because he is being scalped all over social media because he had the unmitigated gall to say that he want to work with R. Kelly because apparently R. Kelly been recording music. I don't know how, but again, did Tory Lanez record music in prison? I think a lot of artists be doing that. But anyway, so Teddy Riley recently spoke and he said that he wants to work with R. Kelly on some music, which of course sparked lots of online outrage. So Teddy Riley, the extremely influential R&B musician, producer of and Blackstreet/Guy singer, is looking back on his heyday. The Songwriters Hall of Fame member recently published a memoir, Remember the Times, co-written by author Jake Brown, which reflects on the beginning of New Jack Swing. The book was actually written over a decade ago, but now it's finally seeing the light. An interview published on Wednesday with the LA Times, the proud anti-vaxxer Shade talks about his preferred vitamins, reminisces about working with the late Michael Jackson, and says some wild things about forgiveness and R. Kelly. Well, clearly him and them high heel shoe abuser, Kim Burrell, because every time she put her feet in some heels, oh my God, I feel sorry for them shoes. They apparently got a hard on for R. Kelly. Talking about we need to forgive him. And I'm looking at her like, okay, bitch, you and that crooked ass wig, problematic, and Teddy Riley, slow ass, clearly something wrong with him too. So he ended up taking to social media late Thursday to walk back earlier comments he made about wanting to work with the disgraced R&B singer. Now, in an interview with The Times published on Wednesday, the veteran producer and musician, widely known as the architect of the New Jack Swing sound and dominated Black pop in the late 80s and early 90s, said he talked a few times with Kelly, who's serving a 30-year prison sentence after a jury convicted him of racketeering and the charges they try to get Diddy on and sex trafficking charges, and that he's bringing in investors to help release some portion of the 25 albums Kelly has said he's recorded in prison. Well, he got a lot of time on his hands. Time on my hand since you've been away, boy. And I said, everybody deserves a second chance, is what he told the Times. Everyone deserves to repent, and everyone gets forgiven by God when you come. Jesus Christ, with this bullshit. When you come to him, people miss Kelly's music. I'm the messenger to bring R&B back. Well, if you want to bring R&B back, you damn sure ain't going to do it with R. Kelly because his ass is problematic. And the worst part about all this is R. Kelly was using a lot of his perverted ass shit that he was doing to them young girls and cloaking it in the music that he was doing. I could understand if you could separate the art from the artist and trust and believe. I have worked my ass off, bending myself like a pretzel, trying to separate the art from the artist. And I mean, the problematic stuff, and then with the music. However, when you've taken a lot of that problematic stuff and you've incorporated it in your music, and then we listen back and I'm like, oh, so that's what you was talking about, and this is what you was influencing and referencing, then I can't get behind you as an artist because now you've kind of melded the situation. So it's hard for me to separate that. And I can't get behind somebody like a damn R. Kelly who was problematic and did what he did to that girl. Speaking the one, who was Sparkle's niece that he was peeing on and doing all kinds of other stuff with. And I find it weird that a lot of people haven't been talking about that interview that she did a couple of weeks ago on, I think it was CBS Mornings. We talked about it on the show. I don't know many people who did. I think Ebro, Laura Rosenberg also talked about it, but I don't know any other people besides myself and them who have talked about this girl. I know they probably put clips up on the Shade Room, one of those other things, but I don't know if they really dove deep and talked about this thing. And there's still people out here who will look the other way and, oh, but he came out with good music. I'm like, fuck is wrong with y'all? Y'all be the same ones that be out here simping for Chris Brown, problematic ass, who's now with some more mess with one of his baby mothers, who went and revealed that he got another baby on the damn way. So there's drama still with him and all this other stuff. So The whole thing is, yes, everybody does deserve a second chance if they go and mean the apology that they put forth, if they actually admit to the wrongdoing. R. Kelly's still out here pretending like he ain't never abused nobody. He still hasn't taken accountability. So when y'all sit up in here and try to use, and this will piss me off with a lot of y'all like to weaponize and use this, oh, everyone gets forgiven. My God, when you come to him. Well, did he come to him? Did he come to your Sky Daddy and admit to any wrongdoing? Did he admit to you that it was like, or did he apologize to Sparkle's niece and many of the other victims that he has had? Has he apologized to his daughter, who I believe accused him of abusing her? Like, has he come forth and repented for his sins, as y'all, since we want to talk biblical shit? Has he done all the things? Has he taken the steps? I sincerely doubt it, especially when this man's still out in here trying to maintain his fucking innocence. And we seen the tape of what he did to that girl. So when you still out here acting like denial is only just a river in Egypt, then how we supposed to take this? How we supposed to take him seriously? How we supposed to just all of a sudden look the other way because we love listening to Step in the Name of Love whenever we go to a goddamn, family reunion? Just asking. I can't look the other way when it comes to the abuse of children. That just goes to show, especially in this country, y'all don't give a fuck about children. I ain't gonna say everybody, because I know there's some of y'all with some good damn sense that probably do. But a lot of y'all don't care about women. You don't care about kids. You don't hold any of these abusers accountable. You look the other way because they had made you feel good at a time of your nostalgia or whatever the situation is. And you can have your little nostalgia moments, but have some kind of morals and decorum. Because like I said, if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. That's just how I feel about it. So he said, as a producer, so after all of that, and the people ate his ass up online, for him to come up here and talk about everybody deserves a second chance. Yeah, if you actually did something when you were repent for what you did. But why y'all be wanting to come out here and forgive sexual abuses? There's no coming from that. You can't. That ain't something you can be cured from unless you get a damn lobotomy or I cut your dick and balls off. That's the only way that you're gonna be rehabilitated. Because then you can't use. Well, then you probably use your fingers on your mouth. We have to cut that shit off too, and your toes. And we're gonna have you out here looking like somebody that got diabetes and had to get all their parts cut off because you wouldn't take care of your diabetic situations. So we gotta cut all your limbs off, so that way you ain't gonna be able to use nothing to abuse these kids with. But then they might use they stuff. Okay, let me stop thinking. And then they might try to be freaky and use their stumps. That's why I said, you know what? Lobotomy. Because if you ain't got nothing going on up here, you can't think. You just brain dead. So I don't think you can cure somebody for being a sexual abuser. So yeah, so now he says as of oh wait, so I have the Instagram post because he did kind of walk back what he said, even though at one time he was even trying to stand 10 toes down on the situation. So hold on, let me pull that up for y'all to read. So he said, as a producer, I'm always excited about the possibilities of working with other amazing artists. Well, working with them other people. Music is so many things for people. It instantly takes you to a time or place in your life where memories come flooding back. How I feel about a song or record does not mean I agree with or condone the behavior of what the man behind the music has done. R. Kelly's music is no different. The project talked about it. The project talked about it. The project talked about in this interview was an exciting possibility of an idea being tossed with other great artists that will not be coming to fruition for various reasons. So yeah. So that's what he said. And hold on, because I want to see if what the people said in the comments on his page. They said, risk what? Y'all see the people involved with Epstein and y'all not canceling them. So why R. Kelly is not There's got to be somebody fucking dumb. Of course, but y'all see all the people involved with Epstein. Who is y'all? I'm so sick of y'all always saying, y'all. Fuck is y'all? Speak for yourself, stupid. How about you do that? And y'all sit there talking about y'all see all the people involved with Epstein. Well, clearly you don't watch the news because overseas, They taking care of everybody that's in that damn Epstein files. Now in America it's different because we got who we got in power. And when you are cut to certain situations when you got the oligarchs in the palm of your hand and you doing a dirty bidding, a quid pro quo type situation, heads are not gonna roll. Not yet. But overseas, oh, they handling their ass. You just heard Prince Andrew just got locked up. So the fuck you talking about? Like if y'all gonna come up in here and make blanket statements, at least do your research. But I know a lot of you motherfuckers is lazy, so y'all don't be doing that. Another idiot said, anyway, hashtag free Kelly. How about they lock your dumb ass up? Another person said, R. Kelly is innocent. Yeah, okay. I mean, that's why I said, and there's a lot of, I'm about to say the N word, a lot of ninjas up in here who clearly do not like women. I'm not saying y'all gay. Y'all probably like sticking your dick in some pussy. But you don't respect women. That's what I'm saying. Just because you fuck a woman don't necessarily mean that you like them. You think that they're good because you need to keep your dick warm for 5 minutes, get a little wet, do a little skeet skeet moment, and then you move on. But then you still hate women. You don't respect them. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that you're gay. Because everybody, whenever you say that, people are a little slow. You got to break it down for them. Oh my God. Everybody keeps coming up in here with this whole Epstein situation. So, you got a lot of idiots up in these comments on this situation. But let's see if maybe they got some sense over there at the Jasmine brand. So somebody said the PDFs are winning and people are cheering. Wow, what a world. The other person said he don't gotta explain. We waiting for the album. Oh, so and that's a woman. So some of y'all just as bad as the men. Not somebody saying y'all move, I got it. With the brick. So it said y'all pick and choose when protect Black women and save the kids matter. And it's real convenient when it's tied to somebody whose music you don't want to let go of. That's not growth, that's selective outrage. Another person said, well, we got Trump for president. Y'all also seem to forget that Trump is a white man. So when y'all be trying to use Black people and compare like y'all on an equal playing field as these white people y'all like to cut yourselves to, it's like y'all are not the same. When y'all gonna learn that? You can't do the same thing them people be over there doing. You can't get away with it. So I was like, at least there was some people with some sense over there at the Jasmine brand. The people that was in the comments over there on Teddy, y'all need more than just Jesus. You need a goddamn exorcism. So Teddy, you should have kept this shit to yourself. This is not something you should have brought up. We love the music. I love what you contributed to the New Jack Swing era. I love the Invincible album because you contributed so much to the production of that Michael Jackson record. I love that you worked with people like Keith Sweat and Bobby Brown and all that other stuff. But the R. Kelly stuff ain't it. It's not. That should have been something you should have just kept to yourself because now they looking at you like you's a dummy. You's a dummy, bitch. So anyway, I'll say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments. Good, bad, or indifferent, but respectful, because I will cuss your ass out and I'll actually remove your nasty ass comments if you try it with the mess. So let me know what your thoughts are on this story in the comments down below. Why would anyone want to? Not his commissary. Look, they say he got a lot of music. Look, y'all just have the love on his past shit. Ain't nobody trying to come out and listen to no new damn R. Kelly music. I mean, I know there's some of y'all out here that would, but Marlon Wayans said, if you want white chicks too and don't be a menace sequel, Scary Movie 6 needs to make 750 million. I don't even think it's going to make that much. I mean, it's coming out this year, so we'll see how well it does, but 750 million out for what? What is the budget? Like, if you're doing 750 million, the budget for that film has to be at least 200 mil. And I don't even know if they spent that kind of money. And why would you want to spend that kind of money on a movie like Scary Movie 6? Like, if you're doing a Scary Movie 6, I could see like 20 to 25 million y'all spent to make that movie, or maybe even 30. I'll say, but you don't need to be spent. Like, what would be the reason for you to have to even for it to make that amount of money? If Teddy Riley is willing to work with R. Kelly, we should wonder what brand of transgressions Teddy Riley has in the closet. Child? Oh, we here because I thought about the closet too. Once upon a time, R. Kelly was trapped in the closet. So we gotta wonder what kind of closet Teddy Riley gonna be crawling out of. For you are known for the company you keep. Exactly, birds of a feather. We came this close to a Donta and MJ duet, but because he refused to use in the closet as a way to address the rumors, he's a homosexual. Well, he did have that song. What's it called? The way they say he's homosexual. So he kind of addressed it up in there, but not really. Excuse me. Oh Lord, now we got to get into even some more mess. Let's talk about The View. So, as y'all probably have seen, I mean, I've seen clips, but I was like, I'm not subjecting myself to this dingbat. So, apparently, Airhead du jour, Savannah Chrisley, made her appearance this whole week on The View. And a lot of y'all was not happy with it. Y'all heard she was coming on. I mean, I told y'all she was going to be coming on the show around the time when Alyssa was pregnant and she was going to be going on maternity leave. So, Alyssa had the baby. She's at home nursing her son and on her maternity leave for God knows how long. I don't know. But in the meantime, I told her she was going to be on there. Also, Elizabeth Hasselbeck is supposed to be coming on and Abby Huntsman. I don't know if they're going to be bringing any other conservatives on the show, but those are the three that they named. But after this week, I don't know if they're going to want Savannah to come back because a lot of people said that they did not like her being on there. And they even to the point where they was going to boycott the show. And then she said some foolishness this week that Donald Trump was a racist. I do have that segment. We're going to play it. Because I want y'all to be just as like as I was when I was watching. I was like, "What? This bitch is stupid." But what do you expect from these airbrain saltines like her who just don't like comprehension is just not a natural thing that comes to her? Or maybe she's just a rage bait, or maybe she's just dumb. And maybe it's all the three. So The View fans have threatened to boycott the show while Savannah Chrisley, co-host, I almost call her Guthrie, which I heard that Savannah Guthrie is not coming back to NBC because of what's going on with her mother. So they said The View fans are threatening to boycott the show while she's on the show. It was announced on Monday that the reality TV star 28, whose parents, Todd Chrisley and Julie Chrisley, were famously pardoned by by the president, would have a seat at the table for 4 days. So what does that mean? That she wasn't on Friday's show? Probably because they had Anna there. But I would have if she wasn't on Friday's show, I'm like, oh, I would have loved to have seen her on that panel with Anna. Anna would eat her up. Like the one thing about Sonny did get her at certain points, but I hate like Sonny tries to be very Michelle Obama about something. When they go low, we go hot. Fuck that. Because if you're gonna be bringing on these rebel rousers on the show and y'all trying to do a certain thing, stunt whatever for ratings. Well, I'm not trying to be all demure and mindful. I'm gonna eat this bitch up and leave no crumbs on the plate. That's how I'm coming at. If this is the game y'all want to play, ABC and Brian Tedder and the rest of y'all working on the show, whoever came up with this decision, I'm not trying to be all demure with the situation. And then the White House has something to say about Sonny, so we'll get in that in a second. But now, Chrissy made her first appearance on wait, hold on, because I just realized I didn't even have the picture up or whatever the situation was. So hold on a second as I put that up. Well, her split ends. No, that's not how big I wanted to make it. It's not how big thank you. You know, it comes with all different sizes on this show. And they said Chrissy made her appearance of the week on February 17th, where she joined panelist Whoopi Goldberg, which I don't understand how 89 seasons in, some of y'all on social media don't know how to spell Whoopi. It's WHOOPI. It's not WHOOPIE and all these other little letters y'all like to add. It's like reading comprehension skills. Joy Behar, Sarah Haynes, and Sunny Hostin. Now, during the episode, she defended the Trump administration over the Epstein files and RFK Jr.'s health policies. She also went and decided to spread misinformation about AOC, which they had to gather her ass over on. It's like, who's coming up with this shit? Is it the producers backstage that's making you look like the fool, or you just pulling this stuff out your behind and just saying whatever you think is going to be cute that people are watching and not check to do the proper research? Because they be up in there going hard with their lawyers and making sure that they're not spreading mistruths on the show. Now, during the episode, she defended the Trump administration over the Epstein files. She also claimed the Department of Justice has been transparent in its release of documents related to the PDF file and said the Clintons should agree to a private deposition. I don't agree with that. I think if the Clintons are going to do a deposition, it should be public, which they said they want to do. And what are we hiding? What do you need to hide for? Why do we need to be private? I feel like we know a lot about what's going on in the Epstein files, which, let's be real, only 2% of the Epstein files has been released, and majority of it that we did get was redacted. But there are versions of it that's coming out, overseas, and people who were all caught up in the matrix of the Epstein files are being reprimanded overseas. In America, they'll be able to get away with it for now until maybe we get the House and the Senate and all this other stuff. We win the midterms, and then we'll see if they're held accountable. I highly doubt it, though, because these Democrats, they'll probably pull a Barack Obama back where he should have got not Bill, George W. Bush ass. Well, we don't look backwards. We look forwards. We don't teeter on the past. When George W. Bush should have been reprimanded for the shit he did as the president of the United States, him and that damn Dick Cheney, man, he rotten peace. That's what they should have been held accountable for what they did around that time of the 2000s when they were running shit into the ground. So if you're not going to do the job, we're not going to do this when they go low, we go high. That shit didn't work. It may have worked back in 2017 or whatever the case was, but we're in 2026. They took the gloves off. We're in a whole situation now, and y'all need to grow a spine over there on the blue side. But then again, you got blue MAGA in the White House, especially, or not in the White House, in Congress and all those other things. When you got Hakeem Jeffries and humpback whale shaped Chuck Schumer and all of them, that's blue MAGA. They're not real like progressive Democrats, which would be the side that I would more or less be on. And I'm with Hassan Piker. If it comes down to it, especially if y'all put Gavin Newsom fake ass up in there to be the Democratic president nominee, I'm voting independent. I will throw away my vote, or I'm gonna keep my ass home. And y'all say, "Well, you're the reason why that no." Because our system is fucking broken, and y'all don't want to sit up in here and actually deal with the problem that our system is broken and that both sides are shit. Yes, the Democrats ain't as bad as a Republican. Every time you get a Republican in office, they fuck up every goddamn thing. They don't know how to balance the checkbook. We always wind up in debt. And then you get a Democrat that has to come in and clean up the mess. But they're also spineless in a lot of situations. They're horrible on foreign policy. I mean, I could sit here all day and start talking about all the political stuff, but that's not what we're here for. We're here to bash this airhead. um, so she went and said the Clintons are in fact trying to twist things and get sound bites from a public hearing. Well, no, that's what you and the other regime is trying to do. So having a deposition allows each individual to have different members of their teams, and they're asking the right questions, the hard questions, to gather it for. She also clashed with the co-host when she stood 10 manicured toes down on the fact that the wannabe fascist in chief isn't racist. The moment came Thursday during a tense debate over Donald Trump's handling of DEI initiatives and Black History Month after Whoopi Goldberg said the president is being accused of sending mixed messages on the issue after a judge ordered his administration to replace the slavery exhibit he had removed from a historical Philadelphia site in ahead of Trump's praising rapper and MAGA supporter MAGA Minaj. Now, after the show played a clip of Trump speaking to an event earlier this week, didn't he also fall asleep when it was like talking about the what was it, the administration of peace, whatever the fuck that's called? I'm like, this motherfucker falling asleep while they're during one of the meetings in which he said he loves Minaj because she's beautiful and expressed adoration for her. You like my long nail? You like long nail? That was on. Look, I said that because I was thinking. I was recently watching an episode of Drag Race. I started watching All Stars 4, and Gia Gunn was on there, and she did Jenny Bowie, which was Cardi B's nail tech. You like long nail? That's what she did. So that's what had me thinking, because he said he liked her long nails. So that's where I was coming from. But yeah, but that sounds a little gay, sir. Like, I mean, but then again, this is the same one that does this dance to Macho Man. Like, he's literally taking loads to the face. That stupid dance that he does. And so, um, But yeah, I'm not surprised that he's like, oh, she's beautiful. She has long nails. Well, the only time he wants to acknowledge somebody is if he thinks he could fuck him. But so then after the show, he played the clip in which he says about the Minaj thing. This is when Miss Savannah decided to run up in there and say that the president is a racist, which them girls looked at her like, bitch, are you crazy? What the? And this is the thing I hate. I hate when like white people, if there's one thing y'all need to learn, stop telling people of color what is and what isn't racist, especially if it's not something that you understand or you've ever experienced. It's funny how a lot of these Savannah Chrisley or these Christy Noma or these women that are these little Karen types, y'all want to be oppressed so bad because y'all never experienced that. The people like the Jill Zarins and the rest of y'all want to feel that moment of oppression so bad, and y'all want to have a moment where y'all can complain and bitch about something, but it's not something you understand or you experience. So if you haven't ever experienced racism, and we're aware of microaggressions and the fact that his family didn't even want to rent spaces to people in the old Trump buildings back in the day. I believe it was like in the 70s, it might have been the early 80s, when you said a lot of racist things, when you posted a recent picture on Truth Social referring to the Obamas as monkeys, when we already know what that means. Don't sit up here when we telling you something is a microaggression or flat out racist, that someone's not a racist because he helped that one black friend that you knew about. That's giving some of my best friends as black narrative, which a lot of you Karens like to fucking pull. So I got that clip. I know it was a lot to get to that point. And then we gonna come back and oh no, that's not what I wanted to do. Thank you. We're gonna play the clip in case you didn't see it. In case you didn't see it, we're gonna come back and talk. Please hold.
It is Black History Month, and you know who is being accused of sending mixed messages on the issue. After a judge just ordered his administration to replace the slavery exhibit he had removed from a historic Philadelphia site. Well, yeah. But then yesterday, he touted his relationship with the Black community. Take a look.
I want to begin by expressing our sadness at the passing of a person who I knew very well. Jesse was a piece of work, I want to tell you. He was a piece of work, but he was a good man. Not only are we celebrating the century of Black History Month, also, as you know, this year we'll also be celebrating the 250th anniversary of our nation's founding. And the good thing, when they cheated on the election, they made me wait 4 years. I love Nicki Minaj. She was here a couple of weeks ago. She's so beautiful. Her skin's so beautiful. I said, Nicki is so beautiful. Her nails are like that long.
Oh, God. Her nails? I get the rants. I do. I understand them wholeheartedly.
And they made fun of Joe Biden. Hello.
I think, when it comes to the event that happened yesterday, what's so hard for me to witness is people stating that the president is a racist, because I've seen him firsthand. He saved one of my best friend's lives, a Black woman who has been with him for 18 years. So he has a Black friend. He's a racist. No, he saved her life. No, he did.
Okay. Here's the problem, Savannah, and why we have a different take on it. Many of us have a different take on it, because when you target DEI programs with executive office, with executive orders, your first week in office, arguing that the policies undermine national unity. When you shared racist posts about the Obamas, when you pursued the death penalty for the exonerated five, after you knew they had been exonerated. These are the reasons that his behavior is so hard. And I don't know whether you know about this, but in the 70s, he was accused of discriminating against Black tenants because he wouldn't rent to them.
He didn't want them to build. Is that an accusation?
No, that was a proven fact. They took him to court.
The lawsuit was settled with the Justice Department.
But I guess my point is, when someone goes out of their way to talk poorly about immigrants, not the immigrants, because nobody wants immigrants in the country who are killing people and doing terrible things, but the people who are not, the children who are not, the innocents, there seems to be no ability in his mind to distinguish between Black people and his idea of what DEI is. And when you really look up and see who this was for, who benefited from DEI, it was not Black folks. We got the vote in the 60s. So my question is, well, what was going on before that? What about, where was all of the things that you say were removed? Did people not have jobs? If you couldn't go to school, didn't you have to find a different way to support your family? That's what people did. That's what we all did. So he has not a great history.
Well, and also you look at someone, not to interrupt, but like Dr. Gates, I got the opportunity, like many of us have, to sit with Dr. Gates, and he created the show Finding Your Roots because Black people and Jewish people could not have traced their histories because everything was destroyed. They had nothing. And he went after it. He worked so hard. So he's not the only one, but he's my favorite one. But when you look at like the Pentagon removed web pages honoring Black military figures, people that would fight for this country come back and couldn't even sit. They did fight, but couldn't even sit in certain places or drink from certain water fountains. They put their lives on the line. That's a very sacred group of people to send to war. And then he temporarily removed the Tuskegee Airmen. The information on that. Those steps make it very hard not to see what he's saying.
Let's call a thing a thing. Donald Trump is a racist. There's no question in my mind. It's time to say the truth and tell it like it is. And the most recent thing that he did by posting on Truth Social, the Obamas depicted as apes in The Lion King, where there are no apes in The Lion King. That was a racist act. He tried to blame a staffer. A staffer did not do it.
It was a staffer who posted it. It was in fact a staffer.
I'm so sick of crackers like her. Bitch, shut the fuck up. Stop telling people what is. Like, if I'm saying somebody's a racist, I don't need you coming in with all that foundation on your face and them fake ass teeth and them bleach blonde roots telling somebody what is and what isn't racist. Like, bitch, shut the fuck up. But anyway, let's listen to her dumb ass continue.
Can we please roll the clip?
It was a staffer who posted it.
Taken as the policy of the Trump administration. It's coming straight from the horse's mouth. When you see it on Truth Social, you know it's directly from President Trump.
President Trump is a racist who put that clip of the Obamas
for the first time in history, HBCUs got permanent funding under the Trump administration.
That funding was started before.
Yeah.
That funding was started, Savannah, sweetheart, before Donald Trump got into office.
That thing about the Obamas?
I agree wholeheartedly that the White House failed when it came to the posting of that video, because it is the White House's responsibility to protect the minority groups that lost friendships and relationships over just standing for President Trump.
Once again,
so the White House failed on
that. He didn't post it. The right thing to do, if I
did post it.
Sonny, give me a minute. If I didn't post it, and yet something was so egregious on my account, I would come out publicly and say, "Oh my God, that was awful," and he refused to apologize, which almost told me more. Than that.
Who is this staffer?
He has two people who have all the logins to his social media accounts.
The staff was him. It was something that he approved on his thing. We already know, like, yes, there are people, I'm sure, that speak for Trump and that have the language and all this stuff, because I'm gonna get to something that was said by the White House. I'm like, y'all all have those same talking points with the Trump derangement syndrome and all that other stuff, where y'all pretty much sound exactly like some of the stuff that he says. Because what did they say that because I want to get to it. They said when reached for comment about the View debate, White House spokesperson Davis Engel told Entertainment Weekly, Sonny Hostin is an extremely unlikable, talentless hack with a poorly rated TV show. Didn't I say they all sound like him? So it's like, even when you saw Pam Bondi when she was getting her ass ate in front of Congress, not literally, because who would want to see that? But when they were eating her up in regards to that whole situation, and then you had and I was like, bitch, who is this for? Like, all of this pomp and circumstance, all this performance art shit that y'all trying to do, where y'all should get a Razzie for, because y'all can't act your way out of a paper bag. So all of the stuff they're doing, fuck is it for? So that's why I was just sitting there wondering about it, because it was definitely given it. And they said she suffers from a severe case of Trump derangement syndrome. Y'all wish that we had a syndrome about that man. If anybody's deranged, it's him. Did y'all hear that recent rant he went on? Now, if that ain't the pure definition of deranged and literally a crash out happening with somebody who's ridden with dementia, I don't know what to tell you. So it's funny how they say a talentless hack. So speaking the truth and actually putting facts and stuff out, it means that you're talentless. And a poorly rated TV show, really? Because we just saw the numbers and the numbers are going up. So when people go over here and say, why is the View's ratings? Why is the show still on? Why was it canceled? Like, what was the other show? Sherri and the Kelly Clark. I'm like, because it's the #1 rated show in daytime. And sidebar, before I forget, Screamer for Hudson is getting another season, because I know there was a lot of back and forth on whether or not the show was coming back and it was going to get canceled. It was announced yesterday, courtesy of the trades, that Screamer is coming back, and that stupid little thing that they do down the walkway. So now she the new Ellen, where it's like they got to have this little gimmick that goes and lasts until we get so bored by it, until some controversy comes out, and then you end up canceling the show. So, yeah, they said no president has done. Jesus Christ, I'm trying to get through this without laughing. No president has done more for Black Americans than President Trump has during his 5 years in office. President Trump signed criminal justice reform, prison reform, opportunity zones, long-term funding in historical Black colleges, school choice funding, Trump accounts, and the largest middle-class tax cuts in history. Now, you know this is all a goddamn lie. President Trump is proud to receive historic support from the Black community in 2024, and he is working around the clock to deliver for them and make our country greater than ever before. Well, that must have been a whole nother multiverse that I'm not living in, because the results came back and Maury done determined all of that shit y'all said in that sentence was a lie. So, fans of The View slam producers. I'm not even going to subject yourself to that bullshit anymore. I think we heard enough. I'm gonna just leave it on Sunny chastising her dumb ass. That's a good enough freeze frame. So now fans of the View slam producers for booking Chrisley before she even made her first appearance and vowed that they would abstain from watching the show until she was off. Commenting underneath a photograph announcing Chrisley's booking on the official Instagram page, one asks, whose brilliant idea was this? I will take a hard pass on watching this week. Probably Brian Tedder. Or Toda, I believe is Brian Tedder. Isn't that no? Ryan Tedder is the singer. Brian Toda is the producer. Now, good to know what days to avoid watching. Sorry, ladies. Echoing a similar sentiment, a third continue. Why? I'll be skipping watching this week. Enjoy your week. I'm out another blasted. I can't even imagine how this will play out. Why not have her mom? We don't want them on there. Who want to deal with that trad wife and that closeted homosexual? Nobody want to see them on there. That man is gayer than Trinity the Tuck. Anybody trying to watch them on there? A fifth, and Ross Matthews combined, and it's a fifth continue. I appreciate the producers want to respect Barbara Walters' vision with diverse views, but this tarnishes her professionalism. Another person said this will be the only episodes I missed since the first episode over. Damn, y'all watch every day? And they said this is the first time I missed the show in 20 years. This was a mistake. A 7 said, I won't be watching. Some people do not need a platform. And that's why I said, I'm like, what was the point of having her on? Like, there's so many other conservative voices, if y'all wanted to have that on the show, that I guess fit within what The View is doing and the network, because we already know the types y'all pick. But we're living in a time where networks are still grasping at straws, trying to fight those of us, independent thinkers, and content creators over on YouTube and other forms of social media. So they need the most controversial, polarizing person so they can get those ratings over there on network TV. Hence why you see the foolishness of them over there on CNN with Scott Jennings' smug ass sitting up on that panel with Abby Phillips. I don't know if it's every day, but every time I turn around, I'm watching other political pundits on YouTube showing clips of this idiot where they're basically reading him down to the floor. So, I don't know how often he's on the show. If he's there every day, every other day, 2 times a week, I don't know if like what Anna Navarro is doing over there on The View, if he's on there around the same time over there on CNN. I don't know what his situation is, but all I know is y'all trying to play in that whole wheelhouse where y'all can find the most polarizing MAGA type extremists and give them a platform just so that way y'all can rage bait, you can go viral, and then here we are talking about it. So that's what I'm thinking that's what it's given. Maybe next week when, I don't know who's coming on next week. I don't know if it's Elizabeth or if it's Abby, but Elizabeth Hasselbeck is going to be on there. Abby Huntsman, they're not as bad, but I'm sure they'll probably say something that'll piss y'all off. But I'm thinking because of what the show is, they're an easier pill to swallow than you dealing with that old that less than smart donkey, Savannah Chrisley. And she was like that she did the show because what she said? Oh, she said, I'm totally going outside of my comfort zone by doing The View. I mean, this is a show that these personalities have bashed my family, that have bashed me. Girl, we ain't know who the fuck you was. And her brother, ain't he, isn't he a criminal too? And then they said, these are the same women who made a comment to the extent of wonder what she had to do for those pardons. Well, yeah, we want to know. Because we know nothing gets done and an okay from Trump without a string attached or a quid pro quo type of situation. And we already know what his history of being a rapist, because that is all factual. He is a convicted felon and an admitted rapist. That's what he had to pay E. Jean out of, that money for. So we're not going to sit up here and try to act like all the shit that went down is not a real thing. So, yeah. I'm glad they got rid of her, but I'm wondering at this point, does this mean that she's done? Because I don't know how long Alyssa's maternity leave is, but I do feel like because she was so polarizing and everybody hated her, I don't know if she'll come back, but it all determines on what the ratings were the week that she was on. If the ratings dropped heavily, I don't see that they're going to bring her back, because I don't think that Alyssa's doing a 3-week maternity leave. I know they give you a lot more time, especially in television. But rotate it, bring other conservative voices on. I just don't think bring Savannah on because I just don't think them ladies was really feeling her. And the audience wasn't feeling her either. And if you want to keep them people tuned in watching the show, maybe y'all need to start listening to the audience. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Did you watch this week's View? Did you find Savannah polarizing, or were you one of those people that was like, I'm not watching if y'all got this old bird on the show? So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Have any of you watched the new show about JFK? The only one who I know has watched it is Onyx. Onyx is obsessed with this new JFK Jr. Carolyn Bessette film. Another thing I heard is that Mark Wahlberg is mentioned in it because he is a homophobic, racist piece of shit. I don't like him, and they were making fun of him recently because he went for Ash Wednesday and had the little cross on, call him a fake Catholic. And also, so they mentioned Marky Mark in the thing. Also, I heard that one of the shocking things that they didn't mention was Carol Radziwill and how she was very influential with, because I think she dated JFK Jr. at one point. She's not even mentioned in the show. And remember, Carol Radziwill was always talking about, to anybody who listened, that she knew JFK Jr. and all this stuff because when she was on The Real Housewives of New York. And they're saying she's not even mentioned. They played Secret About Madonna at the beginning of last night's episode. Yeah, I haven't watched it yet. So but I've been watching that other Ryan Murphy series with Ashton Kutcher. You already know I'm watching Drag Race while watching you at the same time. This is already the best Snatch Game since season. Okay, well, I'm looking forward to watching it tonight. We'll see if it's good because I didn't like I didn't like the UK versus the world one, and Snatch Game ain't been hitting in a minute. So maybe it might actually work, the fact that they have Snatch Game of Love Island. Maybe that actually, maybe that is a better idea that they need to do. The Queen enabled the REM relationship between Epstein and her son Andrew by preferring Charles over her other son. Savannah was homeschooled. Oh yeah, that just goes to show when you're homeschooled, you have no recollection or you have no kind of connection to the real world and real people and that sort of thing, because you being homeschooled, it's literally I feel like control and a worldview that your parents wants to indoctrinate. It's giving very Little House on the Prairie raised teas when you're doing the whole homeschool situation filled with coons. I used to having Savannah on was the same brand of dumb decision as when they hired Nutmeg McCain. Evidently, they didn't learn from that train wreck. Well, I've always said that I thought Nutmeg hiring her was going to be a good idea at the time because prior to her getting on The View, I used to watch her show on Pivot, and I used to think that, oh, a progressive Republican who's not kind of caught up in the indoctrinating ideologies of like the Reagan Bush type of Republican. I thought she was because millennial. Her point of view was more, she likes LGBTQ people. She was very more open. She was more of the open-minded Republican. That was the brand that I got sold on. She got on The View, and it seemed like all of that shit went out the window. And I'm like, who is this girl? Because that wasn't what I was watching when you was on that other channel. So once she got on The View, then I started to dislike her. You said maybe I spoke too soon. Maybe it started off good, but then you talking about Snatch Game? It's like maybe it started off good, then you got around like, no, it's a chop. I hate the fact that everything is just like when I have too many windows open, everything reboots. So now I gotta like refresh everything before we get to all the comments. Oh my God, I hate it. I got something. Hold on. I had something. Sorry, I got food in my teeth. All right. How many more topics we got? We got about 5. Okay, so let's get into this next one. Which is, this has been UFC fighter is, I guess, giving up the fight and he needs attention. So he felt the need to go in on Bad Bunny and Ronda Rousey. So he made sexist comments about Ronda and basically made some real nasty comments about homophobic comments about Bad Bunny. So we'll get into that. And yeah, because he pissed me off when I was wait, hold on. That made it too big. Yes. Okay, so following former UFC middleweight champion Sean Strickland said social media ablaze on Wednesday following his comments about the NFL and the Super Bowl halftime show featuring world-renowned artist Bad Bunny. So he went on a bigoted tirade during the UFC Media Day event, during which he called Bad Bunny a rhymes with maggot, and said women have been empowered too much to the point where they've ruined society. And this is where I fall into the thing. Either this boy is in the closet because he gives it. He looks like he's slow. He kind of, if I'm not mistaken, doesn't he give you like John Fetterman tease? Like they both got brain damage. So they look like they from the same, cesspool of idiocy. So this is why I always say, y'all hate women. Y'all like them to fuck them, but you don't like actual women. Or he might be in the closet, like a lot of the UFC fighters are, allegedly. So now he said Strickland participated in the UFC Media Day event in Houston to promote his fight with Anthony Hernandez on Saturday that will air on Paramount Plus. The fight, hopefully he loses. The fight marks Strickland's first bout since he was suspended from the UFC in July of 2025 for attacking another fighter while working as a cornerman during an event. Paramount did not immediately respond to Variety's request for comment. Reps for the UFC did not immediately respond for comment, of course, because Dana White's not going to say anything. They condone this shit. Now, when asked about Netflix upcoming MMA match between Ronda Rousey and Gina Carano, Strickland called the event an insane idea and suggested they should fight half naked. He then joked about Rousey's abusive relationship with her ex-boyfriend, saying Ronda can fight, the bitch can fight. I think she lost a few fights to her ex, but bitch can fight. He then said of Carano, I like Gina. She's super conservative. She was hot, I was like a kid when she fought. I may have jerked off to her once or twice back in the day. Yeah, this is the shit this inbred likes to fucking say in regards of things. And of course, when you call it, I mean, like, this is just rude, misogynistic bullshit. Then they're like, oh, you're so woke or you're so sensitive. Like, have respect for people. You're disrespectful to my, oh yeah, I may have jerked or watched. Like, who wants to even think about that? Especially looking at you. Now, the former UFC middleweight champ went on to say that no one gives a fuck about women's sports. There's nothing wrong with women. They do great things. They cook, they clean. Yeah, this is the same dumb shit he says. In later comments about NFL, here's the thing. Nobody cares about women, right? But why is like female hockey like the big thing now? Especially when we just won at the Olympics. So, and we have an event with female hockey players coming to the Garden in April. And I know the tickets are going quick. So, and I think female hockey players play way better than the men. And they're not exempt from or not shy to get hit out there on the ice. So when you go off and say that women aren't good, I think women are a lot better at certain sports than men are. But he's not going to say that because he's just an attention-seeking, misogynistic, idiotic prick. In later comments about the NFL, Strickland calls Super Bowl LX halftime performer Bad Bunny a fucking faggot and lamented the days when the National Football League was the fucking standard for being a fucking man. Well, here's the thing. If you're the ideal man, I'd rather be a fucking faggot. Which you would call someone like me anyway. And I'm like, and if that's the harshest thing you could say to try to think that you can get under my skin, it's like, I know what the fuck I am, or what are you? At least I'm comfortable with who I am as a human being, even though Bad Bunny is not even gay. But for you to think that calling somebody an effing maggot with the F, you know what I'm meaning. Because I was like, let me get away with that word one good time. I'm not gonna be up in here saying it more than once. But it's just like, if you feel like that's a good enough thing to try to come for somebody, then you're a little slow. That CTE done fucked your brain, or that cauliflower ear done, messed up your brain, or whatever. If you think that that's a thing, oh my God, you hurt my feelings. Call me up. Let me go jump off a cliff. It's the end of my life. He called me the F word. Oh, it's the end of everything I've ever wanted. Fuck off. Now, in August 2025, Paramount Inc. Okay, we don't give a fuck about their stupid deal with Paramount Plus and whatever, because Paramount is cooked any damn way. So, of course, the video clips, the comments went viral when they ate his ass up on social media. Not I don't want to talk about eating his ass, because I wouldn't want to even, ugh. But people ate him up. Devin Sawa, the actor, said, "Dear Paramount Plus, stop this shit. This is unacceptable." Robert Griffin III says Strickland got hit so hard by a foreigner that he forgot Puerto Ricans are U.S. citizens, not to mention that the misogynistic crybaby would get tossed like salad if he ever stepped foot in the football field in the NFL, on a football field in the NFL. Worry about not getting knocked out in your next fight. Oh, maybe I think I jumped the gun, because I don't think I read everything that he had actually said about Bad Bunny. Because he said, Bad Bunny is an effing maggot and lamented the days when that football team, blah, blah, blah. He said, I think they all get together around a table and say, you know what, guys? How do we ruin this sport? How do we gay it up? Why do we bring in a gay foreigner who doesn't speak fucking English and have him perform the halftime show? All the talking points all the ignorant, bigoted idiots say. It's funny how y'all always be telling other people to speak English, but how about y'all learn another language? Why everybody got to come to meet you at your level because you're uncomfortable? And I think that people who speak multiple languages, it shows that they're highly intelligent, which we know you're not, because you get rocked in a damn ring for a living, or an octagon, if you want to be specific. And he's not gay. He's not a foreigner, because Puerto Rico is a part of the United States. I already gave y'all the whole rundown of the history of Puerto Rico when I was talking about Bad Bunny in that movie Puerto Rico the other day. So, talking about ruining the sport sounds like you're pointing the finger at the UFC, because I be asking that too. I used to love the UFC back in the day. Back in the days of Michael Bisping and all that other stuff, the early days of Ultimate Fighter, I was a big, hardcore UFC fan. Now it's just like, I am not big on the sport. One of my good friends, Esteban, still loves UFC, but I don't get into it as much anymore. And whenever they have the events at the Garden, I work them because I get scheduled for it. But for the most part, all this other shit is annoying, especially when you hear athletes make comments like this. So let's read some more of the comments. And now another person, Jenna Lane, ESPN, said, you know what's really cool about the NFL now? That it's full of a lot of thoughtful, socially conscious, and emotionally intelligent men who may come from different backgrounds or may not agree on everything, but wouldn't stand for this kind of hatred in their locker rooms. And O'Shea Jackson Jr., yes, Ice Cube's son, said he talking about the dude from the U.S. territory that used to date Kendall Jenner that was on Hot Ones. He played football too. How he ruining the sport seems to be a funny guy to me. And then he posted a clip of Bad Bunny on Hot Ones where he was like, how he don't speak good English. And it was funny because then he offered him, he said, ice cream. Like, he got really excited because he got fed ice cream. He's like he's making the noises. It was funny. The clip, if you haven't seen it, it's on YouTube. But he posted that clip was showing like, yeah, even though Bad Bunny doesn't speak the best English, he's hilarious. Then they had another clip from Spinning Back Fist, which posted Paramount Media team watching Strickland on the mic and literally showing a video of a GIF of Homelander watching a movie. Y'all already know how problematic Homelander is. They better kill him off in this final season. And then Rob McNamara wrote, absolutely nobody is talking about Sean Strickland during his UFC fight week, but he'll say something racist to get attention. Bet he'll say something racist to get attention soon. And yeah, so they were saying knew it was coming. So he's so basic, just like his fans. So yeah, it was like, yeah, you're looking to get attention. That's what all this is. And then they showed Bad Bunny and they put the F word up in there and they show him sitting with Kendall Jenner front row at, I think it was at a Knicks game or something or another where he was at, or it might have been in LA or something. And then we have Denisha Carr said every time he speaks, it becomes more and more evident how harmful it is to be punched in the head repeatedly. And last but not least, we got something from Luscious Massacre, who just recently did an interview with on Monet Exchange podcast, wrote, check his phone, check his hard drive, check on his wife/girlfriend, check his closet, check his testosterone levels, angry and bitter over brown queer joy. We love to see it. So, like as I said, they was eating his ass up online. But this is not surprising that somebody that moronic would come say this dumb shit. And of course, the UFC is not going to hold him accountable because we know what Dana White gives and we know who he's good friends with. So if you, as long as you can sound very ignorant and misogynistic and homophobic and transphobic and, anti-woman and anti-everybody or anti-minority or whatever you want, Islamophobic, whatever, and you want anti-Latino, if you want to do all the anti-ness, being a bigot, being a racist, being all those things, that kind of fits in the wheelhouse because it's like the giving all the Trumpian incels a face, and that's what all this gives. And so he feels free enough to say this because he feels if I could just be a prick and I could just say all this ignorant shit, it'll bring attention to my fight. But all it's going to do is maybe it'll be for your fans, whatever. But outside of that, people just going to be hoping you get your ass rocked again. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Whatever your thoughts are on the matter, let me know in the comments down below. You said Governor Abbott signs law banning Sharia compounds in Texas. I gotta look that up and see what that is. Well, after the whole situation, you said after yesterday's episode, I cannot watch it today. Wait, what episode? You said Liza shaded Lady Gaga by wait, it was Lady Gaga that forced her to use a wheelchair, and that's I said, why she put her in a wheelchair? Is it because she didn't want to hold her? She was walking out walking. She's gonna be like, I'm 5'2" and I'm frail and I got my other ailments that I'm dealing with. McCain was until she married her husband. Oh, you see, you're thinking that it was because she got with Ben Dominic and he kind of um brainwashed her. Yeah, she's always been pretty. I've always loved me some Brooke Shields. Brooke Shields so pretty. What was that movie? Damn, I'm trying to remember the name of it. Not Pretty Baby. There was another movie that she was in where she played where was her fuck, what's the name of that horror movie? Where it was like you thought it was like this little girl that went and killed her, and it was this old lady that was looking like a little girl. She had like a raincoat and everything on, this crazy mask, and she strangled her and murdered her in the church. I saw that movie a couple of months ago. The governor of Illinois is sending Trump a bill of close to $7 million to refund Illinois for that. Well, look, there's going to be a lot of them sending them bills out. Hold on, now I got to Google it. Alice, Sweet Alice. That was the name of the movie. I had saw that. It came out in like 1976. Of course, I wasn't born in 1976, but it was on. I think it was on Prime Video. It happened to come on, and I watched that. I was like, oh, that was a good one. And Brooke Shields was a little girl up in there, and she gets killed, and they think it's her sister. And it's a whole mystery situation. But her sister was a bitch in that damn movie. Like, and they kept making fun of that fat dude that lived downstairs. It was a crazy movie. But he was kind of a pervert too. All right, y'all. So we are down to our final four topics. So before we get to our final four, if you could please do me a solid, hit that like button. If you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. And also be sure to smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. Damn, I didn't even realize we was 3.5 hours in. I thought it was like shorter, but we got a lot of topics. So let's get to these final four. And let's talk about Jada Pinkett Smith. So apparently she's caught up in some mess from a former assistant and friend of the family who was spilling all their secrets, saying that Will Smith is bisexual. Jada's evil, that there was some apparent sexual misconduct that was going on behind the scenes with us. I was like, and Scientology was helping cover it up. So apparently they was out here pretending they're not Scientologists, but apparently, according to him, the Smiths, I guess, are into Scientology. So, and then I saw that the guy who was spilling the tea apparently recently did an interview with Popcorn Planet, Andy Signor's show over there on YouTube. So if you ever get a chance, definitely check out the interview because it was relatively interesting. I didn't even know. He said he's homeless, he living out of his car, and he doesn't want money. That basically, if he was to get money from them, he knows his strings attached, but they're gonna probably make him go on the air and say, you lied about all the allegations you made about us because if you take a payout. And he's basically saying, no, I just want the truth to come out. So he's been dealing with all this himself. He also said that he grilled Jada on 2 different occasions in January. And one was on a Zoom call because he grilled her and all this other stuff. And it was a lot. So Jada Pinkett Smith is asking California court to dismiss a $3 million lawsuit filed by Bilal Salam in December of 2025. And it happened in January when the whole questioning happened, by the way, in which he alleges that Pinkett Smith threatened him at a hotel. In a new motion obtained by People on Monday, February 16th, Pinkett Smith asked the court to strike Salam's complaint in its entirety, alleging that the lawsuit is in conflict with California's anti-SLAPP, pun intended, statute. The state's anti-SLAPP, which is Strategic Lawsuit Against Public Participation Act, provides a procedure for weeding out, at an early stage, meritless claims arising from protected activity. The lawsuit references public comments made by Pinkett Smith at the Salam claimed on the Unwind with Trashy K podcast that he walked in on her husband, Will Smith, engaging in a sexual act with Dwayne Martin. Yeah, because he said that ass was up in the air. And this thing was taking it. And it was a lot of yelling and oozing and ahhing and child. He said that literally he was splitting him in half. I was like, when I heard that, I'm like, ooh. And not in a good way, because that is not a sex tape I would want to see. But following Salam's allegations, Pinkett Smith said his claims is nonsense. And this is what she went on the Breakfast Club and said. Plaintiff voluntarily gave media interviews claiming without evidence that he personally witnessed her husband engaging in sexual acts. Plaintiff's allegations are false, corroborated, and uncorroborated, and made to generate attention as part of an ongoing public campaign of harassment directed at defendant and her family. The motion also references Pinkett Smith comment to TMZ following the Breakfast Club appearance, in which she told the outlet we're suing in response to Salam's claims regarding her husband. Salam, also known as Brother Bilal, filed a $3 million complaint in June of 2025, alleging that the actress confronted him in the lobby of the Regency Calabasas Commons in September 2021 and threatened him. The complaint alleges that Pinkett Smith told Salam that he would end up missing or catch a bullet. The motion also alleges that Salam publicly disclosed the contents of a cease and desist letter he received to the Smiths. The letter was not a public statement at all. It was a classic pre-litigation activity, confidential legal correspondence sent by counsel in participation of litigation, and is independently protected under California law. The motion continues. In his initial complaint, Salam alleges that he was contacted by Dwayne Martin, who he says told him that Smith and Pinkett Smith urgently needed assistance with crisis management, following Smith notably slapping Chris Rock at the 2022 Academy Awards and the fallout following the incident. Salam claimed that he was asked to perform tasks that he believed were illegal, unethical, and morally compromising, and that he was warned he would face serious problems if he refused. He additionally alleged that he received threats from people in Smith and Pinkett Smith's circle and was the target of a retaliatory campaign that was launched against him. Salam claims that he faced further threats after it was discovered he was writing a whistleblower memoir about his time with the Smiths. Pinkett Smith, okay, we don't need to go on when they got married, child, and how many kids they got. We know. Amid claims that from Salam, a source previously told People exclusively that Smith and Pinkett Smith's relationship is still good. They spend time together and time. Okay, please. We already know what type of marriage that is. So nobody's actually buying it. Their marriage is good. They're just stagnant in a marriage where what was that? We ride together, we die together. Remember when they said all that? When they were trying to use the Bad Boys for Life reference in regards to their marriage? So we know that's just a marriage of convenience. They're not going nowhere. She's not going to leave him. He's not going to leave her. They know all the bodies is buried. They know each other's secrets, intimates of intimates. So y'all could just stay married on paper because it'll be crazy if y'all got to split all that shit. And you go off and do your own little thing. Now, in regards to Mr. Brother Bilal coming out and saying all the stuff he said, and that's why I said also, if you get a chance, go over onto YouTube and look up his interview with Popcorn Planet. Maybe you can type in Popcorn Planet Brother Bilal, something or another, it should come up. And then he basically was given the latest on him grilling Jada and how he said he's also suing Will Smith. So we'll see how all that goes, because especially when you're talking about you homeless and you living out of your car, and I guess people are probably sending you not GoFundMe's, like cash apps or something or another. I know people. I guess people are donating to his cause or whatever. It looked like when he was doing the interview that behind him, it literally looked like he was in one of those storage unit type places when he was doing the interview. So I don't know. I mean, look. I don't know what to believe in this situation. I don't put nothing past these damn celebrities, especially when you're on the A-list, you're part of the elite, and y'all got a lot of money, and you got a lot of power, and you got a lot of influence. Especially all the stuff we was hearing like about the Epstein files, and when these people get a taste of power and stuff, the abuse of the children and the cannibalism allegedly, and all the other things. I don't put nothing past these damn celebrities. So if Will Smith is out here hunching men, I mean, that's like a Tuesday for regular people in Hollywood. I mean, you'd be surprised how many A-list of your favorite actors are walking around that get fucked up the butt in real life. Will wouldn't be the first or the last if it turns out to be true. But I'll definitely be keeping abreast of this story as it develops, because I'm sure that it is not going anywhere anytime soon. So I say all this to say, what are your thoughts on this story? Whatever your thoughts are, you know what to do. Let me know in the comments down below. Young Gravy has donated $55 million to Minnesota to hire police and military force outside the state of Michigan to help counteract ICE. Who is Young Gravy? Is that some rapper? How about not hearing of him? That sounds like a rapper name. I'm like, damn, 55 million? We got coins like that? What you doing? Because I know it ain't come from the music. All right, there was something I actually got to bring up before we get to our next topic. There was something that I want to clean up, because remember the other day when we talked about Pedro Pascal and his new boo thing, Rafael Olara. So I had said that he was apparently an ex-football player. He's not an ex-football player. I'm gonna just put his picture up because I'm gonna edit this as a whole thing and make it a topic, so that way I can clarify some things. So yeah, he's not necessarily a football player. I know a lot of people got it confused. Somebody in my comments said something about this, which made me do the research. Somebody, oh, y'all getting them confused. That was the original article that I got it from. But Queer Tea done cleaned it up. So, because remember, we talked about it that Pedro, who is 50, was seen gallivanting around the Upper East Side, I think, linking arms with this Rafael Olara guy, because they're so dramatic over there at TMZ, linking. Oh, he's linking. I'm like, okay, and so yeah, and they said that basically what they did was they went to the movies, which I was surprised that that's where they went. They went to go see the Margot Robbie flick Wuthering Heights. Okay, now if you got two men going to see Wuthering Heights, y'all already know what that gives. Y'all are fucking. Because you don't go as two regular dudes to go see some damn Wuthering Heights and y'all straight. But whatever. I know I also had people in my comment, leave him alone. It's none of our business. Mind you sitting up here watching the whole damn video just to write a comment about that it's none of our business whether or not they're in a relationship. Okay, I see the little high horse that you sitting on. Get the fuck off. Because Y'all know what this gives. If you didn't care, then why the fuck are you watching the video? That's all I'm asking. But then you get people in the comments, which was a lot of them, trying to act like they're holier than thou. It's none of our business whether or not they're in a relationship. Obvious fuckingly. But it's a conversation that we having. People get on my goddamn nerves sometimes. They really do. But with the uppityness, that's what irritates me, and the hypocrisy. So Judge Jared noted that the pair was seen in the evening signing autographs and and taking pictures with fans before entering a restaurant. Okay, so it was the Lower East Side, not the Upper. So, and then they said, while many of the outlets won't just come out and say it, the excitement over Pascal's very uneventful activities is because he's never addressed his sexuality and keeps his personal life private. And my thing is this: he don't need to come out and say I'm gay. He doesn't, or I'm bi. Why does he need to say it? It's like Queen Latifah. What have y'all ever heard Queen Latifah come out and say I'm on carpet? I'm a bulldagger. First of all, we used to see her down at Now I'm gonna tell it. I'm gonna spill the tea. We used to see her down at the piers back in the day. Every other week, she had a new girl in the passenger seat. Queen Latifah never really hid the fact that she was a bulldagger. She just didn't say it publicly. And I don't feel like that Pedro Pascal needs to come out and say, I'm a card carrying, cock sucking faggot. I don't need to say all of that. What do I need to what do I gain from doing that? Y'all like me when I go to the movies and do what I do. You see me out with whoever. You not in my bedroom, so I don't have to address anything. And I don't think people need to come out and say whether or not they're gay. I mean, we know that there's people that gotta shout shit from the rooftops, like a lot of them do. And y'all get mad when they do it. And then when they don't say stuff, y'all get mad. So how? What do they do? Like it's like you can't win for losing. I was looking for the words, but it's like you can't win for losing. And I don't think he needs to say anything. Let him hunch his fine. First of all, Raphael is fine. It's like let him hunt that man. Good looking man. I'm like, damn. If this is true, Pedro got some impeccable taste. Between him and Ricky Martin, they be bagging some good looking men. But you know, when you celebrity, you can pretty much bag these people. And if you ever been to like where's from Chile or Argentina and or Colombia, child, the finest freaking men you will ever come across. So um yeah, so they said The Last of Us stars a staunch libidical plus ally, and his public display of friendship with Laura has gotten inquiring minds wanting to know more. Whatever the nature of their relationship, one thing is for sure: Olara is smoking hot. So, hold on, because I was like, this whole time I'm sitting here talking about this, I didn't even make a banner. And we gonna make one now. So yeah, we'll make a banner, and I'll have to add it into the show later on. All right, so basically they were so who is Raphael? So yeah, so we were talking about like the news and everything. Everybody thought that he was like this pro athlete that was born in Argentina and studied at the Universidad del Cine in Buenos Aires. But since 2015, Olara has been the art director at the luxurious Faina hotel chain with his properties in Miami, Buenos Aires, New York, and Tulum, Mexico. So a lot of people thought that he was this 47-year-old former Chilean soccer player, but he's not. This guy, who he's allegedly or may not be hunching, is actually not 47. He's 42. And like I said, he's art director. And they say, based in Miami, he's been the creative force developing the Faina District, a 6-block Miami Beach neighborhood featuring hotels, residencies, restaurants, nightlife, and the Faina Forum Art Center. Part of his job has him collaborating with celebrities and artists, with a recent Faina event spotlighting the one and only her. Now it says, I'm in charge of all the visual aspects of the property. This means that some days I'm doing interior design for a public space, and on another, I'm building an art installation for the forum. It's really varied, Olara told the fashion brand Oral Bar Brown. One moment I could be doing a show for the theater that then the next I'm creating the content for social media or the newsletter. The busier I am, the happier I am. Over the years, I've become an expert at problem solving. I love it. It never stresses me. So then there's also a picture of him where it's like Faina. First of all, the visuals up on this is really cool. Hold on, let me pull this up for y'all to see. Because he also took a picture with what's her name? Old girl that hold on. Because I'm gonna pull up all the Instagrams for y'all to basically see who we talking about. Willis. So yeah, here's what some of the stuff is on what he basically does. Wait, is he? Wait, hold on. Let me see. Let me follow her because I'm nosy. I like what I'm seeing up in here. Look, these visuals. This looks pretty good. I don't know who that man is next to him, but okay. So they're giving you like the overall decorum. I actually like this little red. What is that? A lion? No, a little like a tiger or whatever, something or another. But that looks really good. I like a lot of the interior design up in here. Looks really cool. So yeah, I'm definitely liking all this. This is a visual. Now you know this has got to have a homosexual man's touch because can no straight man come up with all of this visual beautifulness. I like the reds. The red. Oh, this is fierce. I love this outfit. And so, oh, I like this. Okay, so this is some of the pictures. Um, People partying, having a good time. Yeah, we gotta mute it because I'm not trying to get flagged over no music. Look at the fireworks and all that stuff. Baby, you are a firework. And then of course he's up in here with why can't I remember her damn name? The one that won drag race. That looked like her. Okay, some of these pictures, these are some of the photos. Oh, she's DJing too. Okay, so we got some of these pictures and stuff up in here. Yeah, why can't I remember? Okay, so then also, it's funny enough, this is the same guy that dated Luke Evans. They just got it confused of who it was. You said yes, but God took his time. Oh yeah, let's not forget about Brazilians and Dominicans. I'm scared of y'all. Y'all a little dangerous. Puerto Ricans, I can't with the attitude. But yeah, but not. You're right. Because the Brazilian men, I was like, ooh, some of those men, I'm like, damn, gorgeous, gorgeous men. So, oh my God, I'm so glad I'm a homosexual. I know y'all be hating, want to call us name. I love it, every aspect. But yeah. So we have. Why can't I remember her damn name? Fuck. Who won season 7? Season 7 or season 8 of Drag Race? No, it was season 7. Season 7 we didn't like. I don't know why I can't remember. Like I'm just like drawing blanks, but y'all already know. Who we talking about? I'm just waiting for somebody to drop it in the comments. Like Onyx. Hold on, let me Google. Let me Google her. Who won Drag Race? Hella Chachki. I don't know why I cannot remember her damn name. Drew a damn blank. But But yeah, so these are some of the pictures, and they also said, yes, once upon a time he dated Luke Evans. He's very much in shape. He looks good. He has a workout regimen. They said they utilize the warm weather to its full potential. He routinely works up a sweat at the gym. And they show some of his fitness pictures, of course. And they said that he shot a Todd Snyder campaign featuring out actor Luke Evans, who he just happened to be dating at the time. So yeah, it was the same thing, but I think they got the Rafael Olares confused. So they were dating, but they thought that it was the same guy that apparently he was an athlete. So no, that wasn't what was happening. And then of course you see all the thirst traps if you go over on Queer T's website, but we don't need to get into that. So there you have it. I just wanted y'all to have an idea of who this guy was because I wanted to clarify some things because I had made that mistake in the last video where I was basically getting him confused with it. There's apparently two guys that are well known that have names like Rafael Olara, and apparently it's a very common name. So that's why I want to come in and clear some things up so that way, Because we do that on this show. I don't just sit and, if I make a mistake, just run along with it, pretend I didn't make it. So I just wanted to come on and make a whole segment about it. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? But I was like, if Pedro's dating this one, he looked like a good one. And the fact of the matter is, Pedro's busy with his acting career. Raphael's busy doing what he does with the hotel industry. And if you need to fly in to have a moment with your man, then yeah, I like those type of relationships. Fly in, we have a couple of, we'll hang out together, do some things, hang out, go to a restaurant, eat, which is what you do at a restaurant, go to a movie, do whatever, do regular shit, and then we get it in for a couple of hours. If you know what I'm saying, I think you do. And then it's like, okay, I gotta go shoot this movie out here in another state or another country. You go over here, do your little hotel stuff. We meet in the middle. So I like those type of relationships. I don't like relationships where you gotta be all up under me at all times. You gotta be up doing your thing. I gotta do my thing. And then when we miss each other, we make a plan. Pling, what you doing? Okay, let's make a date. Let's meet up. Let's do our thing. And then we spend a couple of days together, a night, whatever you want to call it. And then we go on for 2 weeks or a week or two. And then we come back and we do it over. But we make that schedule because it's like, I need my me time. I'm way too caught up on the independent side for me to be having someone up under me. What you doing? Where you at? Who you with? All this. You do all of that shit. If you can show any ounce of possessiveness, I'm out. Because I don't cheat, but I'm not into the whole situation about somebody always having to be up under my ass at all times. Because that I can't deal with that insecurity shit. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. You say yes, all true, Chris. Rickons, the Rickons, with the Rickons, shout out to T.S. Madison. Rickons do, they sure do. And I fight, so I'm not. But I'm not one of those people that's like I do the, oh, you pissed me, I'm gonna smack you in your face. Like I don't do that whole abusive relationship stuff, which we know is very prominent in our community. So I love every minute. Exactly. That was like what Pink said in one of her songs. You gotta you gotta make, in so many words, you gotta make your man miss you. I don't like that whole thing of, because you said, but I want to make me want to kiss you. So it's like, yeah, if you gone for a minute and I come back and we see each other, I need that feeling of, yeah, we've been apart for so long. I really missed you. Let's get back and, rekindle whatever it is. It makes the relationship interesting instead of we up under each other 24/7, 3-6. I was like, who got time for that? All right. So now, so now we going from relationship stuff to Grindr. So let's talk about this Grindr stuff, because apparently there's an ex-Grindr employee that's decided to come out and spill some tea regarding why I guess Grindr is going to shit. Because trust and believe it has. I've deleted the app. I don't mess around with it. I don't particularly care for Grindr and everything anymore. And what it entails. No, I was like, well, wait a minute. Didn't I put I know I put a Grindr photo up in here. An appropriate one, not an inappropriate one. But so when Grindr first went public, the move was heralded as gay hookup culture's mainstream arrival. Once confined to public restrooms and park benches, cruising was now a publicly traded commodity. While that remains true, Grindr's 2022 IPO isn't universally viewed as a positive development. Many of the app's reported 15 million monthly users believe Grindr's downfall coincides with its arrival on the New York Stock Exchange. Like other apps of its era, Grindr now seems to prioritize profit over the user experience, a phenomenon dubbed in-shitification. For a company that's now pushing expensive subscriptions, that means making the free version increasingly restrictive and onerous to navigate. Absolutely, because every time you try to scroll and read something, you get an ad. And I guess people who pay for it could probably hit you up or whatever. It's too complicated. And I was like, I wasn't really feeling. I was like, why is Mateo Lane and his long ass jaw popping up on this thing? Let me close that. That was annoying. And stupid ass ads. But anyway, because I'm on QueerT's website, shout out to them for this article. Now, when Grindr launched in 2009, free users could view up to 100 profiles. That number today is down to roughly 10. This humble writer could see 9 when last logged in. On top of a shrunken grid, free users are also inundated with pop-up ads that can't view their tabs. Yeah, that was annoying too. That's why I got rid of it. Now, in a recent Vox feature on Grindr's perceived decline, writer Alex Abad Santos interviews several homosexual men who lament the app's current state. One of his sources, is a former Grindr employee who pinpoints exactly when the company, started to deviate from its original mission, helping homosexual people hook up. So Zach says, there was a tweet that was like, and they using not Alyssa Edwards in his afro wig with no makeup. There said, Grindr has become such a hellscape more than it already was. You cannot do a single thing without an ad popping up or messages glitching and the interface is falling apart. It's quite literally unbearable to use now, which I got up to my wits' end. I was overly frustrated and I got rid of it. I've heard that better apps to use is sniffies and blowers. So if y'all want to sit up and use that, and I didn't know that on blowers, apparently you can rate the people that you gave sloppy toppy to. I want, let me find out. And then you recommend that, yeah, that's definitely somebody you want to give a little sloppy toppy to. I'm like, oh, that's an app after my own heart. Now, shifting priorities, Ryan, who worked in Grindr's marketing department until 2023, says the company started prioritizing its investors after going public. In order to increase profit, Grindr needed to up its paid offerings and expand its services. CEO Joe Arison, who joined the company in 2022, operates more like a tech mogul than the steward of an app that facilitates gay sex. The latter priority is viewed as limiting. Grindr really changed the game in a lot of ways. It was a different type of cruising. It was at a time so cool and inventive, but now it's taken on a Silicon Valley shape. Who's running it, Peter Thiel? For much of the last year, that's meant touting Grindr as a global neighborhood. AJ Balance, Grindr's chief product officer, previously outlined his vision to QueerTea. Our mission is for Grindr to be a global neighborhood in our users' pockets. We feel like neighborhoods have the special role and place for the community. It's a gathering place where folks figure out their identity, have their first romantic hookup, dating, and social connections. We start to do that on a global scale. Much like physical neighborhoods, Grindr's version is pricey. The 2 paid tiers, extra and unlimited, cost between, now y'all done lost your fucking mind. They said it costs between $150 and $300 annually. Who's paying for that? I would rather go back to the old school term of going out to the bar, wearing my little crop tops and my shorts, and looking at a man across the room and be like, if you want to fuck, let's go do it. I'm not sitting up in here and spending $300 on for no ass. Ain't no way in hell. So, because I was like, okay, now I got to scroll down because I was like, that was it. Okay, so they said Grindr is using, oh yeah, so let me show y'all this foolishness. Because this is over on the Twitter. Okay, because it's going to take a second. Okay, so now it says Grindr using AI now to streamline finding men for a measly $350 a month membership. For this amount of money, it better be automating the sex too. So yeah, it's this shit. So it says Edge is your level up. Grindr does the work so you get what and who you want faster. For 1 week, you paying $219.99. And they said for 1 month, $349.99, saving 62%. My ass. But then again, I don't think you can get AI to do that. Now, unless your damn mind, if you think I'm gonna sit up here and spend all that kind of money for some sex, y'all are so goddamn. And it's funny enough, a lot of y'all feel like would do that. Like y'all will literally use some tight ass app and AI, which AI is sucking up all of our water and resources with all these data. What is it? Data factories or whatever the case is. Oh yeah, so it's called GAI, which is actually pronounced gay eye. Now, Grindr's version of AI, Gay Eye, is supposed to streamline the hookup process. Its features include recapping meaningful chats and missed connections and using the algorithm to find potential matches. Arison says he thinks Gay Eye will change gay dating forever, for the worse. Dating in the gay world is complicated by lack of density. This is what he told Wired. If we could give you a lot more rich data about somebody else, obviously with their consent, that told you why it made sense for you to be talking about to somebody, and we did that with another person. You might be much more willing to open a conversation. Y'all, if y'all need an artificial intelligence to want to open up for a conversation, and you need to spend $350 to do it, you need to spend that shit on a therapist. Cause ain't no way in hell I'm spending that kind of money on no damn for no fucking or reasonable relationship, what you think is going to be a reasonable relationship. But if that's what you want to spend your money on, be my guest. Now, for a tech CEO, pursuing AI pays off, at least for now. AI investments are believed to account for roughly 90% of GDP growth. Over the last 10 years, investors have put in more than 1.6 trillion into the technology. I was watching a video from Kyle Kalinske, and he was basically showing like a lot of the infrastructure over in China and the tech stuff that they've got going on over there, especially how they're more environmentally conscious about like technology and all those other things. They are light years ahead of us. But we're over here creating all these data farms, which is destroying the environment and causing respiratory problems in places like, I believe they have one in Louisiana, and then I forget where was another one they were going to be building one. Might be Mississippi or something or another. But yeah, they're creating, and it's causing all kinds of problems in these neighborhoods. I heard they're supposed to be putting one in Georgia also. So, of course, because our country is all about trying to suck up all the resources and get rich quick while we all suffer and fight for the little 1% of crumbs that's around, Europe has gotten it right in regards of how to use tech properly. But of course, because we don't come up with shit, we do everything the wrong way because a lot of the people in this country are just caught up in corporate greed. Now, despite complaints, or maybe because of them, Grindr's pursuit of profit appears to be working. The company generated around $403 million in sales last year, largely due to subscriptions. Well, all y'all are dumb, but like I said, how you spend your money is how you spend your money. But why is Grindr still so popular? They said almost every article written about Grindr highlights is alleged undoing. Users complain, nobody publicly expresses excitement. The whole experience is met with a proverbial eyeball. Y'all don't understand how y'all be mad at shit. Y'all complain, but you contribute to the situation. You don't do nothing about it. If you find that Grindr is not giving you what you need, if you feel like they're more like sucking so much money out of you, it's gotten expensive and is ridiculous, then abandon it. Leave it alone. There's other resources you can use. They've got other apps besides Grindr, but it's like some of y'all like being in an abusive relationship. They said that Grindr only grows in popularity. It now has 15 million monthly active users. For the CEO of a public company, that's great news. Nobody earns billions from presiding over niche products and services. The company's target audience, however, doesn't care about market cap. They want what works for them. The conflict is that's not a recipe for growth. Sniffies is exploding. Oh, I didn't mention that. Sniffies is exploding in popularity and adopts a subversive sheen that Grindr has long abandoned. But the web-based product isn't available in Apple's App Store. It was pulled after violating a ban on restricted content. Well, I think a lot of people like that. It's a little edgy and anonymous. It's not available on Apple. I actually have a Grindr app thing on my phone. My roommate actually got around he put that on the thing, so I can just click on it and. But yeah, I got it on there. You could find ways to get it on your Apple situation and create like a little app thing that you could press, and then it opens up, and the website is like a little. I don't know how to explain it, but I have it on my phone as like it looks like a little app that you can press on it, and he did it because he was using it, and then he just put it on there and showed me how to do it. But anyway, so they said for a certain kind of promiscuous, plugged-in urban gay, Sniffies is the move, but Grindr remains more universal and far more accessible and expensive. So Okay, well, I'm just like, okay, this is what y'all want to use or whatever the case is, then that's great. But this is stupid. One person said I have Grindr, Sniffy, Scruff, and people still use Adam for Adam. The free versions of all of them except Sniffy's suck. Adam for Adam was actually a lot worse than Grindr. Where I live, suburban area. So unfortunately, Grindr and Sniffies are the only ones that are popular in my area. The others are the same faces all the time and not nearly as many members. All right, y'all. So that's that. But I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do y'all think of this mess? Are y'all still out here using Grindr? Are you willing to spend the kind of money that they asking for just so you can get your little rocks off for 5 minutes? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Mateo was a cutie, but I understand not being a fan. Yeah, I just do not find him funny. I mean, he is cute, but that's about it. I don't know how many people do apps. Got to be a third human only for me. Too many AI edited kids. I know. It's just like you don't even know what. It's just a lot of muck. You got to be. Ugh. It's that they got to be desperate AF. I've been watching on my TV. Haven't been commenting as much. Absolutely look forward to your shows and takes. Well, thank you. You said you watch me on your TV. I mean, look. Y'all could just float in the back. I know we got the lurkers that be sitting up in here watching, and we appreciate y'all. I acknowledge y'all. But if you ever feel like y'all want to come in and chime in during the live, be my guest. Gay Eye for the By God. That should be a new show, like Queer Eye. That'll be the new show. Exclusively on Grindr that you'll be paying $300 a month for. Somebody annoyed me by comparing AI to dairy by saying dairy requires more water. What? Jesus, people are stupid. Yeah, China already got those robots doing ballet and backflips. Was that the one that Cardi B was trying to give a lap dance to and bust her ass in the street? I'm surprised she didn't pop an ass implant. Child, talk about ex addiction. I'll always pass on these apps. Absolutely. A mess. All right, y'all. So now let's get it back into the show and get into our second to the last topic. Let's talk about Canada's Drag Race. So Canada's Drag Race is about to make Drag Race history because for the first time in Drag Race history, I should say, for the upcoming All-Star season, they're actually going to include all drag queens on the panel. So in addition to Brooklyn Heights, we're going to have Jimbo and Priyanka, which I'm like, okay, I am definitely, no, that's not what I want to do. I'm definitely here for this because I'm like, and funny enough, there was a drag idea that I have, which actually one of the ideas was I was for a competition show that I wanted to. I was like, it would be actually good if we had like drag queens as judges. Like I thought Kevin Aviance, Alyssa Edwards, a couple of others. But I thought it'd be like a great for a panel for like a drag show. But this is a great idea, and to me, it always seems like Canada's Drag Race is the one that's really pushing the boundaries of how they're shaping up the competition versus RuPaul's Drag Race because I think Canada Drag Race was the first one that had like of sorts a drag king on the show. I might be wrong, but they had a drag on the last season. They had someone who does drag as a drag queen, but also like an AFAB queen, whatever you want to call it, but also does male drag. So she does female. She's a woman who does women drag and men drag, and we've seen that play out on the show. So she does both sides. So, according to Deadline, it said the Drag Race universe is expanding with Canada's Drag Race All Stars, which will feature the first ever all drag judging panel in history. Brooklyn Heights will serve as host and resident judge alongside judges Priyanka, who won season 1 of Canada's Drag Race, and Jimbo, who basically they had to create a whole narrative over her winning on season 8 because RuPaul's Drag Race All Stars because she couldn't win on her seasons of Canada. So they had to do a little rigor mortis. I like Jimbo. I just, I met her at the Drag Race season 18 premiere because they had a lot of the winners from the past seasons that showed up. there. They were doing like some little bit to have like a lot of the winners and stuff there. It was her and a lot of the girls. Ginger Minge, a lot of them was there. I think Valachowski was there too, if I remember off the top of my head. Oh yeah, she was. So they said the series will premiere later this year on Wow Presents Plus streaming platform, with the full cast set to be announced at a later time. Now, Canada's Drag Race All Stars will consist of 6 one-hour episodes and will welcome back queens with unfinished business to compete for the title of Canada's Ultimate All Star and a $100,000 cash prize. Why are we still doing $100,000? I mean, bad enough they doing 200K over there on I'm like, y'all could really up that coin. But I guess she think because she be giving her little $5,000 or $10,000 or $2,500 or whatever she decides, or doll hairs, whatever you want to call it, because they give little tips here and there. Like 100,000, 200,000, y'all could up the coins. They give way more money over there on America's Got Talent and Viacom. Let's not act like y'all broke. So but 6 episodes? Why so little? Anyway, Canada's Drag Race is, World Wonder's 4th series collaboration with Blue Ant Studios and Crave, in a list that includes Canada's Drag Race, Canada versus the World, and Slaycation. Is this the first ever All-Star season? I always thought they had one, or maybe I'm bugging. But yeah, apparently I guess this is the first season, but I do think this is a great idea because for the longest of times, I've always thought that Drag Race should have an all drag panel. So you're not going to have Stacey Melchor, Brad Goreski, I guess, was gone because he wasn't even on the regular season of Canada's Drag Race. So I don't know what happened to him. It's just as well he's not part of the show. But I do like this idea, and we'll see how it all works out, that you have 2 drag queens on the show. All 3 of them have been there where a lot of these girls have been, where they've competed on Drag Race, and Brooklyn was a runner-up, and Jimbo and Priyanka are winners. So it'll be interesting to see how it all works out in regards to them doing this show. So I'm looking forward to it when it comes on, whenever it comes on, and who the actual Canadian queens. I think I did bring up on the show, there was a rumor. This would have been a good time to bring that clip up, but it's long gone. But of the rumored queens that are going to be on this upcoming season, but we'll just wait and see when it all drops. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding, are you looking forward to seeing a first ever all drag panel featuring Brooklyn Heights, who's always been the judge from the beginning, and now you have Priyanka and Jimbo being a part of the show? I guess because Brooklyn's been a part of the show for so long, she's gotten the hang of it, so she's really gotten in the pocket of being able to carry Drag Race by herself. So having her on as a judge definitely works. I just hope that if it's 6 episodes, which I'm not going to do is have like 8 girls on the show, or you're going to put them up in pairs, because we already saw how season 1 of the regular All-Stars on RuPaul's Drag Race turned out. We hate that season with the teens. So don't do that in Canada. But anyway, so let me know what you guys think of this show, story in the comments down below. I'm seeing a lot of people disappointed about the series only being greenlit for 6 episodes. It's a bummer when you think about it. The cast size will probably be very small. Yeah, I'm just like, what? This is stupid. I'm not liking the 6 episode order. I'm like, come on now. Is there no budget this time around, in the words of Gia Gunn? All right, y'all. So now let's get into our final topic. And let's talk about this recent episode of UK versus the World, because Sminty Drop was out of here tight over the fact that of her shocking elimination. She was not expecting that she was going to get the chop, because Kate Butch decided to go off and save Mariah Balenciaga from having a lip sync for her life. And funny enough, when I was watching the show, I kind of felt that she was going to save Mariah. I don't know why, but I felt it in my gut. And then she was going to go sing up, lip sync against the girl from Drag Race Mexico, which that was like, I think the second week in a row she was in the bottom. But Sminty, you were horrible in that damn lip sync. So I already knew you was going home. You ain't know the words. And you kind of gave up. because I think you were just two in your head. So let's get into the story because Pink News exclusively did an interview with Sminty. So now few RuPaul's Drag Race queens can say that their exit has been instantly cemented in reality TV Hall of Fame. But Sminty, sad twerk drop, now known as Sminty middle finger drop, because as she left the stage, she did give Kate Butch the finger. Well, two of them. Is one of them. Now, in episode 4 of RuPaul's Drag Race UK versus the World Season 3, Sminty Drop went on a very rough ride, coming into the week on a high after slaying last week's Snatch Game Challenge. The Manchester Queen was confronted by the girl groups from Outer Space Challenge. Famously, she flunked the girl group challenge during her original run on Drag Race UK Season 4. And I will say this, I actually kind of like that challenge. Some of the costumes was giving. I did like the songs. Godland's lyrics had me cackling. And Kate Butch's lyrics, I loved a lot of the science fiction puns that she was using in the video because I'm a sci-fi nerd. So, Doctor Who, I watch anything with like I'm big on science fiction. So, and Battlestar Galactica, Star Trek. Well, I'm not really a big trekker, but I've always liked stuff. I'm like more edgier. Like I always liked Doctor Who for some reason. I've always liked I remember I used to watch Doctor Who a lot when he used to come on PBS back in the day. And Battlestar Galactica, the more recent one where they had James, what's his name? Not James Earl Jones, the Edward James Olmos. That one that was on Sci-Fi Channel. I used to like that one. But anyway, so y'all already know, like when they were doing the rehearsals, Sminty was feeling a little nervous and insecure because the other team was on the side cackling. You already know Godland's laugh is just unnecessarily loud. I was like, why is she so loud? So she was doing that a lot in the show, and then the girls was on the sidelines making little comments, and then Sminty was like, "Oh, I'm hearing my name over there. What y'all talking about me?" And also, she was already in her head, and she was insecure because I guess she doesn't see herself as the best dancer. And um, then she made up with her competitors during the actual performance of the "I'm in love with an alien." I did like that song because I was like, the chorus was kind of catchy. That was one of the better Drag Race performing songs because using them songs, I'll be like, really? With some of these songs. And Rick and Bone Man, I was like, oh, he a cutie. And I was enjoying him being a part of the show. I would like to have had him been on the panel, but I also like seeing Bananarama there. So, and then them doing a lip sync to I Heard a Rumor, which I do love that song. I love me an old 80s bop. Who produced that? Was it Stock Aitken Waterman? Because it kind of gave that. I have to look that up. But so yeah, they said Sminty drew a blank. She looked good. Her bars were good. But RuPaul didn't love, the judges, they didn't like the performance. She was called, along one of the bottom 3 queens. It was her, Mariah Paris, Balenciaga, and Serena Morena. Although Serena Morena, when it came down to that lip sync, Serena definitely gave it. And then she pulled that little note out her wig. I'm like, okay, now she Wendy Williams pulling notes out of wig. That was a cute little gimmick. And she gave face, she knew the words, and she performed. Sminty looked like she was giving up. Because it was the fact that she was so pissed off by the move that Kate made. She was so caught up in being pissed off that she forgot that, girl, fight to be here. Because if you fight and you send Serena home, then you can come back in the workroom and cuss Kate out. But I think some of that might actually happen in the next episode when we get around to watching it. So, now, hours after the elimination, Sminty did talk to Pink News about the tension from the show, why she didn't know the lyrics, and where she stands with Kate Butch. So they asked her how she's feeling. She said, I'm feeling gutted because I feel like I have so much more to show. It's sad that I didn't get to know show the rest of the looks that she brought because, she's a look queen. And one of the things I will say that I loved about Sminty was that final look. I'm like, hold on, I had to bring the picture up. This look was everything. I lived for the headpiece, the glittered gun. I guess it had like glitter rhinestones, whatever. I loved it. The platform shoes and the crazy, Al Capone socks and the jacket and the little booty hanging out because it is small. And I like the fur coat. It was giving like drag gangster, and I was just living for this overall look. It's like court. It was like court jester, like a clown meets like a rebel type of whatever. I don't know. It's hard to explain. But so she went on to say people online could be nasty when you go into it being perceived as the villain. It opens you up to fans saying, oh, well, she's being nasty to everyone else. So that gives us warrant to be nasty to her. And I'm just like, guys, please, I'm just a little girl. And they said that, do you really, were you really the villain? And she said, I don't think I was. I don't think she was either. She was just being a shady, messy queen. But I don't think she was being a villain. It wasn't like she was giving G a gun. She wasn't going that far. So I don't know why people was up in there saying she's the villain. I guess if you say anything remotely negative and you are messy and you say sort of negative stuff, people want to paint you with the villain brush. I'm like, y'all must don't really kiki and throw a little shade or whatever, and it shows. A lot of y'all don't know how it works. And that's like drag queen banter anyway. So they did ask her what was her overall takeaway. She said she was grateful for the opportunity to be asked to come back and do the show. All the things that people said from my original season that I was never going to succeed, I ended up succeeding at those challenges. It does make me hold my head up high and be like, yeah, but you know what? I am that bitch. So then they asked them about her. Well, we don't need to talk about the Snatch Game thing because that wasn't like the big thing. So they want to talk about the episode. They said during rehearsals, you heard a few comments from the other group and it knocked your confidence. Have you shaken them off by the term the performance came around? I guess they meant by the time the performance came around. They said it was still weighing in her mind. It definitely did help put me more at ease when the only Naomi apologized for what she said. Although, when we got down to the situation and Kate came down and said, she was like, did I make a mistake? And she was like, don't apologize for the decision that you made. First of all, it was good TV. And number two, because it was like, you the one that decided to create a UK alliance. And then you decided to break it. But she did say that she was struggling because she said, I don't want to make it seem like that there's some sort of alliance, even though, girl, you technically did approach them about being in an alliance. So now she didn't want to show that she was playing favors. And then she said, well, Mariah, I feel like, excuse me, I've been getting to know Mariah and I'm starting to like her and I want to throw her a bone. But we'll see if she's gonna have to explain what's in the next episode when that comes out. So she said, yeah, because Naomi apologized. When she got on the stage, it was perfectly a lot harder than she thought it was going to be. I think she was like, oh my God, I need to say something because it actually was really nerve-wracking. Tia giggling in the corner when it's something that I'm really anxious about and already felt self-conscious being up there and not in drag. It was definitely a vulnerable moment. It definitely did throw me through a full ring of fire, but I could definitely be copping out if I said that it's what made me jitter in the performance because it wasn't. I was up all night learning the choreo. Girl, I cannot stress this to you enough. I knew that choreo like my hand, but it just so happens that in the moment I saw RuPaul's face and I was like, oh my God, no, 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 it's happening again. So yeah, it was very much one of those black holes. So it was like, you looked at the judge, you looked at RuPaul, you think, oh, I'm fucking up. And then you get in your head. And then once you get in your head, it's hard for some people to pull themselves back really quickly and really just, okay, relax. You know the choreography. Just trust your body. Trust everything that you got going on, and then you'll get in the pocket. But she couldn't get out of her own head. Then it said the fandom did seem to love your lyrics. At least she said one thing you can't take away from me from the girl group challenge is one, how puss I looked, and two, how incredible my verse was. Who else was going on the main stage of Drag Race and saying there's a face hugger in between those thighs, like so many different references that we're clocking. So then we get into the Kate Butch and the Chippy T moment. And then they asked her, why do you think Kate made the decision she did? She said, well, first of all, Drag Race is very daunting. It's exhausting. And I think, especially when you get to the part in filming, which is obviously for you guys, 4 weeks down the line, but for us, everything's quite compact filming wise. We were all so tired. I think episode 4 is just where my brain tends to be like, oh my God, I'm so tired now. I can't do this. Kate could probably see that I was getting a little bit drained of carrying the season on my shoulders. I also didn't know about this alliance that Mariah either with Mariah either. And I think she probably treasured that more because the only time we ever really spoke about the UK alliance was in episode 1 when Kate was the one who to approach us about it. I digress. I think she spoke to Mariah more about their alliance. I do get it. It's strategic gameplay. She played the game. I can't be mad at the fact that she played the game, but I can be mad at the fact that I thought we were really close in the competition and she just decided to throw me to the wolves after I just flopped a girl group challenge where I had to perform. And then she's like, do it again. Now, in retrospect, you can appreciate it as gameplay, but in the moment, they said I was obviously going to feel a certain type of way about it. But I feel like the fans, they make your mind up for you about how you're supposed to feel because it's how they want you to feel. You can't please my feelings. I'm going to make some good TV, but also my feelings are still valid in that time and moment. Did I know the words? Hell no. I didn't know the words. I think I probably heard of Bananarama maybe once in my life, but girl, it don't matter. First of all, you already know that whether it's Bananarama or Britney Spears, you need to be up there and know the lyrics to your song. If you're gonna be lip syncing for your life, you gotta know the words. That's drag 101. Know the words to your songs. Can you please her? Because a lot of y'all this season that don't seem to know the lyrics. She said, I just struggle with memorization. I need to say that when we were given the lip sync songs prior to filming Drag Race, we thought it was going to be the lipsticks elimination format. I was not expecting to win every single week. So why am I going to learn every single lyric to every single song verbatim? Then they throw this Chippy T in, and now I've got like 3 days to learn every single song properly. And I'm like, no, I did not want this to happen. So honestly, that Chippy T can choke. I hate her. And then they asked her if she's on good terms with Kate Butch and the middle finger moment. She said, I think from the way that the camera was angled and the way that my hair was down onto one side, you couldn't see the fact that I was pulling a face. Serena was literally laughing because I was pulling a face, but it was more so one of those faux anger faces. And that's why Serena was like, ha ha ha. Well, Serena's always laughing. Well, no, it wasn't Serena. Serena was the one that got saved, but it's Godland that has that crazy laugh. So it wasn't out of malice, and Kate knew that it wasn't out of malice, and she knows now that it wasn't out of malice. Me and Kate FaceTime last week, and we said once again, oh my God, the fans are going to be crazy again this week. But as long as we know that we love each other, we've got each other's backs, and that's all that matters. At the end of the day, I made amazing TV. I can't be the one that's like, guys, we need to bring the drama, bring the TV. And then as soon as it flips around on me and people are making good TV at my expense, I can't be mad at that. I'm part of a season that's going to go down in history. So they worked it out. People don't need to send hate on all this other stuff on social media. I know everybody likes to get caught up in the drama of it all on the shows. Watch the show. I take it for what it is, but I don't have time to be up in here like sending hate to a queen that I don't know. It's like I'm entertained by it all. It's entertainment. It's a reality TV show that happens to feature drag queens competing for a prize. That's basically what people need, how people need to look at it. So, shout out to you, Sminty. Shout out to Kate. We're gonna see how all this plays out now that you're no longer on the show. But do I think that she's being honest? Like, oh, I made a face or whatever. No, please. I mean, that's what you're saying, and if you believe it, okay. But girl, in the moment you was pissed that you was going home. At least you didn't do like a Fifi where you gave a hand to Alyssa and then decided to leave not being a good sport. I understand you was pissed and you was in a moment and you gave a finger, whatever, but I know you was tight. But cooler heads prevailed. It was a while ago that y'all filmed it, and y'all probably just had a bit of a laugh. And I'm glad that you girls are fine and you realize what it is, and you're not still in your feelings about it. So it's fresh to us. It's old to y'all. And I just hope that people are just not going to get so caught up in the dramatization of it all because it's not that serious. It's what is it? I mean, look, it's not serious. It's drag. It's TV. It's entertainment. And let's take it as exactly what that is. So I'll say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Sminty speaking out on all the little dramatization situation that happened in this recent episode of Drag Race UK versus the world? I'm definitely liking this season. I'm thoroughly entertained by the girls. I'm living for the fashions. One of my friends was telling me while he was in Thailand, he did a shoot with Godland. I ain't gonna tell you what he told me because it's shady, but I'm just saying that he shot a thing with her while he was out there. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. So I was like, I'm not gonna say nothing because that's kitchen table talk. I'm saying a lot of people disappointed by the series only being greenlit. Oh yeah, I read that one right. Nasty. You someone nobody wants to watch that. Well, you don't have to. You don't have to. Nobody's got a gun to your head and telling you to watch anything you don't want to watch. Just like you don't have to watch this show either. Hence why I just banned your ass. So we're not gonna sit up here and call shit nasty. So your mama nasty. Okay. We need to discuss science fiction books and TV shows one day. Doctor Who is way too many episodes. Yeah, it's a lot. Well, look, the show been around since the 60s. So you're not gonna catch her watching that. Just usually when just start like whenever they create whenever they bring in a new doctor, just start there. Like you don't have to catch up. I used to like the David Tennant episodes. That's when I really got caught up in it. That was like when the show was popular, and then since then I was watching. I didn't watch the ones with what's his name? Shooty Gawa, the guy that was from Sex Education. I never got around to watching those because it was on Disney. You said, are you a fan of Ray Bradbury? He's probably my favorite author. Wait, who's that? I like there was a show that Chloe Grace Moretz was a part of called The Peripheral, but I thought was really good. That lasted like one season. I was so mad when they decided to not wait, hold on. Why is my Apple TV not working? There was this other show. I mean, I like Silo. Invasion was boring. For never got around to watching For All Mankind. There was this other show that I was watching, and all of a sudden I drew a damn blank. Foundation. That's another good show too. I don't know if y'all seen that. Like that's a really good Isaac Asimov. Um, I knew I was aware of Isaac Asimov because when I was a kid, my father had a lot of the Isaac Asimov books. Like he's a big sci-fi nerd too. So he used to have a lot of the books, and I told him about the show when I got him hooked on it. What do you think of Fontana versus Mariah at the beginning of the episode? I agreed with Mariah because I too am from that same class, which is she. First of all, she was doing too much. Like when she said her name, Fontana, Shantae, you say, and then she falls on the floor. I'm like, okay, bitch, you're not on a telenovela. Relax. And then she's doing the fucking samba before she gets off the stage. So it's like, yeah. She was like, I was celebrating my win. You can say thank you and get off the stage. That is you celebrating. Then when you get in the room, you have a little conversation when you're not around the girl that was eliminated and say, I was so thankful for Ruth. Like, have some kind of humility. Be humble. But she up in there dancing on the stage like she's about to perform in Mardi Gras over the fact that she fucking won. Or she won a lip sync. And it's like, ma'am, you're doing too much. So that kind of annoyed me. So I agree with Mariah on that, where she was just like, where I'm from is like we're grateful. We get off the stage. We don't sit and gloat. But she was like, I was gloating for me. No, but you were gloating at someone else's expense. So maybe in your head, because you got an ego, as a lot of these girls do, you were gloating for yourself. You were happy you won, but you got to think about the other person that's about to sashay away. And you sit up there dancing on some damn stage. As usual, I've been watching on TV, but I had to send a message to let you and you two know this is where the pop culture news is. Well, thank you. And you two better recognize where it's like, well, I know a lot of people watch this on TV. That's why I was like, when y'all told me the other day that people can't log into YouTube and it's like they got kicked off or whatever, I said, don't y'all leave, because once you go out, you ain't gonna be able to come back in. There was a little technical situation. But yeah, I'll be trying to bring y'all all this stuff. I want to bring you the entertainment news from the world of movies and TV and music, and then we get into the gossip, and then we close with the gay stuff. I be well rounded. I got to be able to cover all my bases, so that way when the time comes where some big wig is out there watching that wants to give, you know, ad revenue and all that other stuff or any big opportunities, they can say, I can, any kind of topic, I can talk about it. Cobain got to be well rounded, got to be versatile. Versatile. Versatility is key. You know, we like our verse people over here. Verse first, verse first. Welcome to the room, verse first. But anyway, so we are at the end of today's show. I want to thank you all for tuning in to the latest episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. Funny enough, I was like, I do not plan on being on this show. I mean, doing this show up until 10 o'clock, but so I literally started around 5:30 and been on here from 5:30 to almost 10:30. So like damn near 5 hours. It's like literally like a work shift that I was on. I mean, it's not really work for me because I could talk your ears off and make coins doing that. But anyway, have a great weekend. We'll be back on Monday with a brand new episode of the show. Thank you all for tuning in. Hit that like button, that subscribe, smash the notification bell. Definitely helps with the algorithm and pushing the show out there. You could also sign up for memberships if you want to do that. But if y'all are broke, my love and my support don't cost a thing, in the words that, for Lopez. So for free, y'all could also hit that like and subscribe. It definitely helps out, and it also puts the show and all this stuff out there for more eyes to get on it. So yeah, love you all for watching. See you guys on Monday. Have a great weekend. And until next time, which will be Monday, ciao, darlings.